interesting. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Paul Hoskins. I'm your Master of Ceremonies for the day. We were scheduled to start our conference at 9:30. However, we understand that there's quite a lot of hold-ups, not only on the M25, but in the city with various protests going on at the moment. So with your indulgence, we'd like to just hold for 15 minutes until 10 before getting underway officially. So thank you very much for your patience.
Thank you, friend. Thank you. Oh, that's fine. Don't worry, I'll sort all that.
I'm thinking I can just go straight into the sound card and then what?
If you leave me now.
yeah, should be able to.
This is Mike.
There we go, lovely stuff.
like to come as near to the front of the room as possible, that would be great. Thank you very much. It's my pleasure to be your Master of Ceremonies and link man today, and despite the fact that we're having problems with people getting here, we are going to get underway, because otherwise we fall out of schedule, and we have people who will be joining us online as well. Thank you very much. So to open our conference today, it gives me very great pleasure to introduce our chairman and former Secretary General of the United Nations World Tourism Organization, Dr. Talib Rifai, who will give us a few words of introduction and set the scene for today's conference. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you for being with us this morning. It's a wonderful morning, wonderful London morning. Thank you for being with us. The world is changing. It's changing drastically, and we need to adjust to that. The changes are, I can summarize them in 2 or 3 changes. One is the prominence of digital technology. Digital technology has become a very important factor in our lives, because we don't have to meet physically. We can meet virtually. COVID has changed our life forever. Now, I give you an example. I have a daughter living in Dubai. She got married over the phone, over the Zoom, believe it or not. I was sitting with the father of the groom in Amman, Jordan, and they were in Dubai. And the priest was on the third line listening to us. That happened not long time ago. So digital technology is very, very important here. Now, I said yesterday something that some people did not take note of it, which is the fact that we are not going to go back to where we were. We will leap forward into a more sustainable and a more encompassing type of travel and tourism. That is very important, because in a world where technology has been the dominant factor, we cannot go back to where we were at all. We are here to discuss that and come to some conclusions in this. And I'm sure we will do that in a very good way. Now, I said more sustainable travel also. What is sustainability? Sustainability, my friends, is not just not touching anything, not changing anything. What we build today is the heritage of tomorrow. What we built yesterday is the heritage of today. So sustainability is a very important factor here, but we need to understand sustainability in a good way. Sustainability is not to touch anything, not to touch the cultural heritage, or not to touch any physical environment. Sustainability is simply to sustain life on Earth. And sustaining life on Earth could include things other than environmental sustainability. It includes social, economic, political sustainability also. That's very important. Now, what is the advantage, for example, of sustainability when it comes to a city like New York? New York was not more beautiful before, and the island of Manhattan, it was not more beautiful before New York was built. Not more giving to the mankind at all. The archipelago of Venice, for example, was not more beautiful before Venice was built. So we must have courage enough to touch the environment and to touch our culture, because otherwise we will be left behind. That's a very important factor to keep in mind. I wish you all the best. And I want to just conclude by saying that what we are living in today is a very important element. It's a factor of sustainability and recovery. The recovery is of three stages. Stage number one is to contain the recovery by certain measures that are taken. Every country took its own measures, but they took it on their own. They did not coordinate it with others. This is a very important factor, because when you do something alone, you don't touch anything. Travel is going from one place to another. If you do something in your own country, you don't influence what's happening in other countries. That's very important. Now, so we must touch things, and we must change things. But sustainability is also about the environment not being a hostile environment. What I mean by the environment here is all of the general environment in tourism. Now, after that, what we need to do is concentrate more on domestic and regional tourism. That's been one of the outcomes of COVID, because domestic tourism is very important. A country that's not visited by its own people, visited and enjoyed by its own people, cannot be enjoyed by anybody else outside that country. Tourists are not just blue-eyed, blonde people that come from abroad to visit us. Our people must move inside their country, and they must enjoy their country. So regional and domestic tourism is very, very important in this regard. Now, the third thing is, after that, you move into international tourism, not before you finish the phase of domestic tourism. But international tourism has moved now, has moved forward, because people are traveling. They have trust in confidence in the established systems. Now, the established systems have failed us for a little while, but they are back into action now. Now, the current moment in tourism, consider the latest event related to tourism, Brexit and Trump's election. That was the last crisis we went through. But then I predicted that tourism will come back to where it was, and it did come back in less than a year. Now tourism is not coming back to where it was. It will leap forward into a more sustainable future and a more sustainable way of growing. Now, I'll stop at this point here and leave you to the rest of the program. I thank you all for coming this morning, and I am very, very happy to be here. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Rifai. Inspiring first opening statement. Now I'd like to welcome to the stage our old friend Rajan Datta from the BBC to be our moderator for the session on the current economic outlook and predictions for travel and tourism set to into 2023. And also to invite panelists, Mr. Olivier Ponty to the stage and Ms. Aradhana Kowala, Chief Executive of Aptomind, and Oliver Ponty is the Vice President of Forward Keys. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. Oh, do we have our third panelist? Do we know?
Joining us online.
Online, I beg your pardon, sorry.
We are also having joining us online Mr. Ayman Erase, who's the Senior Strategic Advisor, Investment Advisor.
Is he going to come up on the screen?
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you. Hello. Can you see me right? Yes, you can. Let's look at the future. Now, the title of this session is looking at current economic outlook and predictions for the travel and tourism sector in 2023. But 2023 is just a few months away, so I'm going to push the boat out and say, go a bit further. Think about trends and how they go into 24, 25, because I think that's really how investors are thinking too. They're thinking longer term. So we'll do that. Also, I think we will take Q&A at the end, because I think the three analysts all would A, I think, be happy to take questions, and B, they'd be very interested to see what people out there think and what you think here in the audience. And just to say, these aren't just three self-styled futurologists with their crystal balls and their tarot cards. They know what they're talking about. They've got bags of experience, bags of data that they rely on. So I think we can get something really interesting out of today. Now, according to the WTTC, the global travel and tourism sector is projected to return to pre-COVID pandemic levels in 2023. Its growth rate is expected to outpace GDP growth because travellers will be spending more on leisure. So the future, apparently, is bright in terms of job creation and the rise in foreign exchange revenues for tourism destinations. But I would say, hang on one second, what about Russia, Ukraine? What about the global recession? What about Europe, which is also going on in recession? What about climate change? What about China's low growth? So all these factors are in the mix. So I'd be really interested to see what everyone is going to say. So I think, first of all, Olivia, if you don't mind, I will start with you, because I know you have some information to show us as well. But first, I think it's important that each of the panelists tells us exactly what they do and how they will arrive at the judgments they're about to make. So, Olivier, yes, you first.
Thank you. Thank you. A pleasure being here. Just a few words about Forward Keys. We're a travel analytics company, and we're specialized in air travel data. So the way it works is that we get information both on the supply side and on the demand side of air travel. On the supply side, we know who is going to fly where and when in real time. And on the demand side, we know what people search for prior to booking their tickets. And we get information on bookings and tickets being issued. Why is this important? Because it helps us predict the future, not using a crystal ball to take your image, but really looking at the situation on the book. So for us, the year 2022, for example, it's already over. We have all the information year to date, and we also know what's on the book for the coming months. So we have a pretty clear picture of what happened and which direction we're taking for next year.
So, go ahead. I mean, I know you're basing what you're going to say on information that's up till now, but which way are the trends going then?
All right. Maybe that's a good moment to share a couple of slides that
Please,
I have prepared. Here we go. Yes. All right. A chart is worth 1,000 words, so I thought that would be easier to follow with a chart. So what we're looking at here is the. Can you actually see it? I can't. Yes.
You can see it.
All right. Oh, great. So what you can see here is the recovery of international travel worldwide. The line at the top, 0%, that's our baseline. That's 2019, which is, in many destinations, the best year ever. As you can see, as travel restrictions were lifted throughout the year, we slowly got back to 2019 levels. And towards the end of the year, we should be there, pretty much. So international travel is recovering at a very fast pace, even though what was prior to the pandemic the number one outbound market, China, is still completely missing from the picture. We know the situation with Russia. The Russian outbound market is not what it used to be. There are some serious challenges ahead, and yet people are booking their trips for the future. Now, let's take a look at how this changed throughout the year by world regions. I want to start with the Americas because this is where recovery started last year. They were very early in lifting travel restrictions, and we could see sustained recovery, which has shifted throughout the year from recovery to growth. We're looking at the Americas here, which is a really big continent, but should we focus on the Caribbean region, for example, we would see growth starting this year already. And with growth, the challenge is that growth was already recruiting for destinations will be back as well. I think we'll talk about this later, the sustainability. Another recovery model, that's what we saw in the Middle East. I call this recovery on steroids. And that's using mega events for accelerating the recovery. So we can clearly see that events are back. The Dubai Expo, for example, played a key role in restarting travel to the region. And the Qatar World Cup is going to have the same effects. So towards the end of the year, we'll be looking at the region which will be growing again.
And Olivia, let's just sticking with the Middle East a second. Let's just be clear about how big a hub Dubai has become. Let's just talk about that, the GCC generally, actually. It's basically the centre of travel now. Is that
yes,
fair?
I think the Middle East is coming out of this crisis stronger than it was before. They've managed to rebuild air connectivity at a very fast pace, and they've managed to position themselves as a key hub for the whole world, basically. One example, I recently looked at the way travelers from the US reach their end destination in Asia. And clearly, the Middle East here has managed to gain market shares and has been able to attract a lot of travelers that used to connect somewhere in Asia, Singapore, Japan, to reach their final destination. They've shifted from traveling westward to traveling eastward for reaching their main destination. I think it's quite an achievement for those Middle Eastern destinations and airports, which are investing more and more into new capacities and new exciting projects. And I think it's also fair to stress that the Middle East has progressively become not just a place where you would connect to reach a destination somewhere else in the world, but as a destination in itself with plenty to offer. And I think the whole world is getting aware of this.
And I think we're going to talk more about that in a second. But keep going with
yes. Let's just finish with this. Europe is following pretty much the same recovery pattern as the Americas, but it's lagging behind. And the main reason for this is the war in Ukraine and the mid-term and long-term consequences that this war is having. This said, same thing. Towards the end of the year, we should progressively get back to 2019 levels as well. Key development here, what we're seeing is that urban destinations are back on track. That's a major change because recovery last year was mainly recovery of sun and beach destinations, big open spaces. We were still COVID mode with people being a bit uncomfortable, being shoulder to shoulder with other travelers in narrow streets and museums. This is a period that we're leaving behind, and urban destinations are back on travelers' mental map. Again, this means that European cities where there were really intensive discussions about over-tourism and tourism management will really have to tackle these issues. And many of those destinations have seized the opportunity of the crisis, of the COVID crisis, to think about a more sustainable approach to tourism growth. Now is the time to walk the talk. And I think we will all be very attentive to what will be happening in European cities in the coming months.
I totally get that. This is the crux. This moment right now, everyone has been talking about, we're going to be more sustainable. COVID taught us so many lessons. Let's see what actually happens. I agree. Let's just thinking. Is that
Asia?
Yeah, keep going.
Yeah, let's finish with Asia. Asia is lagging behind in terms of recovery. This is very much linked to travel restrictions that have been in place until very recently. Those travel restrictions are being lifted, and as you can see, we have an acceleration of recovery taking place in the second half of the year. China is still missing. It's a key element, not only for the region, but for the whole world. This said, as you can see on the chart, in spite of China being out, we are getting back on track, which means that when Chinese travelers will also be back in the game, travel will return with a vengeance, and that's why it is so necessary to take sustainability issues very seriously.
I mean, Asia were much more cautious, weren't they, than other parts of the world in coming back.
Yes.
But
What we can see is that throughout the pandemic, there was very strong pent-up demand in this region. So now that those restrictions are being lifted, people are very eager to fly. One of the key challenges that the region faces is air connectivity. Intra-regional air connectivity in the Asia-Pacific region is a fraction of what it used to be pre-COVID. And until this connectivity is re-established, we will not see a full recovery, not the full potential of travel demand.
Yeah. One area we haven't mentioned is Africa.
Yes. Africa is also on its way back to 2019 levels. In a way, we have a similar issue with air connectivity in Africa. Intra-regional air connectivity was already an issue prior to COVID. It's got worse after COVID. So I think that's a powerful leverage for growth in the region, that further development of air connectivity, so that African countries are less dependent on hubs that are either in the Middle East or in Europe. And for me, the great piece of news of the past 2 weeks is the fact that the situation seems to have stabilized in Ethiopia.
Yeah.
Ethiopian Airlines was the big success story of the African continent.
Yeah.
I think we're all very sad to see war coming back to this country. It looks like we're getting to
Fingers crossed.
to a better situation, and that should also put Ethiopian Airlines back on track, and Addis Ababa back on track as a key hub for reaching destinations in Africa.
Yeah. The African connectivity is a big issue, isn't it? And they still have problems with the liberalisation of airspace and all that stuff.
Yes, this is still like
which is causing the block.
Yes.
But maybe that'll change. Just one quick question before we move on. Are there any countries that still require you to have COVID certification? Or
Yes. All travel restrictions have not been lifted, meaning that there is still room for growth, for further growth.
Right. Okay. Thank you, Olivier, for time.
You're most
We're
welcome.
gonna come back to you. Okay. Other than that, what? Number one, perhaps you should explain your background and what you do.
Happy to. Morning, everyone. Delighted to be here. Thank you for having me. This is going to be a fun discussion because I love the way that if Olivier wields the microscope, I wield the telescope. So I'm going to start from a microscopic viewpoint, and then I'll give a big picture because that's my game. So if I take a blended global average, the first 6 months of 2021 to the first 6 months of 2022, and these are UN WTO figures, they all marry pretty much closely. So WTC, UN WTO, EU does their own numbers. We are nearly at 60% of where we were in 2019, so the pre-pandemic levels. Now obviously there are geographic and regional implications, like Olivier said quite rightly. In the Middle East, we are 76% led by Dubai and what's happening in Saudi Arabia, which is perhaps the fastest growing destination in the tourism world as we speak. Europe has done phenomenally well, and it's very closely interlinked. It's a +1 correlation with how soon the COVID restrictions were lifted in each of these cities, right? And Europe and Middle East were really top of the game with that. America is next, Africa thereafter. Now we have to be also careful of numbers, because it's easy to say APAC, Asia Pacific, has 6 months 2021 against 6 months 2022. It's a growth of 186%, but you're starting at a low base, so it's still 86% below the 2019 level. So numbers can be tricky. Read the data correctly, right?
They can be deceptive.
It can be totally deceptive. Air travel, international passenger numbers are booming, yes, but they're still 45% of what they were in 2019. Now, I'm not going to be the messiah of doom and gloom here. What I'm saying is, if the pandemic was a bit of an earthquake, you know how you feel the tectonic seismic shifts after the earthquake. So we had the pandemic, and then now we have so many problems with inflation, rising cost of living, energy cost, food security. So imagine an earthquake, and the little earthquakes are still going on, and it's not really stopped. And the thing that is different, and we've had earthquakes in the past. This is not new to the world. We've had the Second World War, the Asian crisis, the global financial crisis. We've had so many of these little or big earthquakes, so we know how to deal with it. But we have never been more intertwined or interconnected as a world as we are now. There is one person who gets COVID in the third largest port in China, which shuts down, and it's a supply chain crisis. There is one bad driver on the Suez Canal, and the guy in Italy is not able to ship his furniture. So we are living in a completely intertwined world, which is different. Number two, we've never been this financially leveraged. And number three, we've never been this carbon constrained. So if you add all of these things in the mix, it's actually exciting times.
Exciting. Now, is exciting a euphemism for not worrying, or what do you mean?
No, look, I'm irrationally optimistic because I think it's good to be having hope, and hope is the last thing to die anyway.
Okay, so that's what you, yeah.
But some things to be, I think we have tons of things to be optimistic about. You spoke about the jobs, right? Back in 2099, travel, tourism, and hospitality, as the number one employer in the world, was responsible for 326 million jobs. We are currently at 300, which is not, okay, we lost a lot of jobs, but we've made a good comeback. Next year, 2023, it's going to be 324. 2024, we're at 333 million. So we're getting there. Those who said we will get back to 2019 levels in 2023 have probably had to push it back by about 6 months.
Okay.
So we're not there probably at 2023, but we'll be there by 2024 for sure.
And in terms of looking forward and areas, destinations, regions that you think will prosper and perhaps others that will not do so well, what do you think?
So Middle East has really led the way in marketing right, messaging right, delivering right. Saudi Arabia
We should say that you're connected with Saudi Arabia.
very much so. And obviously, if you look at the numbers, they opened Hajj again, which is a massive number. Umrah is always happening, but Hajj opened, which is tremendous. Because of restrictions, people could not travel internationally. So the $150 billion that Saudis normally spent abroad remained in the country. And there was tons of domestic and regional demand, which Taleb said, build for your own people first, and the international tourists will follow. And that is, I think, a wonderful case in point where you actually don't even need international tourists because the domestic and regional demand is so high.
Let's look at Saudi Arabia, because obviously they are the big players in terms of creating infrastructure, I think it's $1 trillion, is that right? And will some of those projects come online, as it were, next year? So what's the projection for that?
So I'm biased, but the Red Sea Global Project goes live, doors open 1st of April 2023. Sustainability, which we started speaking about, I think it's a defeatist conversation, right? When I send my kids off to school, I don't tell them, go be less bad. That's sustainability. I tell them, go be good. And that is the transition from sustainability to regenerative travel and tourism, which is what Saudi Arabia is trying to do. It's a bit like another example. How's your marriage? It's sustainable, not so good, right? So let's stop talking about sustainability. We want to move away from sustainability to regenerative, which is what a lot of projects in Saudi Arabia is doing, I think, which is enormously encouraging. And like I really appreciate, Rajan, is leaders who are sticking their neck out. We've all heard the story of the hare and the tortoise, right? The turtle only wins when it sticks its neck out. So when we have critical mass of courageous leaders who stand up and say, I'm going to stick my neck out, this is the target, and I'm going to get there, I think that is making way for change. I think just what we need.
Okay, great. We'll come back to you, but I'm going to go to Ayman. Hello, Ayman, can you hear us okay? Can we get... Unfortunately, we can't hear you at the moment, but we're hoping we can fix that.
Hello.
Hello.
Do you hear me?
We can hear you.
Yeah, we will hear you.
Good. Thanks for being so patient, and thank you for joining us. Can I ask you first of all? We've got a delay, so we'll have to bear that in mind. Can I first ask you what exactly you do, that's what's useful for the audience, and how you create your projections for what happens in the future in travel and tourism?
Yeah, so I'm a strategic investment advisor where I advise many donors, advise development financial institutions, and to basically implement the converge, they have a little bit different numbers. So the IMF is expecting a growth of 3.2%, the OECD is 3%, tourism that is promising. In 23, there is a slowdown. It's not a recession, it's a slowdown. We talk about 2.7% from the IMF perspective in 2023. It's 2.25% from OECD. The World Bank is actually a little bit higher, is a little bit lower than 3%. Even investment banks, they kind of converge. Morgan Stanley is giving 2.9 and 3.5 between 22 and 23. Same for inflation, with the rise that we see in 2022. IMF is talking about 8.8% for 2022, which is dropping to 4.1% in 2024. Same for OECD, which is goes from 8.2 to 6.5. Too many numbers. I know I'm confusing you more than helping you, but the bottom line is basically there is a slowdown for growth, but there is a decrease of inflation. So the inflation story will be done, I think, in 24 months. We are going back to normal. The inflation story in the US and Europe came from the fact of printing money. It's in trillions of dollars that were printed. So people had money and they couldn't spend. And now they have the chance to spend. So that's good, information for treasuries. It's not coming from the wrong reasons, because many times inflation comes with a lot of firing and a lot of job losses, et cetera, which we are not seeing in the US. It's like at lowest level of unemployment. It's almost a full employment. It's around 5%. Full employment is around 5%. So we are not having the bad part of the labor. There's no crisis per se, because there is no layoffs, et cetera. People have money. They have to consume. They will be here. They're ready to consume. Now, the other main difference, which I want to, I don't want to be like the bad guy, but I just want to warn you a little bit. The difference between the 70s. So we're talking about stagflation. That's why we're covering the 70s. So it's a slow growth. So there's no growth and there's inflation. So we call stagnation plus inflation. Economists call this stagflation. And that's why they compare with the 70s with the Milton Friedman theory and the rise of the monetarists in the 70s. And that's the main comparison that we see. The main difference, the stagflation that we saw in the 70s and now, besides the origin, is actually the debt ratios. People forget that the US in the 70s has below 40% debt to GDP. It's more than 125% now. Even 2008 was like at the 60, 65. So we don't have that much caution on that side. So what I'm saying is, in terms of investment in general, and actually, it will be the same in tourism, because there is a huge part of the tourism which is a real estate investments. It's considered commercial real estate investment. We're going to have a lot of opportunities because of the super leverage in the economy. People have to restructure. So what we're going to see, I think, the trend in tourism is actually not building new hotels, but changing old hotels, because already of the over leverage. So we're going to change like the change of capacity. So you're going to have like healthcare hotels. You're going to have hotels that promote emotions and experience, and not the huge luxury hotels. We have the digital nomads now post-COVID, and they're looking for hotels for the long stay. People caring more and more about health. They want to go to hotels which are, that they have some healthcare facilities next by, et cetera, et cetera. So this is the trend that we're going to probably see, because also of what I'll just say of the debt crisis. There is a debt crisis worldwide, and not affecting emerging markets only, but affecting even countries like in the US. Now, the economies, the good news, I just want to have some good news here, is we are seeing in a macroeconomic level what we call a creative destruction. This is the theory that was done by Joseph Schumpeter, and we are not seeing only like the Keynesian theory. So this crisis actually is bringing some innovation that is actually can change the way how the world works, and how in particular the tourism works. We're going to see more, and I hope, if the countries and the governments do things right, they take advantage of the crisis to go more to green energy. This is the opportunity or ever. We saw how COVID, it's a joke that people is like, oh, what did you do? Did you go to be more digitalized, etc.? Oh, we did this and this now. It was a virus who made actually the whole world more digital. I mean, we're seeing the changes, even on the administration, how things became more digital. So if we can build on that and build on the green economy, these are opportunities for investments. Ecotourism will be more, will push forward, etc. It's not the numbers. I know that you're talking about the numbers, is the way how to create numbers that should be looked at for the next few years, because there is a slowdown of the economy, whether you like it or not. It's here, but you have to basically change the way. I mean, we're seeing the impact of Airbnb in the few years. People would like to go to smaller hotels now. People like to go to posadas in Latin America, to go to like boutique hotels. And that's part of the way how people think, because they work more remotely from home, and they're gonna say, okay, I'm gonna spend a month in that place, and it has to look like home. I'm not looking for a big hotel. So this is the change of how consumers, these digital nomads, are affecting the way how things are being for the next 24 months. I think I've been too long, huh? I don't know. Yeah. Yes.
Yes, okay, inflation. Yes, there is an issue in the whole world. But are there pockets of the world that you see as prospering in the future, that are actually doing better than other areas, and therefore are of interest in the next few years in terms of growth?
What I'm saying is, like, people are not having, I'm going to go back to the basic, are not having the inflation for the same reasons. So you will have different things. So definitely, definitely countries who are oil producers, they're going to take advantage of the period now of the world war. So these people actually, they have inflation because it's a global inflation, but it's overcome with the energy prices that they are exporting. So oil producers companies actually are taking advantage of this period. They took advantage of the 70s. I mean, people forget, before the 70s, the GCC's countries were nothing. And then it came, and then you have slowly Saudi Arabia, Dubai, etc. Dubai is a huge destination. It's going to be even bigger now. So those oil producers, that's one thing. The other thing is actually the countries who are doing the right transition to green economy, they will take advantage of this, because they basically, they're going to follow this new trend of people want to go more green. I mean, we saw what's happening, COP27, etc. What's going to be heard, and this goes down to what I'm saying, this creative destruction that was invented by Schumpeter, but we're living in creative destruction. What happens when there is a crisis? Old economy disappears and new economies happens because there are some innovations. So the old school, very strict countries with the burden administrative, they're not going to survive. You have to be quick, you have to be in agile mode, you have to issue things quicker. We're going to change that. So the rapid ones, Singapore is very rapid, even though it's not producer, so they're going to take advantage of this. Dubai is probably the most digital administration I've ever seen, much more than the US. You can do everything digital. They're taking advantage of that because they're not producing oil, Dubai, but they are very, you will have some Asian places where they have this adaptability and agility. They take advantage of that. So this is what we're going to see. Europe is going to be difficult. Europe is going to be difficult because Europe is testing its own union now. Because you have different countries with different macro level deficits and issues, and they can have a common policy. Europe has to increase its rate now. But if Europe increases its rates, you're going to kill Greek, you're going to kill Spain, you're going to kill Italy. And it's in their interest to increase the rates, but they're going to dismantle Europe. And that's why the US dollars went much stronger than the euro this year, because US is one country. It's the biggest test to Europe. If somehow they can't curb this, I'm thinking in the next 24 months, we might have some people quitting Europe, unless they find a way to basically being more close together, etc. I know if I answered the question, but yes.
You did. But what about Africa? We have a big African presence, particularly with Botswana today.
Yes.
What are the prospects for Africa?
What are the fast progressive? That's a very good question. There are two Africas, actually many Africas, but producers and actually the big companies, and there are the ones who are energy importers. So you're not going to have the same effect on this. On the short term, Africa.
Really sorry, I think we've lost the sound, have we? Hang on, I'm so sorry, I think we've lost your sound. We'll try and get it back. No, we've lost you. Luckily we
Hello?
You're back.
Do you hear me?
I can hear you now.
Do you hear me?
We can hear you now. Just continue with three you said there were three different Africas in a sense.
Yeah, I mean, there are multiple Africa because there are the energy producers, there are the soft commodities producers, and they are the net incomers. So what we're going to have is actually some of the countries who are energy producers are going to take advantage of this period and the crisis that's happening in Russia and Ukraine to boost that. And that's actually will give them enough money to invest somewhere else, and hopefully they do the right thing. Now, there are the increase of price of soft commodities also will give advantage to some of the countries. But some of the countries are net importers. They are importers even for milk, for chicken, for everything. And those, we will have a dislocation in their own economy. You will have the rich who's going to get richer because they are the importers, and the poor is going to get poorer. It's very, very important that the government do it right, in the sense that they need to keep this social unrest, because you're going to have in crisis like a huge divergence between the ones who have and the ones who don't have. I think for Africa, it is an opportunity. I think it is an opportunity to do the right thing. It is an opportunity for non-oil producers companies to go green. I mean, Africa has a lot of sun. Go on photovoltaic. It's an opportunity to go for digitalization and remove the burden of the administration. It's an opportunity actually to increase the agriculture. There's a lot of investments in agriculture. You can do agricultural tourism. People do apple picking in the US. You can do like mango picking. You can do, so you can change the whole, because people looking for experience. They want to go just to the beach or to see animals. They want to have the full experience, etc. It's a huge opportunity. It's a matter of governance. I started by saying inflation, inflation, inflation. I will finish for Africa by governance, 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 because it's an issue. And there is an African say that says, alone we go faster, but together we go further. And that's how it should be followed. I hope I didn't take most of the time. Yeah.
Things, because look, there are three kinds of people in the world. One is who go out and happen to things and make things happen. There's a second kind who watch what happened, and there is a third who wonder what happened. And tourism has found itself in a place where we've always played historically a passive role with what's happening around the world. And it's a very dangerous position to be in. And I want to bring inflation home, right? So it's not something happening in some part of the world which doesn't affect us. Let's talk about how it affects people. So we are unusual as an industry where we are serving a client who has a certain price elasticity built in and don't mind spending the dollars. But the people who are serving those clients are the people who are feeling the pinch of the inflation, right? The rising cost of living, the energy, the food insecurity, that's where it's hitting home. And if your people who are serving your main clientele are not happy, and as much as there is full employment, we have the great resignation. We have people quitting our industry in historic numbers. So there is a dichotomy built there. And what that means is we need wage rises, inflation, right? And we need wage rises across the board. In the way that we find ourselves as an industry, is it possible? I don't know. To what extent? It's not a straightforward answer. Going back to the second point.
Just fuels more inflation, as you say.
Correct.
And then we go onwards and onwards. But tourism in particular needs more labour, and that means we have to pay people more.
Exactly. And unless we cross that threshold of, we are one of the worst paid industries. I'm talking at the lower levels of hierarchy. Unless we cross that threshold, we don't have a way out, right? It's the same thing about climate change. Up until 2 years ago, climate change was an interesting debate one would have in the Western society with a glass in hand, a cocktail debate. Not anymore, right? I love the way the UN Secretary General yesterday opened COP by saying that we are on our way to climate hell and we've just put our foot on the accelerator. I thought that was brilliant. And look, climate change is happening around the world, but for us in tourism, it's not a matter of inconvenience. It's a matter of life and death. If there is no snow, there are no ski resorts. If the sea level rises by 1 meter in Jamaica, Caribbean, in the Vanilla Islands or any other parts of the world, it's existence or not, right? So it's life or death for us.
Because that's all possible,
yeah.
In terms of investment and future investment, is there going to be wariness, and this is really scary, wariness about investing in the kind of places that will be threatened by climate change?
I sincerely hope not, because I again say I'm very optimistic. So again, going back to, there is a danger that the entire value proposition of tourism as a sector is threatened because of climate change. So it's not a discussion we can afford to have on the sidelines anymore. And what I'm optimistic about is it's now front and center at COP. Wasn't until 2 years ago, right? Food security, nature, biodiversity has all become central discussions at COP, which is, I think, enormously encouraging. However, I have to qualify by saying I'm a bit of a skeptic when it comes to COP, because sometimes I think it's a bunch of middle-aged men in suits discussing where to put the comma colon and regurgitating thousands and thousands of pages of legal text. Having said that, it's still a very important forum because it's the only place where the biggest polluters in the world come together with the poorest countries on an equal footing.
What about aviation then? At COP, are they talking about that?
I'm sure, absolutely. I'm not privy. It's day 2. I will be following the discussions closely. Aviation is responsible for close to 6% of overall carbon emission. Construction, tech, data, there are other industries which are at the forefront. Let's talk about them all, right? And more importantly, let's come up with solutions, guys. I mean, one of the biggest problems about climate change, one of the biggest problems this hasn't succeeded the way it should, is we are still using the wrong language. This is not about a blame game. I say, let's make climate change sexy, and then we will see change on the ground.
Okay. And are there any questions from here in the room that anybody wants to ask? If not, go on.
I'd
yes.
be happy to just to comment on the inflation part of the discussion. Inflation is a fact. We've tried to understand the impact of inflation on booking behaviors, and so far the impact is relatively limited. It's really limited to specific countries where inflation has been particularly strong, such as the UK. Now, this said, there are other factors much more important than inflation slowing down booking rates in the UK.
Which are?
Which are problems on the supply chain for airlines and staff issues, organizational issues at airports. And when you combine all this, you realize that there is a bottleneck on the side of the travel industry, which makes it impossible for the pent-up demand that we've discussed earlier to fully translate into actual trips. So the staff shortages issue we were discussing and the interconnectivity of the economy is badly hurting the recovery of our sector, much more than inflation at the moment.
Right.
And I think it puts the ball on our court. If we really want to create new jobs for the industry, make sure that the industry is prosperous and that more and more people are benefiting from it, we really need to solve these issues, and extremely fast. That's the first thing. The second element I wanted to point out is
Olivier, it's about profit, but not at the cost of the planet, and that is possible. So it's not an either-or discussion. We want both.
Exactly. And we also want more people within the travel industry to benefit from travel recovery. I think it's essential. We really need to make the sector sexy, and we really need to make sure that local populations are benefiting from those travel flows making it to where they live, so that they see the interest, the positive value of tourism, which is, I truly believe, a force for good. One last word, because I can see that we're running short of time. A key change in terms of travel patterns over the past few months is the fact that the luxury segment is booming. We have the high end of the travel segment that is not only recovered but growing. People are taking more trips, they're staying longer, they're spending more money. Leisure. Yeah. And that means that economic recovery is happening faster than what volumes say. Right. The volumes of arrival. Yeah. This is something to take into account because I think there will be plenty of business opportunities in the future for businesses that will manage to position themselves in such a way that they'll be attractive to these businesses. Yeah. But for recovery to be sustainable, we need to have a wide diversity of profiles in terms of visitors. So not only luxury travelers, but all kinds of profiles, so that more and more businesses can make a living out of those travel flows.
Absolutely right. A very good point to end on. And the other thing is, value, not volume, is the mantra that everyone's talking about. Let's see how that translates into affordable tourism for the what you call, for the middle.
Affordable and resilient, because when you're not depending on one visitor profile only, you are much more resilient to any problem that might arise regarding this specific visitor profile.
This is fascinating. We haven't even talked about the kind of hotels that will be in the future. But thank you very much indeed. Ayman, thank you so much for joining us. Aradhana, thank you so much. Olivier, thank you very much indeed. And these guys will be, I suspect, around for a bit.
We are, very much so.
Harangue them about their views or whatever, or perhaps going further than 2025. In the meantime, thank you very much indeed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rajan. Thank you, Aradhana and Oliver and Mr. Ayman. Well, we now move to our next session, which will be the Investment Ministerial Panel, attracting investments in tourism through incentive and conducive policies to build sustainable destinations. And today we are very pleased to welcome moderator Emma Nelson, presenter and broadcaster with the BBC, and we'll be having an introduction first by our chairman, Dr. Talib Rifai. And while Dr. Talib is coming to this platform, I'd like to invite Emma to join us on the panel, on the stage, and also we're privileged to have the Honourable Edmund Bartlett, Minister of Tourism for Jamaica. Good morning, Minister. Would like to join us on the stage. Also invite His Excellency Naisi Chadi Chera, Minister of Tourism for Ethiopia. Right, some miking has to be done as well. And the Honourable Elena Coutura, Member of the European Parliament and former Minister of Tourism of Greece. We will be joined online by the Honourable Filda Kareng, the Minister of Tourism for Botswana and our principal sponsor for today, and in preparation for a conference we're organising on behalf of Botswana in the country in January. So, Dr. Talib, would you like to take the microphone for the introduction?
Get started now. Thank you so much, everybody, for being here, especially Minister Edmund Bacon. Edmund Bartlett, and Elena Contour from the European Union. Thank you so much for being with us. I will now give the floor to Ms. Emma. She will run the call.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rifai. I have a microphone, so if you want to just carry on with that one, I think you might be needing.
Yeah.
Does everybody have microphones?
Yes.
Is everybody comfortable? Sitting comfortably, then I'll begin. Thank you very much for your time, and thank you very much to the ITIC. We have about a sort of 45, 50-minute window, because we're going to try and keep it snappy this morning. And I do believe that London has well, the curse of London has bitten our minister from Ethiopia. I think traffic is holding them up at the moment, but as soon as we've got them, we'll pop them straight up on the stage. So let's get going. The purpose of this next panel is attracting investments in tourism through incentive and conducive policies to build sustainable destinations. So we've got a big amount of wide, deep thinking to do in not very much time. So let's just go back a little bit to where we had COVID, a time which arguably exposed a need for joined up thinking like no other. But it's at the moment when each nation had to very quickly take its own path, closing borders, etc. As we reopen, I wonder whether we're still living in a world where borders and barriers are very much in place. For example, if you travel to one country or another, Olivier, you were mentioning that you still have to wear a mask here, you still have to do that, you still have vaccination checks everywhere. We have lots and lots of different countries working in different ways. But we also have some challenges that we need to address. We have 160 million vacancies in hospitality that need to be filled. We have communities that need to directly benefit from investment and policies, and in order for the benefits of tourism to be reaped by all. So is there an opportunity here for a joint approach, I wonder? Can we have a common vision for tourism in certain areas? So may I begin with you, Mr. Rifai? Before we start looking at the solutions, let's try and identify what the problems are first. So tell me, when you look at joined up thinking in tourism, where do you think the biggest gaps are?
The biggest gap is in who we speak to, because we're speaking with each other only. So ITIC is important because it brings together the investment community, the financial community, and the tourism community. Now, we need to speak to each other, because otherwise we will be only talking to ourselves. That's the biggest challenge, I think.
How about you?
Well, I think the biggest challenge is to appreciate what has happened in real terms to tourism and travel as a result of the pandemic, or the entrepause as we call it. What has happened to the workers of the industry? What has happened to the suppliers of the industry? What has happened to the whole logistics of movement of goods and services? What has happened also to the economies of the recipient countries of tourism and the source markets? So it's an analysis that needs to be done. It's a review that is impatient of time to give an empirical base on which action can now flow. And I think that the period of uncertainty that we have endured, and in fact it's still happening, it's still great uncertainties out there. Navigating those uncertainties is the challenge. The real big challenge is how do we continue perhaps the iterative methods that have enabled us to journey through the pandemic and to reach where we are. But to recognize also that in the face of all of this, the recovery has not been linear. It's an asymmetric recovery, and the care has to be understanding that the disruptions that can flow from this recovery could be worse than the disruptions from the pandemic itself.
So what do you remember the disruptions could be worth developing?
Well, I think the biggest elephant in the room is the supply chain disruptions that we've talked about in so many ways. But we narrow it down because we have to look at some of the more micro elements of it. And one of the areas is the human capital disruptions. To remember that in 2019, we employed 10.3% of the global workforce. And that was a little over 400 million people. And that we lost some 62 million people in the process. We must remember too that we represented about 10.5% of global GDP. And we are now at 6% of GDP. So we've lost 4% during that period. That's a huge disruption. To bear in mind also that some of the more tourism dependent regions and countries of the world had employment dependency levels of up to 89%. Aruba in the Caribbean, 89% of the workers are from tourism. New Zealand was between 20 and 25% of the workers. So that's huge. To consider what has happened to those. To consider also that more than 60% of the workers of tourism today are women. And the critical role that women play in the household, in the leadership of the household, and the resources that have been disrupted as a result of that. So I think that these are the considerations that have to be brought into the mix now as we seek to reinvent, if not reset, some people say, but recover for sure, and to recover stronger and better.
By one, thank you for that. I now take a leap of technological faith, and I say that I think we can be joined by Phil Nanikaring, Minister of Environment and Tourism in Botswana, online. Do we have? Or try and get them in the meantime. One thing I want to suggest to you, no, we do. Might have to hang on. We'll just be patient, and then if you could possibly bear with us with this one. So let's bring you in. The European Union prides itself on being borderless in so many ways. Free movement of people, services, goods, etc. We have this interesting thing, though, that we are talking about today about barriers in tourism. So what barriers have you spotted and gaps?
Well, the European Parliament was always faster than the European Commission. That's the truth. We did a lot of resolution when the pandemic hit all over the world, especially the sector. The sector of travel and tourism was hit in the hardest way because everything blocked down, people couldn't travel. And as a European Parliament, we actually introduced restrictions and measures very fast that will protect destinations, the passengers. European Commission delayed to put these restrictions. This was one issue. The sector was hit very, very hard. And the problem is that, for me, the challenge to keep alive all the small, medium enterprises. Why? Because most of them, they suffer for a long time, and the crisis, the economic crisis, they couldn't survive, or they have a lot of debts, or they have a lot of loans. So this is one of the most important things, because if you think that is the 90% of the sector, right? And as my friend here, which I admire very much actually, because he's the one that he has the resilience and the, how can I say, and the sustainable center that he actually got all Caribbeans 2017 to get out of this climate huge issue, if you remember the hurricanes and everything. And he knows exactly what big crisis can do in tourism. He was even ready when this happened. And that's why we and Mr. Taleb Rifai in a big, how can I say, we gave him with all our hearts, the award of the Best Minister of Tourism of 2018. We should not forget about those things. And I'm saying that because if we have people like him in tourism, we can do so many things and we can change so many things. So as being a Minister of Tourism of Greece for long enough, I saw how lonely you can feel if you don't have the support. So 89 to 90% is the small, medium enterprises that they have to survive. This is one thing. And the second thing is to have funding. So the European Parliament asked from the European Commission in the Next Generation EU program and the recovery plan to make sure that all the member states, they will give a lot of money to be able to survive the small, medium enterprises. Another thing that was very important is, as Dr. Rifai mentioned before, the how can I say, the economic and the social sustainability, because all the communities, they have to survive, and they're not all the communities very popular. So even now that the investments start, the tourism start running, of course, as was mentioned before, much less than 2019, that was really the year of the big success of tourism. It's much less, but still started. So we hope next year will be better and the year after be better. We need to support all the new destinations, local communities, not only the popular ones. And unfortunately, with the crisis, and this is a huge challenge, and I'm closing with this, it's the energy crisis. The tickets will go up, the hotels, the prices will go up, the inflation, the raised cost of living, everything is a big challenge for the people that they want to travel. And they want to travel because they felt very suffocated after the lockdown of pandemic, and they want to continue, live their lives. So, but also nobody has to be outside. Everybody has to be included. No one has to be left alone. This is another thing. So everything is connected for this recovery.
Mm-hmm. We have quite a to-do list. Thank you very much indeed for that, Eleanor. Let's go to Botswana. I think I have spotted the Honourable Filda Caring, Minister of Environment and Tourism in Botswana. A very good morning to you. Thank you so much for joining us. Can you hear us? Not at the moment. If we could try and sort that out.
Thank you so much. I'm in Sharm el-Sheikh, Egypt, and it's a little bit of a challenge for connection. Please bear with me if my voice and pictures don't come out clearly. I'm on my gadget now, but I'm here with you, and hello everyone. I wish I was there, but unfortunately I've had to lead the president in the climate change response conference here, so I'm stuck in Egypt for now.
Being stuck in, thank you so much for your time as a result and the effort that you're going to. I think there's a little delay on the line, so we'll try and leave a little gap before we hear each other speak. But Minister, we were talking about the gaps in joined up thinking. This is a session about incentives and conducive policies to build sustainable destinations. From your point of view, what are the big gaps when it comes to countries talking to each other and making sure that the investment encourages joined up thinking?
Joined up thinking has for some time been constrained by lack of harmony, between different countries, different nation states, even neighboring states, to agree on priorities and being not at the same level in terms of policy development, policy review, and transformational strategies, especially as we recover from COVID-19. We see different paces in terms of priorities, in terms of mainstreaming tourism in the economic sector, and treating tourism as a key economic sector where it should be prioritized, where it should be well resourced, and where there should be connectivity. Because talking about tourism, destination, you're also talking talking about, sharing of, tourist sites like rivers, like, the Okavango Delta, if I may give an example, like, biodiversity resources. And if we can't agree in terms of one, the priorities, two, resourcing and harmonizing on our strategies, and actually agreeing on how to best build from within, but also building within the blocks, then we are missing, something that can help us actually as we build from nation to sub-region to continental and then to global, branding of tourism destinations. It takes the leadership agreeing on prioritizing tourism and, agreeing on prioritizing resources for tourism recovery, and building skills and sharing skills and harmonizing, so that with the limited skills, at least we can be able to access the support that we need. So we miss that connectivity in terms of agreeing strategically and being at par together and at the same level. Some countries are yet to do revised tourism policies. Botswana, during COVID-19, we started working on a new policy that is going to respond to shocks and build a resilient sector. So we have to be together, and at the same pace. I think that's what's missing now.
Thank you very much indeed for that. I like the tone and the kind of the energy to the words that we're getting together, to connectivity. But we do have a big to-do list, so let's have a look at them one by one. If I can begin with you, Minister. Eben, you wanted to talk about staff, people. How hard is it to make sure that when you are getting people back into tourism, that they are, A, the right kind of people, so they are going to be, their skills are suited for the job, but also that you can make sure that you can draw from a bigger pool. You don't just have to look locally. You can bring in the right people from anywhere, because that arguably would be an enormous help if you are struggling to fill jobs.
Right. I think one of the first things that we have to look at is perhaps just to cast back our eyes on what the labor market situation is in tourism. Now, unfortunately, because we are really a confluence of moving parts, it's sometimes difficult for us to structure and understand that there are perhaps areas that you could classify workers, that you could then develop a training program with curriculum to deal with these classification, and then to develop a whole program, like a system around it, if you will, so that we be able to say how to remunerate, for example, the workers, and the type of social environment that is needed to be created for them to facilitate a seamless movement of people within the space, but more importantly, a sense of belonging to an industry that is meaningful and that cares about them. So this morning, I met with a team, a diverse group, and we were looking at structuring something about developing a global charter to guide the whole employment situation. What is decent work in tourism? We have over time been characterized by casual employment, seasonal work. So job security has been an issue with us. Then the issue of remuneration, which is a big issue, because we don't have a specific way of doing it. We each do it as it relates to our business models. And then we have the question of what type of social safety net do we provide for the industry. In Jamaica, we've had situations where people have worked 45, 50 years. They're old and tired and can't retire. Because if they do, they will go into penury because there was no social safety net. I created an insurance policy for a pension program for the insurance, for the industry. And this was a unique development, which I think is the first in the world, where by legislation, I created a contributory pension scheme where the worker and the employer contributes. But it's all workers of the entire tourism spectrum. It's not just hotel workers or restaurants or attraction. Everyone who interfaces and works with the tourism is eligible. And then we created a group that we call the augmented contributor. And that is those who were 59 years old and would have only 6 years of contribution to retirement at age 65. That they would get a pension that was equal to that of a person who started out at age 18. The government of Jamaica put 1 billion Jamaican dollars. Might not be a lot when we translate to US, but it means a lot at home. But that $1 billion seeded the fund. Today, because of the pandemic, the scheme didn't start until February of this year. And in 7 months, that fund has accreted 300 million Jamaican dollars, and we have 7,000 members. Now, what that does is to give a sense of meaning to working with tourism. It says, we care for you, but also that we care about what happened to you after your productive years have passed. So that's a Jamaican scenario, but it's not everywhere. But that we would like to have everywhere, because it's the kind of thing that we think the industry needs to embrace in this new moment as we seek to reinvent ourselves.
And I can see that Edmund is looking right at you when he said that. So Dr. Rifai, we have a system that we've got in place in Jamaica, but you need a few elements in place for that, don't you? You need someone like this gentleman here to hold industry's feet to the fire and say, we need to do this. You need governmental incentive. We also need the private sector to say, yes, we will contribute as well. And arguably, tourism was one of those sectors. Well, if you just look at how many workers were let go during the pandemic, that the speed at which workers were shed suggested that there's actually a bit of a mistrust, a bit of trust to be rebuilt now in the private sector, isn't there? So tell me how we get that to go everywhere.
Okay. What's happened in Jamaica is an ideal story, really, because it can be imitated in other places. But the fact that workers are being dismissed now, in accordance to COVID, especially airlines. You know, some of the problem of the airlines now is that they have lost some of their workers, and they can't have the entire capacity of the airlines being installed. So you have many flights that are cancelled now, many flights that are postponed. That's important, because if the workers don't secure their jobs, they will never ever be productive in their giving. And to secure a job, you need to do the issue of social security, as Minister Bartlett said, in terms of decent work. So social security is very important, but more important also is the fact that you cannot dismiss anybody now only because he is lacking some of the privileges that they had before. And lack of the privileges is a very important factor. Now, how does that translate into outside things? It's the governments. The governments have to start first by implementing these measures, the social security measures and safety in the job you have. Because if you don't have the safety in the job, you never get anywhere. Now, Mr. Bartlett was talking about people that are 59 and above. Now, what about people that are working already now? They need to have security in work. They can't continue like this. And this work security is tied to and connected to government action. Unfortunately, during COVID, we had governments that did not coordinate together their actions. So governments working together are very important. Now, Elena spoke about the European Union, for example. European Union was not unified enough because you had many governments that took decisions and measures that are related to travel, the affected travel, that are different from one another. Now, tourism brings one group of people from one place to another. If these two places are not similar in their systems, they will not be
there will not be tourism charter.
Can I add something on that? Because it's very important. As I said before, we ask for the recovery plan, which the member states take, and they do a national recovery plan. Where do they put the money? We ask Commissioner Breton to give a direction, 20% to be on the tourism sector. Why? Because the tourism sector, as the minister mentioned, is the driving force for other sectors. Like, for example, Greece and Jamaica, they have huge GDP living from tourism. So there is culture, there is entertainment, there is restaurants. It's the whole hospitality sector that benefits from tourism. So all the workers, and this is so important, especially in the red season, they have not even one day off. They work very hard, and sometimes they work 12, 16, 18 hours, and I'm not joking because in Greece I can see that. So the public sector has to work together with the private sector, not only for the security, but also for the seasonal time of working, because if a worker works 6 months, then he goes to unemployment, which is something like not even 1/3 of his salary, just to survive for the next 6 months till he gets back his work. And as Mr. Taleb Rifai mentioned, what happened with all these people that they lost their jobs or they left the job that they had during COVID because they had to survive somehow. It's very important to say that this phenomenon of great resignation create a huge chaos between the countries and the traveling, and also in the same country, because, and that's why we asked this money, they should go also for the workforce, for upskilling and reskilling, because of course you can find people, but if they have no experience, they cannot serve well. And you know, human forces is the most important for a destination. When the visitors are going there, they need to be happy. And for them to be happy, the workers, they should be happy. And they should get paid well so they can survive, they can provide to their family, and not worry that after a month, I'm going to be unemployed. So it's a huge issue. That's why in this next generation EU, the Parliament asked, and also the recovery plan, all the member states, and this of course should happen to all over the world, but I'm talking about European Union because we know the needs, everybody to consider and change the rules about the workforce. They should get paid better, they should get work enough not to exhaust themselves, and they should remain in this sector through the year somehow if we want to provide a good service and have a hospitality that, you know, can be competitive with other countries.
I think Spain might be doing something a little bit like this. From what I heard, I could be wrong, that they are making sure that if you work in a hotel, you're paid for the entire year. You work for the time it's open, but your salary is maintained.
The government, that's why I said we have to work with the private sector. The government has to give incentives to the private sector to make sure that they will do this program for the workforce.
Yes. So if I'm,
go for it.
because I think this is where the charter would come in, where it's not one glove fitting all, but it's a broad framework that will give guidance as to how we behave in the work environment. What's the responsibility of the worker to the employer? What's the responsibility of the government in all of this? And so the whole idea that it is an ecosystem that has to be created with a number of key players and partners. And if we could, in this whole idea of reinventing, create some support, some intellectual support for the industry to guide it in terms of developing these labor market arrangements, I think we will be well away to making the industry more attractive, and to use a frame I think that my friend Adrana used this morning, makes it more sexy and more appealing, because, team, the hard cold facts are there are still 44 million people who left the industry who have not seen it fit to come back. And that 44 million could be a huge portion of the critical asset of the industry, the historic memory of the industry, with great values that we've lost. So we have that to contend with, but the next key thing that we have to contend with is the new players, because we have to be attractive. It's a new industry that is emerging. It's a new demographic that's emerging. We're talking about Generation Zers now, and I thought about Generation COVID, Generation C, I call them. It's a whole brand new set of psychographic profiles that are emerging in the market that we have to respond to. And then there's technology, which is redefining the way that experiences are now determined, created, defined. What are the new skill sets that are now going to be required to respond to these critical changes in the sector? So it's for us not a quiet moment, it's a very active moment where our minds have to really get going at ITIC pace to create and invent and innovate and to adapt and pivot. And that's how we're going to recover well, is if we have built in that capacity to innovate, to adapt, pivot.
I think we can still get the line up from, forgive me, I'm going to get the Botswana point of view while we actually have a connection. I'm sort of seizing an opportunity here. Let's join you once again, Minister. Thank you for sticking with us on the line from Sharm el-Sheikh. But one word that comes up quite a lot in this is community. And the fact that we're trying to attract investment into countries so that new thriving tourism locations can grow and grow and grow. But when you have an enormous hotel chain that lands in a very beautiful place, yes, you have local people coming in and serving and helping and maintaining that, that hotel, but quite a lot of the money doesn't stay in the community. So, Minister, from the Botswanan point of view, how can you attract lots and lots of investment, but make sure that it stays in Botswana?
All right, before I get there, if you allow me just have a minute to comment on the labor issues and skills development within the tourism industry. I think I really agree with the ministers that it's important for us to come up with labor-related policies and the programs that can help us actually to build the capacities and the skills. But for us in Botswana, we are also working on a tripartite agreement with the private sector operators in the tourism industry and the trade unions to domesticate the decent work program of ILO, so that we also have
I think we might have to
interventions. The situation here helped us, like fellow minister has said, capacitated through their many years of retire to become successful and able tourism operators.
I hate to interrupt, but I think we might have to abandon the line a little bit to Sharm el-Sheikh.
That has been working in that throughout their service to later on,
which is a great shame, because she'd launched into something rather brilliant about joint perspectives and joint initiatives. Let's talk about community for a moment. We'll do the joint perspectives if we get it back. How do you make sure that you can attract investment,
I get
your point,
and
keep it in the country?
The investment itself must connect itself to the surrounding communities. They should buy their food from these communities. So the community would respond by creating their own self-employment. They should buy food. They should buy all their needs from the community. That's not just for tourism, for any project that's invested. And it's not enough to create jobs for these people and bring them to you. You have to help them create their own jobs. That's the only way that it will work. And the tourism sector, unfortunately, when a big hotel is built in a poor community, I know that in India, for example, there was a big revolt against one of the hotels, one of the famous hotels in the south of India, because the people there felt that this hotel is taking away all of their resources and selling it to others. So it's very important that the local community feels that anybody that comes to this hotel comes to them.
So how do we build an inclusive, a conducive and incentive policy to make people invest just enough and take out just enough so that everybody gets a fair share of the pie?
Okay, that's the government policies.
Yeah.
Government policies have to be geared into that direction. And what we heard from Minister Bartlett is very important, because the minister is representing a sector in a country that's so dependent on tourism. So if the governments don't act in the right way, everything will be lost, definitely.
What are your thoughts on that?
Well, I totally agree. The governments, they have to take decisions, first of all, to make the community survive. I used to be a minister, so I speak with two hats, because as I said before, I felt so alone. The Ministry of Tourism is such a productive ministry, brings a lot of money and brings a lot of cash in a short period of time. And there are a lot of sectors depending from tourism. So for the community to get advantage, if we think that only the 10% are hotels and the 90% are small, medium enterprises and family business, they have to have incentives. So this is a government decision. Why? Because, for example, my country, Greece, takes the recovery plan, makes a national plan, and leaves all the small, medium enterprises outside. Why? Because they don't have the requires for getting subsidies and loans. 4 out of 100 enterprises, only they can get the money to develop and become better. So it's totally government choice. And it's very important to say that in order to have investments, I know as a Minister of Tourism, but also as a member of the European Parliament, that to make investments in destinations that they're important, first of all, you need to have safety. The second thing that you have to have is the possibility to invest in different kind of touristic opportunities. And the third thing, which is very important also for big investments, is the stability and the clarity. If there is a lot of bureaucracy, if there is a lot of obstacles to be able to invest in a country, then it's something that the big investors, they will think about and they will leave. So you have to make the structure and the guidelines and everything to work in the benefit of the investors. So this is more or less.
Thank you. Good news. I think we have our Minister from Botswana back on the line. Unfortunately, we can't see her, but we're going to hear her. Minister, can you hear us? We tried. We'll try and get her back if we
so
can.
Perhaps I can chip
Yes,
in
of course.
here, because I think that
I can hear, but it looks like
okay.
I can't be heard myself, so I don't know how it will work. I tried to type some of my points on the chat.
If we can, we will try. Minister,
Yes.
we can hear you. There's a little bit of a delay on the line, but if you just tell us what you need to tell us, and if we can hear you, it will be a wonderful thing.
I wanted to say that in Botswana, with the new policy and the reset agenda, we are actually opening up for what you call value chains in tourism. In the value chains, a hotel that is receiving clients will be working with the communities to procure some of the things that they need from the local suppliers in a formalized manner, like transportation, like the baskets and crafts, like music and food, so that these are provided by the communities around. When we have an event, a conference, in that hotel, we provide space for small and medium scale enterprises to display and sell their products. We also devolve transportation and catering and decoration and other services that are needed for that event to local suppliers, which are mainly young people and women and community-based operations. So we ensure that we don't concentrate all the services to one operator, but we can unpack it for others through our research agenda. That is what makes us to be able to provide opportunities for everyone.
Thank you very much indeed for that. I think we've got a very good shopping list there. One thing I want to come back to you, Minister, is these are all good ideas. However, we're facing another economic crisis. Do we have time to do this?
That's a good question. But what's the other question? Can we afford not to do it? And therefore, the time to do it has to be now. And so, yes, we have time to do it. One of the things about us human beings is the capacity to adapt and to think and to innovate and to find answers. If we don't, then we will be extinct. So we are driven by that reality that we must find answers. And the pandemic showed us that even when an event that became as potentially existential as the pandemic, never before the entire world was enveloped in a single action event situation. We found answers. We then drew on our science and data. We found answers through iterations, but we found answers. So we will find answers, and we have to find them now. And I think that one of the big areas that we need to examine is how we invest. What is the new investment climate that has now to be created? What is this post-pandemic recovery period demanding of us and our investment? Is the investment for the investors alone, or is this now investment for, as Dr. Rafai says, the communities? Is it our investment? The issues of ESG, does that mean anything? Do we look at the environment and the social impact of our investments? We have been talking about that in ours. I have in Jamaica, and I like to give examples, because we're now looking at about 15,000 new rooms that are coming on investment between now and 2027. Next year alone, we'll bring in 3,000. But what that means is that you're going to need 20,000 more workers. What that means is that you're going to need housing accommodation for workers, because otherwise you're going to have an overrun in communities with carrying capacity issues, and then social disorder, instability, crime, and other antisocial action. So the thinking of investment has to embrace all of that. How do we enable investment to be holistic, that brings into play the social and economic realities of the communities around which the investment? And I think that that is the new order that must define how investments move.
Dr. Rafai, who takes the lead on all this? Because we have good ideas flowing in. We've heard quite a few in the last 45 minutes, things that we could probably all take back to our respective homes and think about putting in place. But is it here, is it the ITIC, is it the UNWTO, is it the WHO talking about safety and COVID regulations?
What the Minister said is very important, because what the Minister said is that governments are responsible for creating the environment. It's the environment that is important. This environment has to do with many things. It has to do first with the rights of these workers, but also has to do with the community at large. For example, if a hotel is an all-inclusive hotel, that limits the number of action that these hoteliers can make towards the community. And the government has to create the system that would help and encourage these investors to take more out of the local community. And they can do that. They can do that by creating a tax system or an incentive system that helps and promotes that concept. That's very important.
We have just a couple of moments. So let me ask, does anybody have a question that they want to raise? Oh, here we go. Right, okay. If you could be brief for obvious reasons, thank you. If you'd like to introduce yourself, tell us, and stand up and ask the question. Is there a microphone? Or if you could just shout.
My name is Benjamin Carey. I'm working on tourism plans in a number of countries in the Global South. All new tourism investments involve climate adaptation. In Sharm el-Sheikh, COP27, there's a lot of discussion about a just transition to net zero, and we talk finance and loss and damage. I'm particularly interested in those destinations in the Global South. Should loss financing for loss and damage be used to develop sustainable tourism infrastructure as part of the development of the
Who's that question directed to? Is it anybody?
I mean, the Botswana, Jamaica.
Should we try Botswana, or are we risking a 1 kilo? Can you hear us in Sharm el-Sheikh, Minister?
I saw the gentleman asking a question that I didn't hear.
Ah, right. Okay, maybe we.
Okay,
skip
so
straight to
the
you.
L&D issue is a big issue, and I think that some would try to cause a guilt trip here and there by putting the onus on, the big boys. Or in tourism, it's all of us. It's a shared responsibility, because 1.4 billion of us flew across the world in 2019, for example, and more will. And we all utilize elements of the carbon creating the emissions that causes the issues of climate change that we're discussing. So the focus must be on how do each of us have a chance to put back. How do we pay our way to enable a sustainable world and to create capacity for resilience building in the destinations? We in the South like to say that, yes, we are the victims, and perhaps we are. But within the space of the South is the real destination for tourism. That's where the source markets go. They come to us. So when they're with us, they pay for the food they eat, yes? Because we're a highly consumption-driven industry. In fact, the propensity to consume tourism is 3 to 5 times that of the recipient country. And so if you have a meal, what's the cost of that meal? Not just what is put on your bill. It's the environmental cost too that is there. If you imported the meat, where does it come from? How far did it move? What was the emission, the carbon emission for the airplane that brought it, or the ship that brought it into the place, et cetera, et cetera. So we can apply a tip, an environmental tip, or in my books, we call it a resilience tip. And that tip, which would be 1% or 2% or 3% or whatever, goes into a fund which then goes back for mitigation and adaptation and resilience building in the destination. So separate and apart from the contribution that has to be made by the large users, as we know that, there is also the contribution that can be made by all of us who are part of the industry.
Thank you for that, and thank you very much for your question. There's a gentleman who had his hand raised at the end. I think that might be the last question. We'll pass the microphone to him. Thank you. You just introduce yourself and tell us what your question is and who you're directing it to.
Oh, thank you. My name is Maurice Kusotera. I'm from Polar Plus Healthcare Limited here in the UK, and also African Tourism Showcase. So I'd like to thank, firstly, I would like to thank Dr. Talib Rifai for supporting us with the initiative of the African Tourism Showcase, which we created. And he has been there for us twice as a guest of honor and 6 times as an attendee for our sessions. The second thing is the points that were raised this morning are of interest. And Honorable Minister, you spoke about the issue of a healthy workforce, because a healthy workforce is a wealthy workforce, which we have seen in the pandemic, that people who are healthy will go and visit and be happy. So we are advocating for healthy tourism, for health investment, or tourism or investment in health, within various facilities. So my question is, how can we help, or how can we make it that our African governments in Africa invest a lot in defense or in other facilities instead of health? How can we really push forward for universal health care, which we have seen that, which is funded centrally by governments, for for free access of healthcare, because that is the fundamental point. Like Honorable Minister, you have mentioned about pensions, security, and the well-being of the workforce. And how can we take this to Africa? That is the question. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your question. This has suddenly become rather lively. So, Eleanor, do you want to take a look at that? Because obviously, as a representative in a group of 27 member states, you have a certain amount of budget, you have priorities. What would your response to that gentleman?
Well, I totally agree that health is much more important, but also security is very important. So each country make her choices. It depends how many friends has and how many enemies has. So I cannot say that is the same for everybody. For example, Greece has a neighbor that is not that friendly and attacks all the time. So we must be verbally attacks. So we have to be ready and have a good defense system. But of course, we cannot avoid to have a good, healthy system. So the government takes a decision. Now, a country like Germany maybe invest much more, used to invest much more in health issues, but now, and not in defense, but this year, what is happening in Ukraine and Russia, you see, spent more, I think, 200 million in defense. So it depends. I totally agree that the core of our policies should be people. So health, it's very important, but also security, it's very important. So each country, I think, depends on their needs. And unfortunately, I want to close with this war that is happening right now and creates also huge problems all over the world, not only in Europe, with the energy crisis. Show us that we have to have a balance, not only as a European Parliament or European Union, but also all over the world, global balances, because what is most important really? The human life and security, or goods?
Thank you very much indeed for that. I think we've run out of time. So thank you so much to my panel, to the Honourable Evelyn Bartlett, Minister of Tourism from Jamaica, thank you. Phil Denani Karang on the line from Sharm el Sheikh, if you can still hear us, heartfelt thanks to you and your sterling efforts. Elena Kuntura, Member of the European Parliament, and also Dr. Talib Rifai. Thank you so much for your time. I think that brings us to the end of the session.
Thank you so much.
We have scheduled a brief break. but in the interests of time and catching up, and also the fact that we have Minister Kareng remaining online for her interview with Rajan Datta. For those who are desperate for a coffee or a glass of water, we have refreshments outside, and you're very welcome to go one by one if you wish to get some coffee and come back straight into the room. Unfortunately, today is a very difficult day with strikes and disruptions on the motorways, and it's causing traffic jams in the city, and it has held up quite a few people, including some of our speakers. But nevertheless, we continue, and we are actually live broadcasting, so we're very happy to welcome all those who are watching online, and we hope that you're enjoying the proceedings and can either stay with us full time or dip in and out as you wish. And ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for bearing with us. And I'd now like to invite Rajan Datta, BBC presenter, to the stage to conduct the interview with Her Excellency Philda Kareng. And the discussion will be on the emerging destination, Discover the Vision of Botswana Tourism. And we're very proud to have Botswana as our principal sponsor. Thank you very much, Rajan.
Hello, Minister Kareng. Can you hear me all right?
Hello.
Good. Thanks for hanging around. If we have...
Yeah, I hope I'll not be disrupted. It's very difficult this side to connect.
Okay. Can we have her volume up a bit, please? I can't really hear her very clearly. If we just keep the noise down in the room, everyone? Okay, sorry, right, Minister Kareng, can you hear me? No, you've frozen. I think the best thing is to go to audio only, because that worked better before. So, Minister, if it's okay with you, we're just going to get a very nice photograph of you. Anyway, just reassure me that you can hear me now.
No. Ish.
Can you hear me, Minister? I could... Okay, Minister, could you stop your video and just go on to audio? She's dropped off completely. Okay. I think in that case, we will probably take a quick 5-minute break until we get the Minister back online, sort that out. So if you want to get that coffee that you so patiently didn't get just now, go and do it.
Ladies and gentlemen, I understand that we need to take a break because the line to Sharm el-Sheikh has gone down. So please do enjoy some coffee, tea and water, and we'll get back to the Minister as soon as we can.
Hello.
Thank you. Can we have silence? Thanks. Minister, can you hear me now? Just double checking before I proceed. Sound too. Oh, I can hear me. Minister, can you hear me now? Is she gone again? She's gone. Okay. Well, Paul, if we have the panelists ready for the next session, maybe we should go straight to that. Oh, she's back. This is going to be fun, isn't it? Don't come back. Come back. Hello, Minister.
Yes, I'm back. Sorry.
You're back. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. We have a delay, but we're just going to try and cope with that for a second. Let me just introduce the Minister a little bit to you, both online and here in the audience. Minister Kureng is the Minister of Environment, Natural Resources, Conservation and Tourism for Botswana, and she's recently been acknowledged as one of Africa's Tourism Board's key leaders for her close work with rural communities to identify, plan and manage ecotourism projects. So she knows very much about what it means to be involved in sustainability when it comes to tourism. Let's just get a quick background on Botswana. Now, obviously, maybe you know that Botswana has in the past and still, in terms of income, relied on diamonds and mining as being a major source, but it now wants tourism to not only increase foreign exchange earnings and government revenues, but to also ensure the sustainable development of the country while promoting inclusive growth and generating jobs. And the country also encourages and prides itself, I think, on consultations between the stakeholders for a countrywide development which is beneficial to all. So, Minister, can you please tell us first, what is the action plan for Botswana to develop its tourism industry in the coming years?
The action plan is actually operationalizing the revised tourism policy that was developed and was passed by Parliament last year, which drew some lessons from COVID-19 and ensured that we could build a resilient tourism sector, a sustainable one that citizen participation is prioritized, where marketing and promotion of destination Botswana is enhanced, where capacities are enhanced as well, and where competitiveness is driven. One that embeds or infuses sustainability and balances with other economic sectors, which are required now to actually mainstream tourism in whatever that we do. Operationalizing this policy through strategies focus on citizen participation as one of the main objectives, where we open up tourism opportunities for the citizens and facilitate support of government for citizens to get skills through joint venture partnerships with investors that they can be part of this sector. We also opening up tourism value chains as part of the government's reset agenda, in which we unpack different business and job opportunities within tourism operations, so that we no longer have hotels that procure from outside the country, if I may say, or procure within themselves without giving citizens opportunities to supply the services and products that are used within the industry. To give an example, when we drive incentives, conferences and events, we actually unlock for citizens to come and be service providers, from transport to food to cultural activities that are part of the program, and also decoration and venue setups and so forth. So we also diversifying through this policy and strategy tourism away from the mainstream wildlife-based product and encompassing new products, because we realized that the tourists that emerges from COVID-19 COVID-19, once more experience, they want to actually heal from hard lockdowns. So we want to provide for them. We've started already diversifying into cultural activities, we're diversifying into food. We are marketing our Botswana beef, which is the best beef in the world, and cultural dances and, activities away from, the main.
Tantalizing. Has she gone again? We got the general idea. I'll just say something quickly, which is that I was in Botswana in 2016, and that was the year that they celebrated their 50th anniversary of independence. And I saw a country there that had gone from relative poverty, really, to relative prosperity. I mean, this is a country that has made a remarkable journey in that time. And I was impressed even then with its wildlife preservation policies. Botswana, in many ways, has become, and we discussed this yesterday, has become a haven for other countries' wildlife. Elephants, rhinos, all those animals, the big five, all that we call them, they come in, and Botswana makes sure that they are protected within the country. They've got very good policies like that. There was one point where there were only 4 rhinos left in the whole country, and now it's a thriving population. And there's always the issue of poaching, which I know, again, people in Botswana have had to deal with. But I was also interested, and I hope that the Minister will come back, for example, they've got some of the oldest communities on the planet in Botswana. I'm talking about the San Bush people, and we visited them, and we saw the rock art that goes back thousands of years, and it's interesting to see how much they will become. I was going to ask the Minister how much they will become stakeholders in the future too. Agriculture, huge part of Botswana environment, and what again will be interesting, and I think that was being alluded to, and we are having a panel, by the way, later on with just Botswana looking in terms of investment, but in terms of agriculture, what about agritourism? Again, I suspect that is something that is very much on the minds of the people and the government of Botswana. But these are all factors that I think will help this country. It's got I'm answering my own questions here, but it's got competition, because there are other countries in the area that provide amazing wildlife tourism. I'm thinking about Uganda, the Great Lakes. I'm thinking about Kenya, and so it's why choose Botswana rather than other countries? Again, we'll hopefully, if we don't find out now, we'll find out on the panel later. I think I've talked the talk when it comes to. Do you want to know anything else about my trip to Botswana? Okavango Delta, recommend that. Poling, where they have this kind of canoeing boats, and you go along there, and that's something that does involve the local population and is doing very well. And of course the Kalahari Desert, another aspect of Botswana. We've still lost her, so having blagged my way through this last few minutes, we'll pick up on more about Botswana with the panel, who are here in person, I think. In the meantime, Minister, thank you so much. I think we grabbed a little bit of what is happening and her thinking and the government's thinking when it comes to sustainability in Botswana, and why it does differentiate itself from other countries, and the fact that it is genuinely committed to involving local communities. We'll hear more soon. I think I've talked my way to the end of my limit. And Paul, if the panel are ready for the next session, that'd be fantastic. Thank you.
Thank you for back. I think there are too many ministers and people in Sharm el-Sheikh who are occupying all those valuable lines or electrical currents into the atmosphere to allow us to have a smooth conversation. But Rajan, thank you very much for battling on with that, and I hope that it was worthwhile, I'm sure. But better still, if you have the opportunity, we will be in Botswana on the 26th of January for our investment summit there in Gaborone on site. So put a date in your diaries and fly down to Botswana. We're now going to move straight away to our next session, which is changes in customers' behavior. How are they affecting the ROI of hotels and tourism attractions? Our moderator will be Gerald Lawless, my colleague and director of ITIC. He's also an ambassador for the World Travel and Tourism Council. And I'd now like to invite Gerald to come in with his panel. And it's my great pleasure to introduce Hamza Farouk, the Chief Executive Officer of Milat Investments, Pty Limited, Mohammed Mutada Al-Aissa, Chief Planning and Communications Officer for Omran, and Mr. Michael Nagy, Commercial Director of the Fairmont, Rio de Janeiro. We unfortunately are not joined by Mr. Mobin Rafiq. He has had a family bereavement, so he is unable to be with us and sends his apologies. So Gerald, I invite you to the stage with your panelists. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Just like to see that. Thank you. Right. So we've got everybody so everybody can see each other. And thank you very much for joining us again this afternoon. And the welcome to the panel and an interesting topic that no. So, an interesting topic that we have very much is to say, what are the changes in consumers' behaviour? What are customers actually doing? And what will their behaviours do to change the landscape very much of what our industry is about, what the investments are about, and actually what kind of changes will be affected? What do you see in the marketplaces in which you're involved that really are driving this consumer behaviour, this change, and really not just about sustainability, but just what people like to do with their various habits, with their travel habits, and what you see coming up and what the future will be in terms of, is it a better ROI, is it a more challenging ROI, and really looking at it from the point of view as well is that we do understand that as investors, if you're not getting a return on investment, if you're not making your profit, then we actually don't have a business, we don't have an industry long term. Pretty obvious, but at the same time, I think some people sometimes forget, not in your side, but that we actually have to make good profit and good return on investment from our activities within the industry. So if we can start with you, Hamza, and I'll ask each of you to take your time and tell us about your organizations, about your business, and about your main activities.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Thank you, Gerald, and thank you for having me on the panel. From South Africa, private equity fund, which has been in very diverse spaces for the last 10 years, but in the peak of COVID, made a very conscious decision to reallocate the portfolio and drive into hospitality and tourism. And that sounds like a very odd thing to do when you have an international operator which is handing you the key back to the building. You have a building in the heart of Cape Town, and you've always been a owner where this fits into part of many things. And that's really when we made a very conscious choice as a group that we're going to get into and build a significant scalable tourism hospitality portfolio in South Africa. But we're going to do it very differently. We're going to do it in a way where we're a very thoughtful owner. We engage the brands in a very meaningful manner, and we try and unlock and create disruption, not by coming up with crazy ideas, but by going back and doing some of the basics right. So currently in South Africa, we have 4 hotels. All 4 are managed by Hyatt. But again, when we say they're managed by Hyatt, we are very active owners. We push the envelope significantly with the brand. We try and understand and help some of these big brands localize efficiently, because these are things which they haven't done. But also, coming back to what today's topic is, you are going to fetch, rate, ROI by doing all of those things, by making the guest the most important thing. And those are the kind of things we are doing as an organization. We are pushing the brands, and the brand that we work with, we're pushing them to do it. Because look, these are big brands, they've grown, they get it, but they talk about stats, numbers, but very few talk about the guest at heart. And if you get that right, and you get that right in a patient, in a meaningful manner, rate, ROI follow. But it takes time, it takes some patience, and it takes some understanding. And very few owners historically have gotten into that. So we're hoping to be different. We're making those steps in South Africa, and we're hoping to share some of those findings with our colleagues and the panelists today.
Thank you very much. I find it very interesting being a hotelier at heart, and having been involved, first of all, working with a big brand for my first 23 years, i.e. Forte Hotels in different parts of the world, including South Africa, by the way. And also then being involved in the setting up of Jumeirah as a brand in itself within the United Arab Emirates, within Dubai. And we have this forever debate, and I think it's becoming much more of a prevalent debate now about the role of operators. Earlier, it was interesting to hear Emma saying that, how do we know that the money is staying in the country when these big companies have the hotels? Because the impression is that the hotels are owned by these big companies, but we know that they all follow a very asset-light management model, which is fine, and it is. Is there a trend, and I know it's a bit of a sort of a provocative question in that I think I know the answer and I'm probably wrong, but is there a trend, not with investors, but with customers, to say, if I go to Cape Town, I prefer to stay with the South African brand, but I need to know that it has the consistency and the quality of, for example, your brand under a great company called Hyatt, who run the hotel. How do you see that balancing, and how do you see that evolving in the future?
I think customers are going to still feel comfortable going to the global brands, but that's going to be short-lived if these global brands don't innovate and don't come out of the box, out of the molds. Brands have to stop just shoving down brand standards and saying that's brand standard and that works. Yes. They have to start focusing on the experiential parts. Guests today going into a city like Cape Town will want to stay because they like the safety, the standard, they like the loyalty component, they like the touch points, but they want a brand which is going to offer them the experiential parts, which is going to go out and say, listen, you're not going to get a cookie-cutter gym with the same equipment you get everywhere, but if you want to do yoga, Pilates on the pool, a nicely localized piece, guests are going to want that, and that's what's going to drive rate premium. Right. But brands need to understand that. Brands are so obsessed with just driving down brand standards, set of local pieces, and then having one obscure GM who's been with them for 20 years, and he just takes the same brand part. All of those things are going to have to change. I think the brands are capable of doing it, but if they get on the boat and they make the changes and put the customer at heart, then I think we're in for a very significant ride and change, all which will drive ROI and rate. But again, the brands need to come on board.
Well, I'd love to come back to that later in the discussion. I think all three of you would have very strong opinions on this. And let's talk a bit later about the franchise versus HMA as hotel management agreements, which I think that will be relevant as well, because it is reflecting the trends with customers and how they see the products going forward. So, Michael, I thought I was so jealous when I heard that you're working in Rio de Janeiro. What a fantastic location to be actually based. And you explained your family is Brazilian, and how you've been there. So we'd love to hear from you about all about what you're doing and what Fairmont in Rio.
Well, first I have to congratulate an owner that understands operations. So that's already a big asset into anything. I think the pandemic made us all look outside the box. I like to say that during the pandemic we were saying a pregnant woman was a group, and if she brought her husband, it would be a convention, because we didn't know where the business was coming from. And in reality, what it helped us look at, and I'm talking from the operator side, who works with the asset directly, once the asset understands, and I think he said a lot, he could have spoken for me, but the fact that the asset understands that CapEx and OpEx are part of the business to make it generate, and the brand gets it, then it makes it easy. In our case, it became that all of a sudden from, let's be honest, every five-star brand, hotel, doesn't matter. I'm a card. We have 54 brands, and we're in Rio de Janeiro. We opened the first Fairmont just before the pandemic. We opened the 5th of August 2019, and then we closed on the 25th of, after 360 million investment, we closed in March and then had to reopen in September. What we didn't do is we didn't stop talking to the market during the shutdown. We were literally talking to clients and asking them first, how are you, where are you going? And we were trying to figure out, and all of a sudden, we were talking to an internet, we had 78% occupancy internationally. And we didn't talk to the Brazilian market, we didn't require it. And all of a sudden, we had to go local. And when we opened at 98% with the Brazilians, and all of a sudden today, a year and a half later, we are 56% international and 44% local, which means it's come to stay. I believe that's a consistency globally.
And would you say that's a healthy balance? That
I think it's a safer balance for the investor and for the brand, which makes, as he said very correctly, brands have to get local.
Yeah.
It's not, the standards are there, that's why an investor will choose a brand A, B, or C, because at the end of the day, the asset needs to guarantee that his investment is going to be taken care of by somebody. But the fact that an asset can actually get into the operations, understand that it is a local issue. What happens in, I love to have the conversations with the assets when we're discussing what's happening in Cartagena and Rio. You can't do the same. It's two totally different destinations, two different publics. And today it is experiential. Today I can tell you that 100% of every square meter in our hotel, we will create an experience with. If you can pay, we can play. And it is about the brand understanding and the operation, understand what the market wants. And people today, they want to do something different. From doing a private breakfast, we as a hotel, we actually do a private breakfast on the Chrysler Redeemer before it opens to the general public. So we went and created, let's say, DMC operations to help the market back. That's an Accord vision as well.
How do you get the breakfast up there?
Well, you go by car. It's very simple. There's 4 wheels and a driver, and you get there at 1 o'clock in the morning.
All right.
And you set yourself up, and the team's freezing, and then the sun comes up, and Christ goes, thank you for coming.
What an experience.
And then you take an aquarium, and you do a dinner in an aquarium. And it is about experiences. Today, the traveler knows what he wants. He knows how much he wants to spend. And Brazil, we have very creative people in Brazil. Brazil, everybody likes to say, we're back. We're not back. We're in a different world, talking about a different thing, and clients are being different. Online travel agencies are changing. Virtuosos, the signatures, the luxury market is back. The amount of growth in private agencies came back into the world. So it's cyclical. You know, what we have at the moment is an issue with the airlines. It's about the cost of flying has become very expensive.
Yes.
And the reduction which will affect. So the local market is suppressing a lot of what you lost on an international scale. But it is, as the asset says, and it's a joint venture. When the brand gets it and he thinks local, it will make a big difference. We ourselves, we have over 365 hotels in Brazil. And we have 7...
This is Accor.
It's Accor Group, and we opened the first Fairmont, and we've got...
sorry, Michael, who owns the actual property?
Accor Invest. So Accor in 2015 took all its assets and put it into a financial fund.
I see.
And that is separate to operations. They are now two different companies.
We don't own, we own, I think, about 30% of Account Invest. It is a totally, we have an asset manager who knows us even better as an operator.
But it's unusual, isn't it, to have that kind of investment from the operator in the actual...
Well, I think it could have been him, or could have been any financial fund who understood that this brand actually has what it takes to make something happen there. So it's growth, and it's about ADRs and ROIs. It's not, you cannot operate anymore as you say, it cannot just be based on cost factor anymore. And I think the brands globally, and Accard gets it in a sense, it's about top line. It's how you generate the sales. And then business intelligence has become the big thing. How do you recognize your client? It's very simple. A couple walk into a hotel. One's got a book and the other one's got a Kindle. If they're paying £1,000 or whatever it is a night, how do you make that experience luxury? It's amazing how when you can find out that the person wakes up and there's a book reader marking her book, somebody put it in place, or you walk in the room and there's extra plugs because you're carrying a Kindle. That's where luxury has gone. And then it comes to the point where the client wants to do something different and he has a family, and you take him into your kitchen and you deck them out in chef's clothes and you allow them to cook. People know what they want. And they are asking for it. And it's our job as investors and as operators to always be ahead of the game. And as I was talking about the Christ the Redeemer, the breakfast, we've gone into so many different ways. There is not 1 square meter in the hotel today that we do not sell. And before we wouldn't, we are this, we don't touch it. The investor would say, no, we don't want to put the money in. Today the relationships become more consolidated.
I think what you're saying really is you're reflecting customer demand, but the customer is far more informed than ever before.
He pays the bill.
In terms of all the different ways to know what you are about before you know what you're about yourself. So
and the brand is the guarantee for the client. And then I think it's also what we do internally is best practices, how you exemplify. What happened in San Francisco, I can replicate in Rio. What happened in New York, or in London, or whatever. I was with the team from the Savoy today, Sam and Claudia, and they're doing things we hadn't thought about. So I've already sent it to the team back home, and it's connecting. So it is about the customer. And we're going back to old school, customer is king. He pays the bill. And I think this post-pandemic, or this new reality we live in, the customer has become a priority. And again, it is about experience. If you cannot outthink the competition, knowing what you want to do and look at your destination. Again, what I do in Rio, maybe you can't do in Cape Town, or you can't do in Joburg. Ik praat Afrikaans, I was born there. So, and then what I do in Rio, you can't maybe do at the Savoy. I mean, can you close the Eiffel Tower down like we do for breakfast at Christ the Redeemer? Maybe not.
Unlikely.
So I think it's really experience and the relationship between the asset and the operator. And he said something very interesting, your question actually. Is it the local operator better than the global operator? I disagree. I think the global operators have become local. Unfortunately, we don't have any more Geralds with all this experience in the GM roles. And you remember your time, you spoke to owners. Today you speak to pension funds.
Yes.
And there isn't an owner. There's not the man.
There's asset management.
It's a group of people that are making decisions who also have their assets invested somewhere else, and they need the return on that property. Is it a trophy asset? Is it something important that they've given as a guarantee to a bank? There's a lot of things going on there, but at the end of the day, it's about why choose our hotel brand, because we can actually make it work.
We'll circle back. We'll see. So, Mohammed, this is a great panel, actually. We're going from Rio to South Africa, and now to, and I'm not being patronizing when I say it, a really fabulous country, and an amazing experience for any visitor who's ever gone to the Sultanate of Oman. It's just what they offer, what they give in terms of your coastal beauty, but also the mountains and such a variety. And talking about it also, and I'm sure it's the same for every country, but the people. And I think that's what our customers also want to understand and want to know is, can I meet the local people? Can I talk to them? But we'd love to hear from you, Mohammed, about what the company does, what your main specifications are and what your objectives are in relation to the evolution of travel and tourism in the Sultanate.
Sure. Well, thank you, Gerald. Delighted to be part of this team's panel.
Thank you.
I want to start by just reflecting back on the point. As a developer, we tend to work greatly with partners, with investors. The question today is, why tourism? And if we look at the economic impact, tourism has been one of the main sectors that have been hit. But the discussion that we keep having with investors is, while we understand that tourism as a sector has the lowest immunity, it is also one of the sectors that has the fastest recovering trends, simply because of one particular reason. People will always want to travel. People will always want to go around the world. People will always want to create new memories and create new experiences. But in the midst of that experience, it's not just about the luxury of goods and the luxury of the materials. People have started to appreciate a whole different level of luxury. The luxury of mindfulness, the luxury of self-connect, the luxury of connecting with the nature, connecting with the people, connecting with the community.
Indeed.
I think a lot of the things that we had, as Imran, as a developer, as a master developer for the government of Sultanate of Oman, have fortunately been experimenting not post-COVID but pre-COVID. And some of these programs have seen light and have shown immense resilience. You spoke about the community engagement, Gerald. One of the community programs that we've been dealing with is in the northern part of the Sultanate, which is a beautiful area called Musandan. And we know that a lot of cruise liners keep going there for an experience, but you know, the reality of cruise liner audiences are they don't spend much money. You know, they might travel around, everything's being built, but they just want to be looking at something different. And so we established a new program called a Zeri program, which is having local women develop local handicraft and learning languages like Italian and French to be able to communicate. And if I recall very well, one of the Italian tourists said, I've never actually spoken to an Arab woman, let alone do business with her in my short term. And that just kind of breaks all types of stereotypes, and that just adds a whole different experience to that. And going back to Hamza's point, that signature experience is something that we've all been looking at.
And the uniqueness.
And the uniqueness, because one of the main trends that have changed, there was a recent study that I read about and from Costa Rica, that not only is the number of people willing to go to more environmentally cautious countries have increased, the amount of money that people are willing to pay more knowing that they're going to be paying in a resort that is more environmentally and socially conscious is increasing as well. And so I don't think the discussion today is just about the ROI. I think the discussion is also about the SROI. What is the social return on investment? How much of that money that coming into the country gets revolves within the communities? And for the investors who are looking just for the profitability, they are now starting to understand that customers are actually willing to make that local experience, to meet that villager, to meet that local family, to make sure that their breakfast or their lunch or their dinner is coming from the backward neighborhood. That experience matters. That experience becomes more purposeful. That cash that I pay, I'm putting it into a face. That ultimately what makes people get a better sense of the luxurious experience that we're talking about. And I think these are the trends that we have noticed, which resonate extremely well, because if there's anything about connecting to the nature and connecting and meditating and detoxicating, I think Oman falls perfectly well with these post-COVID trends, because it's all about not making sure that we're filling our hotels with guests, but also making sure they do connect themselves with a larger experience and a more purposeful experience.
No, it's amazing. I will indulge you a little bit and say, about 10 years ago, I took my family, it's not far from Dubai anyway, to go to the Musandam in the northern part of the Sultanate. And we went out on a dhow, which is the old Arabic boat, sitting on carpets on the deck with a lot of other people as well. And after about 10 minutes, and they know what's going to happen, the dolphins start chasing the dhow along the coastline. And we came to an island called Telegraph Island, which was the original telegraph cabling that was done by the British. And at that, they then pass out snorkeling masks and the snorkel to each of the passengers who want them. And we jump overboard. And they guide us to snorkel around the little island and then back on the boat again. And you can think of these experiences, as you say, where you are really getting totally immersed in what's happening with the local culture. But One area that I'd like to explore a little bit, and I think it still comes back, and I like your SROI, which is very important, or even CROI, which is credible return on investment, is, you know, what do we do when we talk about, first of all, we talk a lot more about domestic tourism. So, okay, if I'm in the aviation industry, well, I'm not so happy about that, because it means that I'm not encouraging travellers on my aircraft. And it's a little bit of a worry also. What happens to the factory workers? They deserve a holiday. But now we're saying, well, no volume tourism. We must only have, you know, very individualistic, luxury, high-end tourism that is beyond the affordability of a lot of people. And yet, if you look at organisations like Ryanair, what will they do if everybody goes down? What will they do in the Mediterranean countries? How do we do that? Would anybody like to take that up? Anybody?
Well, I think there's a question where the lower classes, let's say, with the mileage programs that exist in brands, have become a new source of revenue. If you take Accord, us, and other brands, we interact with so many different mileage programs, right, be it Livelle or Smiles, British Airways, whatever. And people are actually, post-pandemic, we actually had a great success where we were actually promoting packages with these mileage programs, because we have all, which is all Live Limitless from Accord, which connects. And the intelligence behind that is that it's a new piece of money. The amount of mileage that was accumulated during the pandemic, where people, the mileage programs to not lose people were giving out mileage and what have you, that became money. That is money. So we actually have clients who you can see they are not the right client for that luxury property, but he's fulfilling a dream. He could go to a luxury property because of the mileage product. At the same time, he can use a lower class property with it. And that's a new source of income that many people haven't woken up to yet. And the minister said it there. It's all about whatever we do as an investor or as a destination or as an operator, we are impacting locally. The money's not going anywhere else except locally. What we do is, and hotels should be looking at themselves as destinations. They should be taking on their whole area around themselves, because when we put in a property, we actually get new restaurants opening around. We've actually seen things with the Fairmont in Rio. We've helped make the neighborhood better. And that's something the Brazilian government is very invested in making Brazil grow. I mean, you look at Brazil, if you take away Alaska, we're bigger than continental USA. We have a saying in Brazil that, talking about local experiences, we have something called a feijoada in Brazil, which is black beans and rice. It's the most common food we have. But you could eat it every day in a different city and you'll never eat the same dish twice, because they do it differently. Like I'm sure it happens back home in South Africa and with yourselves in Oman.
So what's the population of Brazil?
Brazil, 220 million.
Wow. So that's almost the same as the US.
No, they're about 100 and something million bigger. We've got to catch up. And they have a nice exchange rate. Russia. We love their money. We love their money. And I think a lot of the countries that are here, the exchange rate is another big incentive player to use on this way. But there are so many new ways that hotels like ourselves are finding to generate revenues to the investor and to the ROI, let's say. And it is also, for instance, a package that you can do a local experience, a cocktail lesson, sleep in a room and have a spa, and you pay with mileage. So brands have to be creative, and we all became creative during the pandemic.
Well, would you say then it's also very important that brands have the multiplicity of the different levels, from 2-star to 5-star to luxury, in what they're doing?
To sustainability long term, I believe it's going to be a trend over time.
And Hamza, shall we go back a little bit to how you would work this between franchising, between hotel management agreements? Because I think it is a very important part in establishing and determining what kind of return on investment, what kind of profitability that you do have. And then do you just end up not having a hotel operator, but you have an asset manager instead, and you're also paying the asset manager a percentage of the revenue? I'd like to hear your opinion on how the whole thing, and just also if you wouldn't mind folding into that, how all the big companies, like say take a Marriott, can have now something like 32 different brands, which we in the business would say, well, that's just to get around your territorial restrictions so that you can't have another Marriott within 5 kilometers or whatever. So they come up with a new brand. What's your take on how all of this is evolving?
So I have a very strange view on franchise management. My view is a very simple one. What works in North America necessarily is not going to work for markets like Africa and Middle East. So that's my first point. I also have a very simple and a very succinct view. If the brands can't manage their own brand and implement, to expect a white label third party to get it right, you're already adding a layer of complexity in an already complex relationship between owner-operator. So I'm of the view that owners they have two choices. Either they're going to start understanding this business. The days of the trophy owner is gone. The day that I'm the mighty owner and I'm the guy who writes a check and I look at the NOI is gone. So either owners are going to start understanding that they need to, and whether they do it with the help of an asset manager, whether they help, but I think my view for the region where I am in sort of Africa, Middle East, brands are going to have to realize they're going to have to up their game very quickly. Brands have also had a big challenge in COVID where they've basically fired half of the middle management. So basically you've got the upper echelon and you've got basically nobody else in the middle. And brands are very, prone to, if there's a problem, they call the GM and say, you're our guy, you fix it. That culture has to change. That culture of the brands having to start resourcing people who are owner-centric is going to have to come into place. Brands are going to have to understanding that they can't just sit and expect the commercial engine to work and it's going to happen. And if brands are going to have that proliferation and that sustainability and that market share, they're going to have to make those changes. Otherwise, they're going to lose their lunch to local brands. They're going to lose their lunch to other distribution channels. And that adoption, I think, is going to have to happen. So my personal views, I'm still firmly of the view, the best people to manage and execute the brands are the brands themselves, but they need to skill themselves.
But do you not see it also developing very clearly that exactly for the reasons you're saying, the brands then will turn around and the owners will turn around and say, look, we've got the expertise already within our asset management, within our, because like if you have 5 or 6 Hyatts or you're running a number of hotels already, you know that you're probably more effective or as effective as an international brand. So you will say to that brand, right, we will pay you a percentage of the revenue, we'll just make a franchise, but we will actually run the hotels ourselves. We will go into your loyalty program, you go into your reservation system, we'll pay you for that. But we don't expect you to actually run our hotels, we do it on our franchise basis.
So the asset manager in my mind is a very good armchair critic. He's a very good armchair critic who then allows execution to take place with a very strong management team which is under the control of the brand, and the brand has provided that management team with a library. That management team can tap in, do I need the best expertise in food and beverage? And I want to take a minute to talk about food and beverage because that's one area in our business which has been a grudge.
Fantastic.
Hoteliers don't like food and beverage. We believe we sell the room great, make great margins on room, and we hate food and beverage. We've never really taken the ability to understand that if we, these are our captive customers. If we don't render to them real, authentic experiences in our hotels, finding expensive brands, franchises, putting them in on the F&B isn't the solution.
I have to interrupt you. I would challenge you to say hoteliers love food and beverage, but owners and asset managers think hoteliers don't know anything about food.
But that's the problem. And I think for us, we've made that shift. The ability to very quickly evolve from a concepting culinary execution in hotels quickly. We've done that in our hotels in South Africa. We've got 2 Hyatt houses. Hyatt typically does not have a food and beverage outlet in a select service. We have a food and beverage outlet which works, which performs. Better yet, in the off periods during the day, we plug that hotel restaurant outlet into a dark kitchen, into Uber Eats, and use that for delivery. And it's working. But now getting a brand across to understand that wasn't easy because they've never done that. But these are the kind of things where you also need to drive customer experience and also look in the total revenue matrix.
And it's a win-win situation. We did it with the Al Nasim at Medina Jumeirah, where we took 6 areas in the design phase, And we said these 6 areas will be shell and core only, and we will lease them out to F&B operations, but we will not run them ourselves. And they've been a huge success and much better return for the ownership then as well, in terms of and for the customer experience.
Because you're giving them choice, you're giving them variety. But I think, you know, the key thing again is brands are either going to have to innovate, or they're going to, I think, go through major evolution. And
I think so.
And I think the business model of, you know, a couple of area presidents going and shaking an owner's hand once a year, seeing them, making them happy, is gone. Those days are long over.
That's for sure. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much, Hamza. Mohammed, we want to hear a bit more about, you know, what your major objectives are, what you're really getting into. And I know we're going to hear separately from you as well, but it would be interesting relative to what we're talking about. And if any of you have the bandwidth as well, I think it's worthwhile understanding how are the bookings being made? What's the customer behavior in terms of booking.com, OTAs, the whole sphere of that? You know, what is evolving and developing? Just something to put in your head while also we're asking the moment.
Allow me to touch base on the domestic tourism point that you mentioned.
Oh, yes.
Michael mentioned a very important point. There is no such thing as an international brand if you don't localize yourself around it. And this is extremely important.
Yes.
One of the main victims of COVID were the small businesses. But also, I think, for survival's sake, some of the most innovative ideas that we've seen came from some of these small and medium enterprises. While our hotels were struggling with occupancy, I remember meeting 2 fresh graduates that started up a company in the middle of COVID called TP, whereby people were not talking about 3, 4, or 5-star hotel. They were talking about a 1 billion-star hotel, because they started setting up tents on top of the mountains and camping. And that's how they sloganed themselves, right? Forget the 5-star experience, let's talk to you about the 1 million-star experience. And they were fully booked.
Wow.
And the hotels were struggling. And so in order for innovating themselves, looking at international benchmarks, they started looking what internally the local companies are doing. And these are 2, mind me, fresh graduates, right, to come up with this idea. That idea started progressing. And then the discussion went on, you don't have to actually compete with the local companies. In the midst of adding local value and adding local capacity and local content, how can we complement each other? So a lot of the hotels that Imran actually develops and operates right now, we as a developer work very closely to connecting these experiences. So one of the natural destinations that we have beside one of the hotels that include any caves or mountain climbing or hiking or kayaking, we actually make sure that we ensure that we've got the right small businesses that run this in a very creative manner, and we connect them to the hotel.
Yes.
So rather than having an international brand running them, we actually get them to work with the local companies, and that's how they innovate, and that's how they work. And you know, consumers are changing the trends not just from an international local point of view, but mind me, even male and female. I was talking to one of my colleagues the other day. She's a single mom with young kids, and she kept saying that you guys don't promote particularly for single moms. I thought, yeah, I never really thought of that as a marketing campaign. And the realization that I had, she said, men tend to make money to save, women make money to spend. And I'm not saying that I'm generalizing, but that was her word in particular.
I see.
And what she said is, I want to make money so I can know when is the next weekend I can take my kids and have a lovely experience on top of a mountain in Oman. And see, I never really noticed that. And in the midst of COVID, in the midst of domestic tourism, it's not just about looking at domestically, because hotels did struggle. I'll tell you the truth. Even within Oman, a lot of the hotels were focused on inbound tourists. And they somehow got stuck with domestic tourism because they're not all ready. Because they do look into trying to avoid the affordable experiences and the negotiations with the local, but then they realize actually there's no way out of it, because whatever you cater for domestic tourism, you're ultimately preparing yourself for a better localized experience for the international market.
Yes.
And that's just my take on how we're basically embedding these experiences to make sure that we have a more resilient sector.
So what are we going to do to help the airlines, to help the aviation industry, to ensure that we're not just about domestic tourism, and that we are actually as well ensuring that both the volume carriers and the luxury carriers like Oman Air, Emirates Air, that they can also have a future? And not just in a hub. But
oh, absolutely. I mean, when I talk about domestic tourism, I don't want to be misunderstood that it is the way out of it. Aviation did get affected big time, and domestic tourism would surely not help them as much as it could somehow be a cushion for the hospitality. But we need to notice that it's all about striking the right balance. It's all about making sure that you always have the right infrastructure for both domestic and about tourism. And one of the main things that I was looking at also from an aviation point of view is that we often make the mistake of thinking of domestic just within the boundaries of our own country. You see, Oman is part of the GCC country. And we've been always looking at domestic as Oman, but actually, if I look at the entire GCC as a domestic nation, the policies that we can make to make sure that we open up, not necessarily you have to lock down your boundaries of your country, but you don't necessarily mean you either open up for everyone or you lock down within your boundaries. You can open up regionally, have those connections, have those dialogues with the neighboring countries, decisable, to be able to see that there's some breadth, that if the next COVID, God forbid, happens, you don't have to scale it down to only the boundaries.
And you have two sections in your country of the Musandam, which is separated completely from the main part of Oman. So why not work very closely with the United Arab Emirates?
Exactly. So the domestic tourism, the domestic flights are not just within the remedies of the country, but the remedies of the region as well. And I think these are dialogues that can happen more often to make sure that we test and we calculate, rather than go for either you open up completely or you close down.
Just as a general question, I was reading earlier about how different generations use different ways of now making reservations. Like they say, Gen X uses TikTok and somebody else uses Instagram. My generation probably still uses the fax machine, I don't know, but we'll see. So, but do you see this affecting not just the type of people who are coming to stay with you, but indeed how the whole reservations distribution system works within the industry? Anybody
Well,
like
for
to-
us, it's definitely, we have so many, now I get more WhatsApps than I do emails, and people are actually
Okay.
booking on WhatsApp. You have to have a AI system that captivates what the client wants and connects him. The client is demanding. It's changing, and the client still is doing the same. He will call a travel agent or see a promotion. He will call the travel agent. He'll go online to check that he has the same or better rate, and then he'll come direct to the hotel and book. Or he'll come through a system. OTAs are here to stay, and we've seen some appear and some disappear, but the base of them are there, it's amazing how they will keep surviving. Then you've got now hotels. We every time we're looking to talk to the client direct. At the end of the day, the price is almost the same. It's not a different way. There will be new systems coming out. I think it's about how we promote today is different.
And the commissions you pay as well to some of
Well,
these
well I
ones,
think that changed. In Brazil, for instance, in Rio, at one stage, one OTA sort of decided to tell everybody what the rates were, and the hotels got together and said, no, that's not, you don't decide what your commission is, we decide, and they closed the gate. So a destination has the power to decide that more than they actually know. Sometimes they're more scared about it because of the lobby issues, etc. But Rio did it and they won the fight. The big thing is the clients, as we change in communication, I do believe, and he said it, Mohammed said it very perfectly, it's how we tell people about ourselves. Today it's Instagram. If you think our hotel, we today have over 132,000 people on Instagram talking to us daily.
Wow.
Now, that's the number of people I have following the hotel in a year and a half. Now, influencers are now the form of, today we actually have influencers that in order to come and work with Fairmont, in our case, they have to create their own package. It's not for free anymore. And they have to tell people about it. And we actually pay commission to some influencers who generate more room nights a month than a travel agent. So it's totally changed. And I think that's the intelligence behind chasing the ROI, let's call it that way, and the customer experience. Today, who here doesn't have an Instagram account? Please raise your hand. You don't have an Instagram, you're amazing. There's two of you. Okay, you're losing a lot. But anyway, but at the end of the day, but you notice how you have become the minority.
No, as soon Aradna was going out of the room now, she's going to go on Instagram.
Okay, but at the end of the day, it has become a new form of generating money for the destination and for the investor.
But then exactly how they monetize it, how you monetize it, then how you make sure that you have some kind of control of understanding where your customer base is coming from And
but that's
how
where the
you
business
continue to
intelligence
influence
is growing out of it. It is about the brands today have to own the client, and the client belongs to the investor too. And destination is the same.
We're running low. We're running low on time. I do want to open it up to the floor as well. But Hamza, I think you want to say something.
No, I mean, I just think the commercial engine and understanding that is crucial. My view is it's also commercial distribution today is strongly linked to where the revenue management function is. I think today the smart guys are placing the right product, right inventory, right place, but also making sure it's linked to that whole chain, customers' experience. And I think getting that right is really what's going to define the business in the coming years.
Thank you. Now, I would like to open it up to the floor. I'd love a few questions from anybody in the audience or comments. It doesn't have to be a question. Just tell us who you are. Is that right, Aridna? And Nikki, you heard my question? So, anybody, any questions? Anybody like to make any comments on what's been discussed? Apart from the fact that we're all smelling the lunch, so it's quite nice coming through. No questions? So, thank you very much. So, what we would like to do is, first of all, thank the three panelists for being here and for giving us so many insights into what's happening within the business, what the trends are, how the developments are in relation to customer behaviour, and indeed to the big operators of the brand's behaviour as well, and in relation to the future. Also later this afternoon we have Mohammed slotted to give us a presentation about Oman. And what we thought we'd do, because we lost so much time in relation to the blockages on the highway this morning, if it's all right with everybody, we'll ask Mohammed now to give us his presentation in the interest.
Well, since we're all smelling lunch, I don't know how much people will be focused on it, so perhaps we can do it.
Sorry?
I'm told not.
We're not?
We have to move to Brazil.
Oh, okay, fine. Sorry, Mohammed. Okay, we sorted out. We still get you in time beforehand.
We can do
My
that for
apologies for that. Yeah, okay. So the next one now, I leave to the Master of Ceremonies to decide, and I would like to thank the panel for being.
Thank you very much.
That was good.
That's great.
Great.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Congrats.
Thank you very much.
After you.
Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, moving swiftly on, we have a 15-minute presentation from our co-sponsors, the Brazil Ministry of Tourism. And it's my greatest pleasure to introduce Ms. Renata Guimarães Machado from the Brazil Ministry of Tourism to give her presentation on discovering investment opportunities in Brazil. And immediately afterwards we'll go to lunch. But I think we're going to have some tasty opportunities presented to us now from Renata. Renata, please take the stage.
So good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for your time. And can you hear me well? It's okay? Okay. Thank you. And I'm sorry to take your time before lunch. I promise I'll be short. Okay. So can I get the slides, please? Okay. Well, you had a good introduction about Brazil with Mr. Michael Nagy, and I believe we all want to have breakfast at the Christ the Redeemer. It's a great experience, and Brazil is completely a country of experiences. But before that, we want to show just how economic we are, and I believe that we are kind of an exception because Brazil is one of the few countries that are, of course, we are on a recession as the rest of the world is, but our economy is in fact going better. It's rising up in a level that others are not, which is good for us in a way that we can invest more, the government, but also the private initiative in tourism. Okay, so for 2022, we have a forecast of 2.8% of growth in the GDP. And the services sector now has a 80.9% growth, which is a good recuperation in comparison to last year, same period. So it's a great recuperation for the services. They are leading the economic recuperation in Brazil post-COVID. And the numbers in tourism, I believe that they are great numbers comparing to the rest of the world, but they're small for us yet, but we are working on that. And I just checked, we had around 1,800,000 visitors, international visitors last year, during this year until now. This is the number. In 2019, we had 6.5 million. So we are getting back, but the international tourism is still getting to be back on trail, especially because our the main countries that send the tourists to us, they are in huge crisis. For example, Argentina, that's our main the main countries visitors that we receive. In 2019, we had 136 million domestic passengers, and that would be the passengers that move inside the country, both by buses and also by planes. So far, in 2022, we have an increase of we have a 37% down comparing to 2019, but we are 89% going up comparing to 2020, which was in the middle of the pandemic. And we had so far until July, actually, 51 million passengers for internal tourism. So our internal tourism is really carrying on with the tourism and the destinations in Brazil. Also, in the last few years, we had a lot of major reforms: pension reform, labor reform, and economic freedom reform. They low down the cost for working in Brazil, for having a business in Brazil, and also the time to start doing it. They simplified the things, and that was in the last 4 or 5 years, that was very important to attract more companies and more investors from everywhere in the world. We also had many specific tourist measures. The open market is a pre-COVID measure, and also the e-visa and the visa waiver for some countries that before they had to take visas, and the process was long, it was expensive, and now it's simpler and is cheaper. And also, I would like to tell you that we have a great program for concessions, for public concessions in Brazil. And it includes energy and infrastructural assets, such as highways, roads, airports. We had many airports being concessioned last years, and also railways, yeah. that resulted that Brazil in 2021 was the 7th largest destination of FDI in the world, with $50 billion being invested in Brazil. We also had programs for investors and also workers, such as the digital nomads that someone talked today about, and also golden visa for immobiliary real estate investments, and the individual investor. Of course, not all investors want to live in Brazil, but especially the digital nomad and also the other one, they facilitate the crossing of boards, the transport between all I'm so sorry, I'm got lost. They facilitate the entering of these investors in Brazil for any new project. And now, a lot was said about sustainability in nature, ecotourism, and in that, Brazil can be the main country in the world, I would dare say, because we are an infinite country with a lot of natural resources. We have 6 unique biomes and a very long coastline, which means huge opportunities for the SDG agenda, for investments in the SDG agendas. That said, we created in 2021, it was launched, the website Tourism Investment Hub, that's our investment site, a public one, where the developers can put their projects, and so we present to investors. And so far we have 67 qualified and published projects that can be assessed worldwide, and you have information and also the contact to the investor. And we include in this ones public and private assets, meaning that you can really find all kinds of investments there. We have thematic parks, water parks, hotels, smart cities even. And okay, I just want to talk about the environmental licensing is also being studied to be simpler, but it's a worry that we have to protect our environment and to make it always available for tourism without losing it. And a great example of that is the program for concessions of the conservation units, which includes national parks, state parks, national forests. And until 2021, we had 28 conservation units that were concessed for the private initiative. But we have a shortage of companies in Brazil that operate. We have 2 or 3 major companies, but they are not enough to all the 570 conservation units that we have. So some opportunities that we will have soon, some national parks, including some international famous ones. Chapada do Guimarães National Park is having its auction on December. It's in the middle of Brazil. It's really beautiful. Jericoacoara, it's on Ceará. It's also a well-known destination. It's probably we'll get it next year. And then they are under studies yet, but Serra dos Órgãos in Rio de Janeiro, and Brasilia National Park, which is in the capital, Brasilia, where I live. And so these are parks that are in main destinations, and they will have the concession for operation. And the studies that make it viable, they are firmly on also the viability, but the sustainable development of that destination. And they have the worry is to include the local population, to work with the operators, the local operators that are already working there, because they are, many of this, they already are destinations, they are visited. So we have the worry, we worry that it's important that they keep on working there, and that they also take advantage of the concession. So it's not some external company that comes and starts to working and we lose our jobs. No, we want them to work together and to improve their work and their life. We also have a program for cultural assets that's also under studies. It's a program that was made in an association with Portugal that has a similar one. And the idea is to put cultural assets that today are not getting its full use, and turn it into a touristic asset, such as a hotel or a restaurant or a cultural center or something. So it takes from the government the obligation to sustain, to provide, to pay for that asset, for that building, and also gives it a use so the population can use it better. It makes a destination or an attraction. And most of them are pretty beautiful, such as there's the Forte Orange, which is in Pernambuco, yeah. And the studies, they also intend to preserve the cultural aspect, the historic aspect, and the environment when it's the opportunity around, and then transform a region or transform a local into improving, creating a new attraction. So these are some of the opportunities. These ones are, those ones, they are under studies. They don't have it published, but probably next year we're going to also have the process for auctioning these assets to the private initiative. Sorry. So I believe that I went too fast. You were all hungry. Sorry about that. But I'm open to questions if you be around, if you want to talk. It's a lot, I know it's overwhelming, because Brazil is overwhelming. We are too big a country, and we have a lot of opportunities, a variety of assets, and I hope you all to be there soon, and also to think about investing in us. Thank you.
Very much. Are there any questions, ladies and gentlemen? Any questions about the project?
Hello, Charlotte Koch for Green Architecture. The name says the message. Green hotels, how far are we in Brazil? I'm talking about the construction and the operation of hotels, because in the hotel industry, you have the problem that mostly the management contract is first finished after the construction is done, and that's a mistake. That must be changed.
Yep. So green hotels, it's a main worry of the ministry. We plan to make it the strategic plan that the whole ministry works on aims for the sustainability. We understand that we have the obligation to be sustainable, not just for us, but for the world. So it's very important that we keep our nature, our natural assets and attractions to get visitors, of course, but also to fight the climate change, for example, because we know that such as, I mean, all the biomes that I said, all the vegetation and the systems that we have, they are too important for the whole world. So regarding the hotels, I see great movement that's natural from the private sector to make them greener. In Brazil, we have a good, we have some incentives, but in general, not just for tourists, for some kinds of energy, clean energy, that the individuals or the companies, the buildings can use to have a more greener, a greener energy font or energy acquisition, I don't know. So I think it's, we are walking towards it. Maybe the hoteliers would tell it better because each hotel has its own way, but it's a movement, it's a national movement. I can see it when I travel in small cities and also in the big ones, that there's always this worry that they are not wasting even food, wasting energy, wasting water, and so. Okay, so, but it's a way to go, and it's difficult to change mentality very easy. You said about the construction. The construction, we had a very strict and strong licensing system. I skipped that, but it's there to guarantee that the construction of any new hotel or whatever, any building, won't hurt or won't be harmful to the environment. Okay.
Fantastic. Thanks very much. Any more questions, ladies and gentlemen? One over here.
Hello.
Hello, thank you. Yeah, the Amazon deforestation. What's the Brazilian government doing about this? What are the actions?
Well, right now we are at a transition moment in Brazil, but all the worries about the Brazilians worry a lot about the Amazon. We understand how important it is, right? We have I was saying about the national parks. We were talking about it. There's a national park in the Amazon forest that it's planned to have its studies to be concessionated, to be operated by the private initiative. And that said, the idea of this is that you use it, but you have the obligation to conserve it more, to have it intact. So that is like a way for a visitor to look and understand the greatness of Amazon.
Fantastic.
Okay?
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Renata, for your...
Okay, sorry.
Renata will be with us this afternoon and available to be, you can have a nice conversation with her, and if you haven't had the opportunity to ask the question, then there's an opportunity to have a talk later. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, it's now time for lunch, and I invite you to go through to the lobby outside here and enjoy the refreshments. And my colleague says just half an hour, or better still, 20 minutes, because we need to catch up on time. Thank you very much.
Nice one, thank you.
You guys have water outside? Water? I have my own bottle of water.
I would love some water, mate. Thank you very much. Non-sparkling, just still water's fine for me. Thank you. Appreciate it. Oh, you better stop bugging it. You're a legend, mate. Thank you. Ah, star.
It's dangerous to keep water there, right?
Yeah, just one for him. That'd be great. Thanks.
Pudding's man.
Oh,
Sticker.
I doubt I'm going to like any of them. They both look a bit
It's
funky
got
to me.
fruit in it.
Yeah.
Can I ask you to skip my life for 5 minutes and I'll be right back?
Have you seen what's his face?
Vikash.
Vikash.
He went to get some food, I think.
Oh, right out there. Alright, cool. I thought you meant like.
Oh, he's
going
gone
on.
he's gone to the restaurant now. Yeah.
Is that a phone call?
That was just Clive.
Brilliant. We're sending something.
You say you love me, I say the feeling is mutual. You say you hate me, I say the air today is rather cold. You say you need me to do what you tell me. I say just say what you will. You say you're sorry, you mean it, you're sorry. I say nothing but if looks could kill. You say I'm cheeky, I say the feeling is usual. You say I'm stubborn, I say there's something you should withhold. You say what you say and I say what I say, but can we just once say that each time we say something nice, the feeling is mutual. The feeling is mutual. The feeling is mutual.
I ain't got nobody and nobody cares for me. And I'm so sad and lonely. Won't somebody come and take a chance with me? I'll sing sweet love songs all of the time if you come and be my baby mine. I ain't got nobody and nobody cares for me. Spilliga kuya out the hood, you be yaga go, billia, 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 ooh, and you be up and pilly up and papa go la chia 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 chia. See up and do be up, who's papa na? Ooh ooh, a chia gulia 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 up and pa, suli poo poo. A yabba dia, a do yabba, a yam papa dia, a do yabba. I'll sing sweet love songs all the time if you come and be my baby mine. I ain't got nobody and nobody cares for me.
I'll point out
Two? Yes, that's good. Yeah, I need three, don't I? Three of them on stage. That's fine.
The Indian part is not yet here, so we need to.
Okay.
So yeah, we're
Okay.
one of the it's one of the
Welcome.
few
Welcome. My
times.
pleasure.
It's one of the few times that I'm going to read something.
You're going to read?
Yes.
Panel.
Thank you.
This afternoon we're going to be speaking about the strengthening of cooperation within the Commonwealth
few times I
to
think I'm
boost
gonna
trade
read
and
something
investment
because
in the travel and tourism.
This one is so important.
And joining us on stage as moderator again is Emma Nelson from the BBC, presenter and broadcaster. We are privileged to have again the Honourable Minister Edmund Bartlett from Jamaica. We have Mr. Arvind Singh, the Secretary of Ministry of Tourism, India. Good afternoon, sir. And the Deputy Secretary for Botswana Ministry of Tourism, Professor Buhalis at the Bournemouth University. Emma, over to you.
Thank you very much indeed. Has everybody been well fed and watered? Most important question. Lovely, thank you. Well, thank you very much indeed for a delicious lunch as well. We're most grateful to the organisers. We've got half an hour because we're going to, again, pick up the pace. And we want to talk a little bit about strengthening cooperation within the Commonwealth to boost trade, investment and tourism. And I think I'm going to ask a sort of a big question to start everybody else off, and very quick fire round down the panel. Who do I want to begin with? Maybe we can
Right.
you start. What's the Commonwealth got that no one else has?
I think a common history. We share a lot together that we have experienced in terms of our legal systems, the way our societies have evolved. So there is a lot of common between the countries of the common in terms of a shared history.
Okay, fine. Thank you very much indeed for that. Who wants to go next and have a go at answering that question? Maybe Botswana.
Yeah, I think like he said, we have a common history, and we also have a shared policies that are similar to one another, and because of that, we can be the opportunity for us to network and be able to share even the investment tourism, because our policies will not be too contradictory.
Okay, Minister from Jamaica.
Wow.
What does the Commonwealth bring to the table that no one else has?
Well, I believe the Commonwealth has a grouping of 56 countries with a population of pretty close to 3 billion, and the potential to collaborate and to converge in economic and social and other areas that no other region has, because of the history of the Commonwealth of Nations and the confluence of social and political arrangements that are common in that region. I think because of that, the Commonwealth is special, and I think it has potential like no other region on earth together right now to create wealth and to distribute wealth among itself.
Thank you for that. So the one word that all three of you mentioned was the word history. I think you were the only one who mentioned potential. Dimitrios, what does that say to you about the way that people see the Commonwealth, even from within?
I think there's a heritage that's going back, that's based on the history that we're discussing about. And I think in this country, the Commonwealth is really important in terms of the economic and development links over the years. And I think what makes it even more important right now is the Brexit situation, because the UK is looking to different ways of reconstructing the economy and creating different networks around the world. And I think the Commonwealth will provide that kind of opportunity to engage with people from different parts of the world.
I was rather hoping you weren't going to mention the B word, but thank you very much indeed for that. Now that leads me to a question insofar as the point of view that you have just done is that the control and the leadership comes from the United Kingdom, looking for somewhere else as a result of Brexit. If you are not in the United Kingdom, how much do you actually genuinely think and feel that you are part of the Commonwealth the whole time? I mean, is it necessary for the lead to come from London? Who wants to answer that?
That's a political question. I'll leave it to the politicians.
Well, no, I think the issue of the leadership coming from England is also a matter of history, in that we've morphed out of colonialism into a kind of loose political arrangement. I think was bounded more by trade and trade considerations, primarily from the fact that most of us were really plantation economies, and that we were primary producers of commodities, which essentially were traded and traded through the UK. The political systems that we've all had have aped the Westminster model, and in the legal and jurisprudence system, the civil service arrangements, the education system, in fact, our literature, the content of our education, by and large, was from the UK and driven by English. The language, it's powerful. You know, the language is the language of trade and commerce in the world. We all that, and it emanated from the UK. So it seemed natural that that leadership would not just emerge, but sustain. If, however, there is a seismic shift, as perhaps there is happening now, where geopolitical shifts and perhaps economic shifts, then there could also be other movements, and leadership can emerge from elsewhere. I'm not suggesting anywhere, but certainly there's a country with 1.3 billion people. I don't know what the ambitions of that country, are, and then the others to the north of me in the Caribbean.
Maybe if we stick to tourism, and we stick to tourism.
Well, you did ask a political question.
I did. Possibly should have reframed that one. From the point of view of that feeling of the connection of tourism,
yes,
and the fact that and that fact that it sort of is, the Commonwealth does have that historic tie.
Right.
What are the benefits? Let me ask you, Secretary from India, let me ask you what the benefits are in terms of tourism and country branding to say we are part of the Commonwealth.
As I said, there is a shared history, and so people have read or learnt about it through the written word or the spoken word about what they have seen in what is there in other parts of the the Commonwealth, and I'm sure there is merit in the fact that people would like to go themselves and explore and see for themselves. I have visited a few countries which were part of the Commonwealth, and there is a lot of similarities of experience and a shared history and culture that we see. So I'm sure, given the strong shared past, there is merit in the fact that people should go and meet and explore the potential that is there in these regions in this country.
I particularly want to ask your permission to speak to that, because I've spent a little time thinking about it. I've actually written a paper that I presented at the Shugam in Kigali a few weeks ago, where I looked at the Commonwealth. I looked at this loose aggregation of nations seeking to find this way, being bounded by the influences of commodity trading, which has died. The Caribbean, which is a big provider of sugar, bananas, citrus, and so on, all that has gone. Bauxite, gone. And I looked at what it is that the Commonwealth still has with a capacity to bind it together. And it's a people. It's the 3 billion of us that are in the Commonwealth. The energies of the people, the wealth of the people, the creativity of the people. How can we harness that for good and to bring back the Commonwealth into a homogeneous whole, as it were? And I think that tourism presents itself, because it is the lifeline for most of the Commonwealth countries. Earlier I mentioned the labor situation and the fact that up to 25 to 30% of the employment of most countries within our space is driven by tourism. And then we have regions within the Commonwealth that are hugely tourism dependent. 13 of the 56 countries of the Commonwealth are in the Caribbean. Caribbean is the most tourism dependent region on earth. 23 of those countries are in Africa. Africa is emerging as a strong tourism area. Then we have a Pacific area that has another 13 or so, and the Indian Ocean, with the Maldives, Seychelles, Mauritius, all of these are highly tourism dependent regions. So tourism offers a real opportunity now to bring partners together. The big market, India, South Africa, Australia, Canada, New Zealand, and then the emerging economies of Africa that are the new growth areas of the world. So we have both source markets and recipient destinations within our space. So what we need to do though is to look at what type of mechanisms we can develop together to enable this convergence. And the first thing we could look at is access to each other, air connectivity. So I came up with a number of proposals in relation to a protocol that we could develop with each other. One, to have open skies agreement with all of us so our airlines can fly. To look at a common visa regime like the Schengen in Europe that allows, for touristic purposes, not for migration, but touristic purposes. So you can visit each other easily, freely. Then there's a whole business of training and development of the human capital within the Commonwealth. We have a lot of best practices that we can draw on. We have wonderful academic institutions within the Commonwealth. We can share knowledge and information. And then, of course, there's the banking and financial arrangements, investments that we can invest with each other to build products, hotels, attractions, various types of supply chain activities that will enable the dollar to stay within the Commonwealth, so that the wealth of the Commonwealth can be shared by the people of the Commonwealth. So those are some of the thoughts that I had put together, and I believe that it can form the basis of a useful discussion. The Commonwealth needs something to bind it. It needs a glue to keep it together, and tourism, I posit, is that glue.
So we arguably have two areas that we need to explore with that idea. Firstly, the idea of a common Commonwealth identity as a people, but also the practicalities. What can actually be the tangible benefits from a grouping such as yours? If you're sitting in Botswana and you hear something like this, how often does actually the idea of being part of a Commonwealth of tourism actually ever figure?
Yeah, I think one thing that our tourism industry is very heavily dependent on the internet. A bulk of the tourists visit our resort, and we are also in the process of diversifying the product, both in terms of location and different types of products. And this is where when we look at the possible investment into our country, looking at who has some commonalities with us, who we can do. That's when we look at areas like the Commonwealth, whom we are already part of. We look at what can we do to attract that sort of investment to come from. So we see the Commonwealth as especially looking at the population size within the Commonwealth. We can attract investment from these countries, then we also can be able to attract the tourists from those very countries, because this will be the investors being able to tell their own people to say we have investment
Secretary Owen sitting in India, when you're listening to Edmund saying, right, we need this, 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 and this. I mean, are the same things being said where you are, or is this?
No,
or is that just
slight, but taking cue from what Minister Bartlett said, I think the thought that came to my mind is some areas where we can definitely offer things that are there available in India. One is we have a very strong network of training institutions, especially in tourism and hospitality. And that is definitely the area that we can offer. But yes, for the Commonwealth, we can think of having some kind of cooperation arrangements where we train people in our academic institutions. Investment is also an area because we have, Indian companies and the government investing in certain parts of the Commonwealth. For instance, they've gone to Maldives, they've gone to Mauritius, they're in Sri Lanka, but I don't think they've gone to the Caribbean or to the Far East, to the Pacific. So, definitely these are areas that, the strength of the Indian academic institutions and the strength of the Indian... Bollywood, of course, is a very strong, brand that we have, and that is obviously available. The other, issue the thought that came to my mind is that yes, while India will continue and it'll progress as a big market because our economy is growing, and we've just become the 5th largest economy in the world, and all predictions by all analysts are that we're going to be the 3rd largest. Some say 2028, some say 2030, but there's no debate on the fact that we are going to reach there soon. So I think we are going to be a source market for many, but also we don't get many visitors from the Commonwealth. When we see which are the countries that contribute to us, it's mainly the traditionally developed countries who come to India. The US, Canada, yes. UK, yes. Australia, yes. But the other countries are not from the Commonwealth. When we look at potential markets, we don't see. So I think there's also an opportunity for the people from the Commonwealth to see India and to visit India and enjoy the variety of culture and the rich tapestry of other things that we have on offer. So I think these are areas that we can definitely contribute to.
sort of the balance of power in a moment. But Demetrius, I wanted to ask you, I mean, in your research, have these conversations ever been had before in terms of using the Commonwealth as a shared pot for tourism benefit?
We don't explicitly say that, but what actually happens is that because there are trade agreements already for many, many years, there are a lot of things happening, because they establish collaborations with academics in different universities around the world, we are very much engaged with many different destinations, many different countries. We are partners with Jamaica, and we're supporting Minister Bartlett on the things that they're doing on the Center for Resilience. We are working with many people in India, several colleagues in Africa. And what you see is that it's much easier actually for students to come to do their postgraduate with us. I was saying early on that 2 or 3 years ago, 40% of my students, postgraduate students, will come from China. Right now, I only have 2 students from China. The major country is India, and you've seen some of my students when you checked in. And the second country is Saudi Arabia, which is not Commonwealth, but you can see where the investment is happening in tourism. And I think the opportunity will be on the education and the research side, and I think it's important for ministers and governments to put a little bit of money on the side for research, because research actually will enable us to work together to address common problems. The resilience is one of them. The technology and the smartness and how we can harness the best benefits from and the best talent from in many different countries. In India, you've got a lot of excellent talent in tourism hospitality, but also on technology. So we really need to take advantage of the expertise and the knowledge, and to bring the links together in order to be able to operate in a better way as a Commonwealth.
We have an enormous job ahead of us if this is going to work. So just staying with you briefly, Demetrius, Edmund mentioned the idea of Schengen apologies, forgot, in the European Union. Where can the Commonwealth take its lead from in terms of starting to build a structure that could succeed?
We are not starting from zero. There've been a lot of links, and there've been a lot of work that has been done. Whether it's labeled as under the Commonwealth brand or not, it's another matter. But there used to be, we had conference on Commonwealth tourism, we had a lot of different things, and a lot of the links are bilateral, without necessarily having the label of Commonwealth. But in fact, they are there. So I think we can do a better job by bringing everybody together and actually addressing 2 or 3 key themes that is going to take us forward. Minister Bartlett has started with the resilience things. We are doing a lot of stuff with smart tourism and the technology and how we can take advantage of new technologies to go forward and bring all of these things together. I think the common problem we all have is human resources. And I think some of the countries like India is exporting human resources and talent, and we will be seeing that around the world. I think Africa has got incredible resources and will be the most authentic destination in the future. And I think it's a little bit of bringing together the Commonwealth Secretariat and wake them up to the potential that's available. There is a lot of stuff that's happening already, but I think a little bit of a gentle reminder is really important.
Add here, yeah. That, we mentioned about cooperation. We have, our foreign ministry and the nations of Africa, we have an arrangement for various training programs that we do. And I'm sure this is an area that we would be willing to work with.
We're I feel as if we're sort of slowly bringing a few things together. I'm just hoping that someone, I am looking at you, might be the person who just sort of says, come on everybody, this is how we do it. Because I feel as if there's a sort of strong leadership drive coming from my immediate left.
Yes.
Is it all you now?
Because I do think that the ambition to do it is what's missing. The ambition to create the connectivity. We had it in the past. To fly to the UK, I need a visa from Jamaica. People ask me, so the monarchy, and you're part of the monarchy, but you have to get a visa to come to see your king, for God's sake. So that's an issue. And within the Commonwealth itself, there are these barriers. And so what we're talking about, if tourism is to be that driver, then we have to look at removing these barriers. To facilitate travel, we have to look at visa arrangements. And I think that one is perhaps the big elephant in the room. The second key one, and we could start there with the visas for touristic purposes only. So don't worry about migration and my coming to take you over and become Prime Minister. I'm sorry, and become something else, who knows, right? But just for 3 weeks, 2 weeks, 5 days, as the case might be. Then air connectivity is the key. Air and sea. That's how we move. That's how we move people by and large. Very few of us have contiguities that allow for land movement. The Commonwealth is not so built, except for the brothers in Africa. Right? We in the Caribbean, we are a group of non-contiguous islands connected by a wonderful place called the Caribbean Sea. Right? So we have to fly or we have to sail. So the issue then of border control and access is very important. And I think we can look at it. Then we are in groups, geographic groups. We can have multi-destination tourism within those spaces. So there are things we can look at together, and I would urge that even from this summit, we make a statement about that possibility. Because I'm sure that His Majesty is looking for that glue to bring back the Commonwealth together. And we may be able to nudge him along from here. Who knows?
One, if he is watching, thank you, Your Majesty. If we are to do this, and is there another opportunity perhaps, let's say in terms of the big things that preoccupy the world at the moment? You were talking about freedom of movement and especially in the tourism sector. But what about the environment? Is there a space there that the Commonwealth could lead the way? Because the Commonwealth has every kind of climate. and has challenges to do with climate change in every part of it. What would that mean for you in Botswana?
Yeah, it's I think we have, the Commonwealth has got a variety of environmental issues that can also bring us together. As my minister was supposed to be here, but she's in the climate change COP in Egypt, just because of the issues that we are having in the environment. And so I think as the Commonwealth, there are many areas where we could be cooperating, and we could use that cooperation to be the start of some of the engagements that we go for. In the next week, next week we'll be meeting in Panama for another environmental issues CITES meeting, where some of the countries that we come from are having a big issue about elephants. And these are some of the areas where we could be able to be meeting together as the Commonwealth and be having more or less a common position on how to deal with these issues, or not just a common position, but also how to support each other to be able to address all the issues the environmental issues that we are facing right now. So that could also provide a space for the Commonwealth members to be able to engage each other and move forward.
Secretary, in Alvin, you were mentioning a little bit about the fact that there are countries who have wealth to share and countries which need a little bit of a lift up. India would fall into the first category.
Not yet. Not yet.
Getting there.
We're getting there.
You're getting there one day. The fact was is that how easy would it be to sell to the Indian population that part of the wealth that currently India keeps for itself should be shared with other nations in order to lift them up?
See, we are still a developing nation.
Oh, you are.
And the goal is that we've attained 75 years of independence this year. And we got free in 1947. And the Prime Minister's address to the nation on our Independence Day this year on the 15th of August said that the goal is that when we complete 100 years of independence, we should be a developed nation. So that's the political goal that the country aspires to achieve. So we're still we haven't got there. But yes, wherever we can, we have very large aid programs that we ourselves have, especially for our brothers in Africa and other countries that are in need. Recently, when Sri Lanka was in financial trouble, one of the first countries that reached out to them was India.
And more in particular in tourism?
Yes.
Across the world, within the Commonwealth?
Yes, I mean for Sri Lanka it was to rebuild the economy so that tourism could start. And it was going into... So we have, so there is, wherever we can, given our constraints and resources, we have helped other countries, and that is our policy. And I don't think there will be any, kind of a pushback or anything. As our income grows or our wealth grows or the economy grows, I think it will go up further in the future.
Dimitris, do you see any barriers to any of this?
I think the opportunities are coming from co-creation of wealth. And we are constantly looking in the past instead of looking into the future. And I think when you start looking towards 2030 and the Sustainable Development Goals and what's happening, I think when the Commonwealth is coming together, it's not about sharing resources that they've got or taking resources from India and giving them to Sri Lanka, but it's actually creating the mechanisms to co-create extra wealth by using the network. I think this is the trick, where no politician is going to go to Jamaica and say, guys, we're going to take some money from Jamaica and we're going to put them in the UK, right? Because we know what's going to happen to them. So what you need to do is you need to find ways of co-creating extra value and extra wealth that the network is going to create. And I'm going back to my students in Bournemouth University, that they're coming over. So I've got 30 master students from India right now. They came over to do a one-year course. The system allows them to work 20 hours per week, half a job. And I've got students who are already working in tourism and hospitality, gaining experience from the UK. Then during their placement, they're going to have the opportunity to do another year of placement. So all this expertise will create extra value. Some of them, they're going to go back to India. Some of them are going to go to other Commonwealth countries. Some of them will go to totally different countries, but they'll be much better professionals. And that kind of value should go back to India to invest in the future of India, but also in the meanwhile, it's contributing to the economy of the UK. So I think we really need to look into the co-creation of value and wealth by sharing resources. There are several programs also for us from the UK or from colleagues from India, from Jamaica, from all the Commonwealth countries to come and spend some time with us, share some of our research, for us to go and do some training to them in terms of things like research, publications, different things. And it's all about engaging in the co-creation of value and wealth. And I think a lot of things are happening right now. They may not be under the banner of Commonwealth. It doesn't matter really. But I think the new king will have to also win the mind and heart of Commonwealth nations to actually engage in that kind of conversation. So I think that will become a political agenda at the very high level. And I think the important thing, especially for our politicians, is to come forward with 4 or 5 different solutions and say, let's do education, let's do tourism, let's do trade, let's do medicine. I mean, the technology is bringing us opportunities that we never had before. So if someone from Jamaica wanted to have an operation in London, they had to physically get a visa first and then physically come to London. Robotics means that you can have an operation wherever you are, and the doctor is wherever they are. And the doctor may be in India because it happens that the cost of
is definitely there.
Is much better.
Yes.
We used to have medical tourism where we used to travel to the destination to have procedures. A lot of the procedures will be happening remotely now because you'll be able to either advise or to actually operate remotely using robotics. There's a lot, but we need a new way of thinking. And the new way of thinking is really taking advantage of all the technologies, all the tools, all the globalization kind of thing. And we need, to a certain extent, take away the labels, because the labels in the past was, these are the advanced countries, these are the developing countries, and we know better than them. But actually what we find is that now knowledge is globalized. India, in particular, is exporting incredible amount of talent because they are very good with technology. They're taking over all the major information communication companies. The CEO of Microsoft, Twitter, Google, and all the rest of it. So it's really about taking advantage of the network, taking advantage of the procedures that we had already, and take advantage of collaboration between different players.
There's fingers going up
Yeah,
everywhere,
right.
so I'm going to let you go first.
Thank you.
I'm on my way to you.
Right. The reason I wanted to intervene is that I don't want us to derogate from the centrality of tourism as a critical driver here. It's primarily because tourism is the only economic activity on earth that has the ability to transfer wealth around and about from the rich to the poor in almost nano time. The reason being that we are the most consumption-driven activity on earth. That's what we do. We travel to consume. We consume every asset that is available. And without those elements of consumption, there's no tourism. The Commonwealth country has the elements already. We can build on them. We don't have to invent or reinvent anything. We just simply take my dollar from Jamaica and spend it in the UK for a nice holiday, visit India and see the Taj Mahal and spend some money. That's it. As the plane flies, it brings the wealth and it's distributed. As the ship comes in the harbor with the cruise passengers, the dollar. So the most effective and easiest way to convert capital to wealth, tourism. So what we're saying is allow us as the people of the Commonwealth to move around and spend and consume what we all have. Our music, our art, our rich biodiversities, yes? Our geophysical facilities, our man-made attraction, all of that we consume. We pay to enjoy to have fun, to be happy. So let the Commonwealth enhance happiness by moving the people around. And the wealth moves around. So you don't have to bring technology to me necessarily. Just bring the people with their capacity to consume.
Minister,
that's the point
technology will bring the people.
Yeah, but I'm only saying that, you know.
Time, I'm afraid, has run out, so if I want to give a final floor point.
Just a thought, triggering from what Professor said about medical tourism, and that's an area where we have very strong connections with countries of the Commonwealth and elsewhere. Recently, I was in the Middle East and I met the Sheikh of a principality, and his, warm thoughts or good thoughts about India were only because of the fact that when he was a child and there were not very good medical facilities in his emirate, he traveled, his father sent him to India for treatment to Mumbai. And medical tourism is, something that is really something that we can offer. We have the best expertise.
Absolutely.
And we have, expertise at a very low cost. And I'm sure, as the populations age, the requirements of medical attention will grow. And that is something that India will definitely offer to them.
Thank you very much indeed, gentlemen. I'm going to get a raise of hands here. I get a sense of dynamism from this panel. Who's going to ring the Commonwealth Secretariat first?
Him. Actually visited them already.
You visited them, right. Thank you so much indeed. That was brilliant. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I'm allowed to just make a little commercial here. Jamaica has proposed to the UN we designate February 17th as World Tourism Resilience Day. The UN is considering it, and in the wake of that consideration, we're having an event in Jamaica on the 17th of February to have the first observation of Global Tourism Resilience Day. So we want that to be a date that you should put in your calendar. Now, just by way of extending that commercial, Paul, and I hope you don't mind, we're making it a 3-day event. The first day, we're calling it a resilience conference. The first day, ITIC has taken. And it will be all about investment and building resilience through investment. And the second day will be a summit of the Caribbean and Africa. So we want to bring the African ministers and leaders of tourism to come to the Caribbean to meet with us. There are 28 of us in the Caribbean. And we can talk about how, again, the Africa-Caribbean tourism convergence. Pretty much like the Commonwealth, which we'll get to in time. And then the third day, Dr. Rifai, who is the co-chair and co-founder with me of the Global Resilience and Crisis Management Center, will be on hand for us to launch officially Global Tourism Resilience Day. So the invitation is to all of you, please come along, and those who can't, join us online.
Thank you.
We need.
Thank you, Emma.
Thank you, Paul.
Thank you, Prime Minister. Thank you, Professor. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we arrive at our next session, which is discovering, excuse me, I've got that world travel market cold. It's affecting the voice now. We're now going to discover investment opportunities in Oman. And we're very fortunate to have amongst us today someone who spoke a little bit earlier, and I'd like to welcome Mr. Mohammed Mustafa Al-Isa, who is the Chief Planning and Communications Officer for Omran. Mr. Al-Isa, the floor is yours. Or I should say the stage is yours.
Mic is on. Right. Right. A presentation after lunch. That's interesting. Wait for the screen to come in. I've heard different versions of my name, but Mustafa is the first time. It's actually Mohammed Murtala Al-Isa. Thank you. for that. I am very delighted to be here today amongst all of you. As I was on the airline trying to put this presentation together, I kept thinking, do I want to bore everyone with numbers and ROIs and investments and profits, or shall we make things a bit different? And I thought, let's just start with the case study of COVID, since somehow or the other, every time we try to move on, it still somehow resonates with us. And I kept thinking, what are the things that we've learned from it? Now, our hearts and thoughts go with the people who've lost a lot, but there are lessons to be learned. And there's one thing that we've learned from COVID, for me at least, is to appreciate the most basic, most important things in life. Something that is as basic as breathing. I'm not saying breathing that takes things for granted. I mean really breathing. Appreciating breathing. Being in the moment and living the moment. And so, if you allow me, I'd like to start with a video and a film of the most flagship upcoming project in the Sultanate of Oman that very much resonates the post-COVID arena. And I believe that it sets the city of resilience that we're all out to develop for the future.
To be connected and living in harmony with ourselves, others, our environment, means we get to experience more of ourselves than we had before. Welcoming a new paradigm for life, work, and play, where life happens together and we define the new possible. A place for a better tomorrow, today. Come discover your dynamic harmony.
Encapsulates everything that we've been looking at after COVID. What is it that the consumers are looking for? What is it that the people are looking for? God forbid another COVID hits us, but this time hits our food or hits other elements of our lifestyle. Are we ready? Or are we going to give the same response of, well, it's out of our hands? Well, actually, we need to learn from it. And so this is basically one of the most iconic developments that Oman is going to be delivering in the next few years, called the Sustainability City of ET. In the next few slides, I'll tell you more about the investment opportunities that we have in that. But before, let's just talk about why Oman. For those who resonate and know about Oman, you guys know that it's stationed and located in the Middle East, one of the GCC countries, but it is also one of the GCC countries that is in the Indian Ocean Capes location. It is usually known as the best kept secret. It is known as the hidden jewel of Arabia. But to be honest, no one is hiding. I can assure you from that. Oman is absolutely open for business. And even though it has been positioned as a very pristine, very authentic, very much a fraternity of a location, the country is open for tourism and it is open with travel going forward. It is a very unique country that really combines different elements, whether it's the ageless of the traditions, but the modern lifestyle, and to our day-to-day. And across Oman, from north of Musandam all the way to south of Dhafar, it's one of the only unique locations where whether you're hiking in a mountain 2,000 meters above sea level in daylight, you're actually camping in the middle of the desert in the sunset of the same day. How often does that happen around the world? It's a culture, it's a country that celebrates its diversity, not only the diversity of its people, but the diversity of its nature, whether it's the pristine beaches, endless sands, or really the rugged mountains. It's that contrast that we celebrate. We choose to be different. It's not your typical destination in the Middle East. It is really about adding a contrast and adding that experience to be able to see what makes us a very different, personalized culture. It's not about investment opportunities only in real estate or in hotels, but it's investment opportunities and experiences in UNESCO heritage sites, whether it's the forts or the Luban tree that used to be more expensive than gold at some stage in our lifestyle, whether it's the irrigation village or it's the ancient city of Qalhat, whether it's the traditional villages that we basically not only use as tourism destinations, but they're actually part of our day-to-day lifestyle as we speak. And this is where we see Oman as different, and the new Vision 2040 that has been set up by the government basically resonates this extremely well in its summary. The Vision 2040 talks about 4 primary pillars. A society of creative individuals that aims absolutely in the pride of local identity and making sure that we celebrate this local identity, that it's engraved in the DNA of every lifestyle or project that we work on. A competitive economy that is no longer driven by the government, but it's a private sector-led economy, which is why at Imran we take pride that we deliver these destinations not on our own, but actually with the responsible partners that we have on board. Whether it's the environment and sustainable components, the flora, the fauna, the eco-lifestyle, and making sure that the environment has the same rights as the human beings who live in the same land, and the responsible state agency. And everything that we do in the tourism resonates well with the direction. It's a natural place and an organic place to grow, whether it's a natural place to rejuvenate, a natural place to discover heritage and culture, or a natural place to explore yourself within the ancient, getting lost in the ancient city of nostalgia. It's all about combining these elements and being the right place and a natural place to invest. And this brings me back to the Sustainable City of Yiti, our flagship project. It's a project that is 11 million square meters that is stretched across one of the most iconic beach destinations in the heart of the capital, Muscat. And the first of these projects is a partnership that we've already had with a development called Diamond Developers from the region that's invested about $1 billion to make sure that we create the first ever sustainable city in the country. And it is not just about living in the norms of today's trend, but it's really to see how can we create a sustainable city that produces the energy that we consume, that has zero waste, that actually looks at the design elements in the sustainability elements that ensures that we have the right natural fooding systems and the right water recycling systems going forward. And within the same project, we have another development with a Saudi developer called Dar al-Arkan, which has taken about 3.5 million square meter and invested another $1.5 billion to create a number of 3,500 units, including medium-sized, wellness, serene areas, houses, and apartments. Now, why is this important? The reason I'm mentioning is, the subject is, what are the case studies today that we have that is still allowing investors to come and partner with us? Because it goes back to some of the pointers that I mentioned in the panel discussion. It's not just about the P&L. It's not just about the ROI. It's about how do these developments actually add to the social and the sustainable and the environmental context going forward. These design elements basically go across the entire development that we have. And so as you see, we basically have the sustainability city on the left, the IDA project below, and the investment opportunity that we have now of about 500,000 square meter is offering to the investors as we speak. And this again goes back to the importance of not just getting any investor, but getting the responsible partners who will be part of our purpose of creating sustainable destinations for the future. The design elements is about easy access for everyone, eco-friendly, unique identity, and mixed-use development that is not only designed for the people who want to live in their private beaches, but the public realm, to make sure that everybody gets an essence of why such sustainability cities are a role model for us. We're very much aiming to hit the 2050 net zero goals by 2040 and creating the sustainability cities of tomorrow today. Whether it's organic vertical farming, like I mentioned, clean and renewable energy, or harvesting the humidity and recycling 100% of the water. These are all going to be a test bed for us to look at these sustainability elements for the future cities to come. And this basically is the heart cornerstone of what my company Umran does. The Oman Tourism Development Company is the master development of all tourism destinations, or most of the iconic tourism destinations in Oman. We believe in the growth of tourism, and we believe in reflecting Oman's beauty, peace, and hospitality. We're master developers of tourism destinations, urban communities, and operators of single asset hotels as well. Umran believes in diversity, not only in particular framework functions, but across the country from north to south. We started by delivering single assets that were green hotels, LEED certified, going from silver, going to gold, and today we're going to build the first sustainable city in the country. And there is no way back. We're only going to be looking forward. How can we push the sustainable agenda going forward? We've got 4,000 employees, about $1.7 billion worth of investment portfolio, 5 master developments, and more than 8 joint ventures that partner with us to deliver the country across Oman to celebrate the diversity of the region. It's a diverse portfolio that goes from 30 hotels all the way to one of the biggest names and brands in the world, ITIC, Nikki Beach, W Hotels, and the list goes forward. Not only do we look about the development of the country, but we also have the company subsidiary Visit Oman that looks after the online booking sessions and an online portal for getting tourists. So basically, it's a company that is the right partner to look at the entire value chain of tourism and as a gateway to start from the country. Our means of partnership is whether you have ownership and stake in existing operating assets, joint venture and service lands, single asset development, or joint ventures in large-scale integrated tourism schemes. This all comes within a number of incentives that Oman as a country has offered investors to invest, whether it's residential or investor visas for integrated tourism complexes, exemptions on lease fees that goes up to 5 years, full foreign ownership up to 100%, no income tax for individual, sustainable, safe environment and stable stimulating environment, but also usufruct agreements that can go from 50 up to 90 years in some cases. We've got a legal system that has a number of laws, including bankruptcy, foreign development investment, and all of these transparently, all online for the business environment. But YT is not the only investment opportunity that Umran is delivering. Behind me is Alila Jabal Akhtar, the first hotel that was developed in Jabal Akhtar of 5-star. And what I particularly enjoy about this property is that it's one of the only hotels in the Middle East which you can find a fireplace in the lobby, because it actually starts getting freezing in the winters. And again, this is the diversity of Oman, whether it's the monsoon season in the south, or it's the winter sun during Christmas time, or basically having a firehouse on top of 2,000 meters above sea level. It's a different diversity of products and services that Oman delivers for the country. The other delivery investment opportunity that we have is Madinat al-Irfan. Irfan in Arabic actually means gratitude. It's a city that has a soul, and our soul is the soul of gratitude. It's a 7-kilometer development, right 10 minutes away from Muscat International Airport. And as we speak, first phase includes MICE, or what we call the MICE Industry and Tourism, which is a convention center, a 4-star hotel, a 5-star hotel, a 3-star hotel. And as we're talking about right now, the investment opportunity is a business park that we're delivering, making sure that the right amenities, the right connections, accessibility, create the right haven for commercial hub in the country. It sits on a site of about 40,000 square meters. The time frame is about 2 years. And it is basically not only having a commercial hub, but making sure that the wellness aspect of employees who live, work, play in one destination are all integrated within, again, the sustainability framework. The building behind us is our headquarters for our main telecommunication company, and this is the one that got the Platinum LEED certified, LEED being obviously the certificate for green from Green Council, US Green Council Authority. The other development that we have is the Mina Sultan Qaboos, which is a transformation of a port. It sits in one of the most iconic destinations in the country, whereby there's a 200-old souk, mountains, seas, and it is basically a transformation of an existing port that will transform itself as a gateway for tourism and opportunity in the country. And it sits at it's $100 million, or actually $300 million investment delivery. It will be delivered in stages of about 15 years, but it sits in the heart of the capital city. It's basically the #1 destination of tourists, whereby all the yachts, tourists, the cruise liners come from the port, and all the major souvenirs hubs come from this particular part of the tourism destination. And going about destination of diversity, it's not just about real estate, like I said. Oman is also going to deliver the first agri-tourism project that is basically delivering a combination between a coconut farm that is delivered with our partners in Oman, the Oman Food Company, investment company, that is basically going to look at delivering more than 50,000 coconut trees with mixed-use tourism development. So people don't only look at it from a hotel, but actually get up and watch a farm and go experience the greenery that is around it. That is basically the diversity that we're looking at, and that is delivered not in the capital, but all the way south in Dhafar, where the Green Monsoon is. Our next big 5-star resort is coming up with the Four Seasons. That's back in Muscat, and that is also an investment opportunity that we're opening up for investors. It sits at about 130,000 square meter site. The delivery also will be into 2 phases, which is an approximate of 6 years, but it includes both a 5-star resort, but it also luxury apartments on the other side, both of them sitting at a marina, both of them sitting at some pristine shorelines in the heart of the capital. Then we go up north, Musandam. Musandam is a region that we're promoting to become the adventure hub in the region. This development particularly looks at not only the first zipline project in Musandam, but actually one of the longest in the world that crosses over sea level. There are different investment opportunities that we have, aside from the one that we have as a marina hotel, as we have the resort in the mountains of about 190,000 square meters, but making sure that aside from the ones that we mentioned and the dolphins that Gerald mentioned in our panel discussion, this zip line is going to be delivered on this year as we speak, and it is not far from being achieved. The view for those who want to be experiencing it is pretty much this particular view. And I think this is the kind of statements that Oman is trying to make sure that we balance between tourism delivery and living the essence of the nature surrounding and where we are. The last but not least is the Diba Wellness Beach Center, which is going to be one of the first wellness 5-star resorts in the heart of Musandam as well. And this sits at 105 square meter delivery. It is a transformation of an existing hotel that we have that we've completely transformed into a luxurious 5-star wellness resort in the next 5 years. And I've got a small video to show you as well, just to give you a bit of a glimpse on what to expect from an investment opportunity on this resort. So investors and those who know investors, keep a watchful eye. There's immense opportunities that we have in the country, but it's not just any opportunity, it's a purposeful opportunity. Because the how is as important as the what. And again, going back to some of the pointers that we mentioned, it's not about just delivering projects, but it's about delivering them through a rigorous sustainability framework that we look at. Today, sustainability is 3 Ps: people, profit, and planet. And our sustainability framework is all about economy, society, and the environment, but Imran has added another element in the sustainability, which is culture. And we believe that it is not something that you engrave within your environment or this society, but to make sure that that cultural identity lives very strongly and proudly in every development that we do, and it sits as a DNA of our developments. These are some of the programs that we look, where there's the greenhouses that we've built in Jabal Akhdar for the local SMEs, whether it's the local empowerment, women empowerment program that we had, Zari, in Musandam, or is basically working with local women to hand sew the laundry bags in our hotels. which is kind of issue because nowadays no one uses a laundry bag, they use it as a souvenir, and we keep continuously producing more and more. But that's what tourism is all about, making sure that they take some of these memories back to your town and come back to it. And this is what it's all about. It's about, the picture tells a million words. It's about the future generation. It's about finding the right programs, finding the right people, finding the right elements that make sure that all of the investment that we have somehow have a direct involvement and investment in the local capacity. And I'm going to leave you with one last slide. This particular picture says everything to me. This is the purpose. This is the objective. And for those who ask, what does Umran do? Aside from creating destinations of beauty and opportunity, this is our challenge, but yet it's our opportunity. How do we deliver developments and projects that make sure that we continuously have commercial value, but do not keep the environment, but we make sure that we keep the environment intact? And so join us in our purpose, and if anybody wants to know more opportunities about Umran, you can take a picture of the barcode, and we look forward to your partnership. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Mohammed. That was really interesting, and so many opportunities there for developments in Oman with Umran. We now come to the next presentation, which is going to be moderated by Rajan Datta of the BBC. And we'd like to welcome Rajan back to the stage. And together with the panelists, we have Mr. Tafa, who's coming online from Botswana. He's the Executive Manager for Investment and Product Development. And we have Mr. Ken Osei, Principal Investment Officer for International Finance Corporation, part of the World Bank, and Mr. Cuthbert Nkubi, who's the Chairman of the Africa Tourism Board. Gentlemen, if you'd come to the panel. He's there. They're just getting microphoned. Right. Thank you very much.
Okay. While waiting, I can tell you more about my trip to Botswana. Did you know there are more elephants per square kilometre in Botswana than any other country in the world? Did you know that? Did you know that from Botswana? Yes. As we did get slightly cut short with Phil Harang before, I'm sure we will discuss some of the attractions of the country too, although we haven't got that much time. But anyway, this gentleman, if you can join us now on stage. Welcome. And welcome, Tafa. I hope you're there. Please take a seat. Oh. Okay, so the title of this session is very much how is Botswana positioning itself as a gateway for the Southern African region. So we are talking about how attractive it is, essentially, as a destination for foreign investment in particular, and what would make it a good as a financial hub for that region. So in fact, let me just ask that direct question from your different perspectives, because you do have different perspectives, obviously. You're the African Tourism Board, so you're looking at it probably actually from a quite holistic kind of view, I guess you are. And Ken, obviously, when we talked yesterday, you are perhaps looking at it much more from the point of view of what makes it somewhere viable to invest in. So let's start, actually, because seeing as this really is, first of all, about Botswana. So Tafa, if you're there, can you tell me what you think are the main competitive advantages of Botswana as a hub, financial hub, for the Southern African region. If he's not there, he's not there. Okay, fine. In that case, if you don't mind, I'll throw it over to you.
Yes, thank you so much. Let me take this opportunity to convey my gratitude to Dr. Taleb, who has been very instrumental, especially within the travel sector, with the backbone of driving Africa, bringing it to the global space. Yes, let me regress a little bit, yes, before I touch on Botswana. Africa, I strongly believe, as Minister Bartlett has indicated, that it is going to be one of the strongest hubs within the global space, both in terms of investment and also in terms of tourism. Passionate as we are to say, how do we regroup as the African continent so that we can start to appreciate what we have and start to appreciate what we can be in the next few decades. Yes, as African Tourism Board, our task and our advocacy is to say, how do we work together as a continent? I think the COVID period lockdowns has taught us a big lesson. Say, look, let us start to appreciate and look within so that we capitalize on our domestic, we capitalize on our regional and on our continental space, so that let's have our international traffic flow to come to Africa as a complementary. But the first and the onus is up to us as Africans to say, how do we start working on our backyard? Yes, Botswana. Botswana is one of the magic places of Africa. We had an opportunity, a few months ago, where the government was actually celebrating the Kawa June Challenge Cultural Festival. For the first time, it was held in a desert, where we actually had an opportunity of hosting about 8,000 local participants. That was tourism at its best, where cabinet ministers, including the president himself, they came, they laid, a city of tents to say, here we are proudly Botswanas celebrating our diversity in terms of dance and music. These are some of the opportunities that prevail in that beautiful country. And we have always said it is time for us to sing our new song, a new song as Africans in Africa, so that such should be your highlights, your news releases within the global space. But it's unfortunate that our stories and our songs has been told by somebody who does not have an experience and who does not appreciate what Africa has. So Botswana is a destination in terms of visitors and in terms of investment as well, and also with the stability. Because when you look at investment, the first thing you need to realize, consider, is the stability. Yeah. And we really appreciate that even their currency, one of the strongest currencies in Africa, and it has been maintained for decades. That reflects the seriousness of the government, and that also reflects the maturity of the government. Say, how do we really look within and see how best we can build our own economy for our own populace. Yeah. So I would really encourage all of us here, and I know that ITIC will be hosting a conference in Botswana, and maybe I might take my privileged seat here to say, colleagues, it is time for us to come and explore, come and enjoy the diversity, and come and enjoy, by the way, during the Kawa Festival, I'm a vegetarian.
but the way they cook their meat, the minister actually drove me to a point where I tasted that organic meat is the best meat in Africa and in the world. So yes, Botswana is the destination and a hub in terms of tourism.
So are you vegetarian on health grounds? Or
No, I decided to.
Yeah, exactly. And what the point you made about the economy, yes, absolutely. This was a country that came from being really quite poor, with one of the lowest per capita GDPs in the world, to actually being a middle income, relatively prosperous country, which is an amazing, amazing feat. Okay, well, in the absence of Tefa, I'm going to go to, please tell me when he's arrived. Let's look at the other side of the coin. What are the tick boxes, if you like, that you need, or your investors might need, when they look at someone like Botswana? Cuthbert's mentioned a few already. We talked about stable economy. What about the other aspects? When you analyse Botswana, what's good about it, and what could change? What could be better?
Well, thank you. I think you stole a bit of the thunder when you mentioned that Botswana has the largest herd of elephants. I think something like 60 or 70,000 herds, population of elephants. But I think from an investor's perspective, as you invest in a country, you want to look at the macro. Stability, strong policy environment. In other words, is there an enabling environment for capital to flow? Secondly, if one were a foreign investor, is there going to be a likelihood of being able to repatriate investment? So Botswana, I think, scores very highly on free flow of capital, makes it a very welcome home for capital for investment purposes. Another important aspect is there strong local investment capability. So Botswana actually has, on a per capita basis, very, very high levels of pension fund coming from employee savings, government employees. So even though it's got a relatively small population base.
It has got a small population.
Yes.
That's true, yeah.
But it has a strong asset base for local investment, which actually should be tapped into as part of the, because tourism investments have to be long-term by definition. And that's the other reason why you need policy certainty. Because as an investor in hospitality, you don't want to come in and every 2-3 years, having put money into an asset, not knowing whether it's going to be policy environments are going to be maintained. The other area is Botswana actually has good tourism assets. That will not go away. I mean, the 70,000 herds of elephants are protected. So thankfully, I mean, with, let's say, every elephant having one offspring, with a lifespan north of 30 years, the likelihood the tourism assets will continue. It's also blessed with a very unique ecosystem, a mix of desert, the Okavango plains, the delta, the movement of water. It's obviously very sensitive to environmental impacts, but it has kind of the characteristics of a strong ecosystem for tourism. It's also linked to other countries that are nearby. So if you look at the Chobe area, the Caprivi Strip links 5 countries. So there's a huge ecosystem of tourism that I think really supports Botswana. And if all of that could be tapped into a regional tourism product, it could make it a really
and that is interesting. That relates to what you were just saying. So we're talking about, for example, Botswana not competing with, say, Uganda or Kenya, which also have Rwanda, which have fantastic tourism, like wildlife, and all those things you were saying. There should be a route, if you like, a connection.
As you was indicating the Chobe, maybe just an experience. Dr. Taleb, I think you love to hear this. Where you are taken on a boat, especially along the Caprivi, right, when going to Chobe next part, which is one of the biggest parts in Botswana, and you are afforded an opportunity of having these big 5 elephants swimming just closer to you. It's so amazing when you are so much connected to nature. So I believe that Botswana has so much to offer, And it hasn't been that much exposed, right, in terms of really attracting the local populace in terms of regional and in terms of continental. That's why our emphasis is to say we need to start appreciating your domestic populace so that they really come and appreciate and explore these great opportunities that we have. I think the onus is up to us as Africa to start appreciating ourselves. Yes, and then imagine if all our citizens would be part of the value chain. They then become brand ambassadors in selling to exterior market segment. So we really appreciate and we want to invite you to come and explore and see for yourself, especially within the investment space. We have so much opportunities, and we have experienced now a flow in terms of your conferences now. They are hosting quite a lot of mega conferences, which is a bonus and an added advantage towards our sustainability and also towards the recovery of our beautiful sector, which is the tourism sector.
Just in terms, you touched on this earlier, Ken, but in terms of compliance with international norms, how does Botswana rate in that sense?
Well, I think probably one of the strongest areas is with respect to protection of wildlife.
Yeah.
And so Botswana is I think, a member of the CITES treaty, which basically protects wildlife, which is one of the things that has benefited Botswana in terms of the herds of elephants.
Yeah.
You know, so much so that the parts of the country where wildlife is really protected. Also, Botswana benefits from being a relatively low population country with a very large expanse of land. But that notwithstanding, I think Botswana scores very high in terms of compliance and adherence to international treaties on the protection of wildlife.
And what about financially as well?
Financially, it's, I think it's regarded, as really sort of best in class in terms of, governance and financial centers, adherence to international requirements such as FICA, which deals with anti-terrorism and anti-money laundering, movement of capital. So Botswana also has an international financial services center, which makes it a very stable environment. The other thing I mentioned previously was the pension capital.
Yeah.
And perhaps, I think a few things that could be done to create greater awareness of Botswana as a very stable, financially stable economic environment, and also sort of a magnet for capital into the continent.
There is one, I would call it a weakness, which you can probably talk about, which is air connectivity. When is that going to be sorted out? Because that will surely help. If you can go from one country to another within Africa without having to go via Europe, which quite often happens. When are they going to sort that? Because they have had agreements recently, haven't they? But when are they going to come to effect?
Look, this is not Botswana's challenges.
No.
Yes, look, the whole continent of Africa, we really have challenges when it comes to connectivity. And remember, hasten to say that previously, tourism was actually created for a certain segment of the market with the exclusion of your local populace. That is why it is extremely expensive just to fly from Botswana to South Africa. And in comparison with somebody who's flying from South Africa to UK, these are the challenges and the hurdles we are facing. And we are saying what is important is for the private and public sector to have a synergy and see how best they can come on board. And really, we have those challenges that needs to be addressed so that goes beyond even the visa issues. It's just a hurdle. And we are so excited now that just received the breaking news that Kenya has actually lifted some of these visa regimes, which we really appreciate. And we are really putting pressure to some of the member states to emulate some of these good policies that will then enable us as we are coming from these recovery processes of our tourism sector. We cannot preach to say, look, intra-African trade is open to each and every member state, but we haven't created mechanisms that will enable us to be able to travel from one end to another. So we need to make sure that we put more pressure to say, it cannot be the status quo. Let us go back to the drawing board. And I know most of the member states, they are looking at the profit margins. But when you look at the volumes that will be created by this accessibility, I mean, we will end up being really one of the powerhouse of the world. So we need to work together, synergize, coordination, and make sure that we enable these processes.
Okay. I'm delighted that I think Tafa has joined us. Hello, can you hear us?
Hi.
Can we turn his sound up? Just try
Hi,
talking
can you
again,
hear me?
please. No, can we? Can we sort this out technically, by any chance? Sorry, Tafa, you haven't got the mute button on, have you, by any chance?
No. It's on.
No. How's it going? Explain to me what the problem
What's
is,
on?
please.
Can you hear me?
Sorry, Tafa, we're just trying to get hold of you.
All right, can you hear me?
Tafa, try speaking, please.
All right, can you hear me?
Yes.
Finally. Am I still audible? Hi, Rajan, am I still audible? Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you, yes.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Good, great, okay. Now, you weren't there at the beginning of the discussion, so I want to give you the chance, I said the only person on this panel actually is from Botswana, to actually tell us what you think are the competitive advantages of Botswana for incoming tourism within the, well actually within the whole of Africa, but particularly within the southern African region.
Well, first of all, at least, one could say that Botswana is land-linked, as opposed to what people normally say is landlocked. Therefore, we've got this opportunity of connecting with the whole of the southern region within an hour from most of our tourism destinations. That gives us an advantage of, what we have been vouching for, which is, collaboration, connectivity with other attractions within the region in order to increase the number of tourists that are coming to the region. So basically, this connectivity allows us to then form or advocate for, collaborative policy reforms and so on, so that we ensure that we increase the tourism reach, or we increase the tourism opportunities that we can leverage on, not only within the country, but also with our neighboring countries. Botswana basically has quite an array of products that we can offer. Untapped wilderness areas, untapped and undeveloped cultural products culture and heritage products that we can actually leverage on. So there's a number of opportunities that we have that we can develop and we can link with other activities within the region. Botswana has taken up an active role in terms of, environmental protection, as well as trying to develop tourism by way of, we reserved about 39% of our country for tourism and for conservation. That's quite a big commitment that comes from the government in terms of trying to ensure that, we keep our heritage, we keep our areas pristine, we keep the tourism opportunities for the later generation to continue with generation of revenue from tourism, from all this land that has been allocated for tourism investment, as well as for preservation. The country has basically enjoyed a lot of peace and stability. This brings comfort, or should bring comfort, to investors in terms of being able to, be secure with their investments. We believe in the rule of law. Therefore, all contracts basically are really discharged accordingly and established through laws that we really look out to, and we really look at ensuring that everybody does not get any backlash from the contracts that we've entered into with the investors in the tourism sector. The environmental conservation policies that we have, we've got, the tourism policy that talks to product diversification, that talks to citizen participation, that talks to conservation, that talks to, improvement in products that we have, digitization, and so on and so forth. We have conservation policies that talk to ecotourism. How do we involve the communities in the tourism industry? How we get them on board to preserve the environment that we are basically leveraging on as tourism, to ensure beneficiation, to ensure that they understand what it is when we talk about tourism and the benefits that it can bring to the communities. The communities that are living within those areas that we predominantly have our pristine tourism activities in, traditionally they lived off, their livelihoods was from agriculture. But in those areas, with the wildlife in the area, it's a challenge to now practice your traditional way of livelihoods, which is agriculture. Therefore, bring them into tourism. So ecotourism basically talks to bringing them on board, ensuring that the investors and the tourism operators appreciate the communities within those areas, source for material from the communities within those areas, source for employment within those areas, and to ensure that now the citizenry and the communities within those areas appreciate and understand what tourism can do for the country.
So that, in a sense, is your biggest challenge. We talked about human capital earlier on quite a lot with Edmund Bartlett here was talking about this. I mean, you have several advantages again going, don't you? Because I think you still have free healthcare and free education. Is that true? Yeah.
That is correct.
Yeah, that's a major advantage for you. But what you're saying is that with an economy that, apart from mining, was very much dependent around agriculture, you are now wanting people to come from that world into the world of tourism. You want them to be retrained. Is that what you're talking about?
Well, actually, currently tourism is probably the second, well, before COVID, moved up into the second income generation for Botswana next to mining.
Right.
So it shows that already tourism has got a major impact in terms of the economy, and already we've got quite a number of citizens that have come into the tourism sector. But what we need to do, of course, is improvement of service. To be able to ensure that the service levels are also at par with what the international visitors will be expecting, but as well as creating or upskilling our citizen investors in terms of now getting into major, bigger investments in the tourism sector, luxurious lodges, bigger hotels, and so on. Because currently, you'll find that most of us citizens are more towards the lower scale, the guest houses, the mobile operations, and so on. But we want to see Botswana and the citizenry now upgrading to these bigger investments. And how we do that? Partner with international investors who are already in the tourism sector that can then assist the government in terms of building the skills that are required for the investors of tomorrow.
Tapa, thank you so much indeed. Because of time restrictions, we have to stop now. I'll just say one thing, which it strikes me that Botswana is in a very good place right now to take tourism to its next level. It has big ambitions, and I think everyone here is going to be very excited to see what happens with your particular part of the world. So best of luck. Thank you, Tapa.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Cuthbert. We have to stop. Thank you, Ken.
Thank you very much. Thanks very much.
Hi, hello, good afternoon everyone. Let me take a couple of seconds to greet Dr. Rifai, my former boss at UNWTO. I'm very, very, very pleased to see you, as well as always, Dr. Rifai. Well, I'm going to share with all of you here today why we in Malaga are considered the most smart tourism city in Europe, not because we were the smart tourism capital, but all the investments in terms of technology that we are now having in here. Can we go to the slides, please? Sure. Well, in the meantime, I want to to tell you that the smart city strategy of the city of Malaga comes from more than 12, 15 years ago. The vision of our mayor transformed the city to be considered, as I mentioned to you now, the most important smart tourism city in Europe. We decided to get into the technology, but basically because we truly believe that the city based on and ruled by technology for citizens is good for travelers and not just the opposite. I hope I can show you some examples I brought in here and some videos as well. In the meantime as well, I want to make some commercials as Minister Edmond. Malaga is the official candidate city for Expo 2027, and the topic of our bid is the sustainable tourism cities. So basically, we really consider we have the best project to make it happen. Good. Thank you very much, guys. Well, let's get into this. A quick brief info from Malaga. We are based in southern Spain, facing Africa. We are very close with Middle Eastern cultures and African cultures and Northern African cultures as well. And our position is very strategic since we have a huge history of plus 3,000 years of history. We have been conquered by Phoenicians, Romans, Greeks, Muslims and Christians, and so imagine how open is our DNA and how welcoming is our city. 600,000 population, plus 35 museums, plus 325 days of sunshine by year, 6.4 million visitors, 20 million passengers in our airport every year, plus 45,000 foreign residents in the city of Malaga. And a couple of important things: we are the birthplace of Picasso. Next year is the 15th anniversary of the pass away of Picasso, and it's a world celebration which has been organized by the French government and the Spanish government. We are the 4th airport in Iberian with plus 150 direct routes. Okay, but the technology begins in here. We have currently plus 200 smart city projects running in the city. We are the hometown of the National Digital Contents House, which is the pole of all innovations and startups in Spain. And we are considered the European Silicon Valley with plus 600 companies, including 3 unicorns that I want to show you right now. In terms of the quality of tourism and how important is for us the sustainability, this is an index which has been created by 10 universities in Europe, including in Spain, the only one is the University of Malaga. Considering different segments of tourism, HNYI, sustainable, cultural, gastronomy-based, and nature. And as you can see, Malaga is currently within all the cities in Europe, by far the one which is considered much more skilled and much more, let's say, keen into sustainability. Let's have a look to this video.
For the first time, just entering the city, you knew that you wanted to come back. Malaga comes top of the surveys concerning quality of life in Europe. It is open, it shouts at you and welcomes you. It makes you fall in love with it. Malaga is one of those places that has everything. Its museums, its cuisine, its fantastic climate, and its people make it the go-to city in Spain.
'Cause there's a fire in my heart, I feel the heat of falling stars, I keep running down around the road. Couldn't tell you where it starts, gotta find a piece of heart, a piece of heaven.
Coming to Malaga is always a gift, because Malaga has everything you need. Mediterranean, modern. A city that enjoys an undeniable international reputation, widely recognized and deserved.
I've been a mile high, been low, seen 100 skies or so, haven't found a home. But God knows I won't rest, won't slow, waking with the sun. I'm gone to see what's waiting there. Feel the fire in my heart, feel the heat of fire start to keep running down around me. Couldn't tell you where it starts, gotta find the missing parts, a piece of heaven I can call mine. Feel it down inside, you know it's gonna come. Baby, where you gotta go? It's a big, big world, and you gotta roll.
There is no doubt that places such as this capture your heart. If you have come once, you will come back. And so, what are you waiting for? Malaga. Where better?
It's nice to see a couple of lights. Also, we have in London, but so deep in here. So, as I told you, we have plus 200 smart city projects in the city, and everything comes from the digital pole. So, what's the evolution of the Malaga smart and tech? These are some kind of media titles you can find in the professional media right now about how are we attracting investments from massive companies and the most important companies in the world to the city of Malaga. The last one, the World Cybersecurity Center of Google, that rather than choosing New York or London or Frankfurt or Sydney, came to Malaga. 2 days ago, they launched the official video of the opening, but it's only a couple of days since Citibank also came to Malaga, bringing the junior analyst department from London to Malaga. I want to show you about Google.
This could be the moment we've been waiting for, the chance to feel alive. Nothing's gonna stop us, nothing's gonna top this, nothing like we've ever seen. And I raise my hands to the sky, what a feeling, this is where it all begins. This is where it all begins. This is where it all begins. 'Cause this could be the best day of our lives, yeah. This is where it all begins.
Good. It's about 550 employees coming to the city in the next couple of months. That is a total of 25,000 people working in Malaga Valley. Malaga Valley in the last 10 years grew up until to be 639 companies, including Entity Data, IBM, Oracle, Vodafone, Accenture, Caterpillar, Deloitte, Ericsson, and Huawei, Oracle, etc. As you can imagine, our city became a natural living lab for all these technologies to be implemented in the city. So we are blessed and gifted by all these companies that are trying and spreading pilot projects around the city. Well, but for us, it's important to be considered a very nice city for living, for visiting, and also for investing, as the examples I brought to you. But as I told you, 13 years ago, it all began with a vision of our mayor of becoming the most smart, sustainable city in Spain, that later it evolved to be considered also in Europe. And it took us through 5 steps. The first one is it began in 2008, thinking on what smart city projects and digitalization projects could be executed in the next 9 years.
بدأ هو مو شايف
Somebody is in the Zoom yet connected. The second is the tech innovation strategic plan from 2018 until 2022. And this took us to win in 2020 2 big announcements. One, to be considered the most smart tourism destination in Spain, and 2020-2021, the European Capital of Smart Tourism. Finally, last year, we showcased the tourism strategic plan for Malaga for the next 3 years. So which concrete examples I can share with you, including these plans, for example? We in the city, we track everything happening there with the most innovative tools you have ever seen. We get all our budget and we distribute it among all the different areas that the city council controls. Energy management, waste management, services for citizens, also the repayment of the city. So you can see some examples. It's kind of video, but it's pretty much similar on how we get the most to get the best and most efficient lights, the best and most efficient energy, the best way to deal with our parks, the environment of the city, always tracking our budget and thinking what's the best way through artificial intelligence models and algorithms that help us to find out what is the most effective way to invest the money. So basically, it helps us to squeeze our budget as much as we can imagine, and no human person can do as these constant artificial intelligence algorithms are doing within our city. So this is an example on how we do use and how do we work in the city from 10 years ago on this city. But what's going on in the future? For example, our buses and our sharing cars now is 100% electric or gas move and gas filled in the city. We want to become zero carbon city by the next year. We have all these wind power light bulbs in all the promenade along the city, so it gets also super green energy to be used. And as I told you, we became the smart tourism destination in 2020 in Spain, and these are the medias. In orange color, you can see the medium average of scores of the rest of Spanish cities and country, and blue was our average. So basically, that took us to win, becoming 94% in innovation. Based on the benchmarking that it took us, being the European Smart Tourism Capital, we got a lot of benchmarking from other cities. And a lot of European cities are coming to Malaga to learn, and your countries and your cities are more than invited to come and get the most of our technologies and our knowledge. Finally, the fifth point is, okay, let's go for a strategic tourism plan, and let's get the most of these 600 companies to implement plans in the city and technologies in the city. For example, what did we implement? First of all, let's talk about investments. Have a look to this. This is a video on the open investments now we have in the city to transform what's going to be the future of the city by 2024. I will go explaining as well in the way. There are 10 massive projects that are going to change the city as a whole. First of all is the city center, you will see right now. We want to remove all the traffic from the city center, and it takes a massive investment that we are now dealing with it. You can have a look on the 10 areas we are now actively trying to boost. And you will see some examples on what we want to do in some of them. The city center, the pedestrian area, no cars. Actually, currently there are no cars allowed, and everything is going to be open for walking, connecting with the mountains of the Arabian Castle and the Christian Castle. The problem that we have in the city is that every time we want to build something, as for example this sustainability cultural center, we find thousands of ruins from ancient civilizations in the city, and we have to put in value. We really are proud of our roots, and that's very challenging to handle. In the city center as well, in the areas which, for example, Soho, we want to become the most sustainable cultural pole with all the theaters and bars fueled by green electricity. Or the river project is one of the historic projects of the city. We're going to turn it as the way of Valencia, for example, for citizens to walk along the river and to be powered as well the lights and the water funds by green electricity. As I told you, our challenges are taking the most of our heritage and bringing for citizens. If we move away from the city, our Congress Center is going to double the size in the next 3 years because city became small right now. Another iconic project going more to the west is the shopping area, but the most important thing is coming now, which is the technological pole that I want to show you. These areas that you can see, we want to occupy them for offices for startups, for offices for companies, not for citizens, because for citizens we want sustainable districts as the SET district, which is now being built in Malaga. That is the first purely sustainable district for citizens in Spain. There's going to be the first one to be developed. Okay, some projects I want to showcase to you. Long time ago, we began with the beacons, with the intelligent signals and pushing messages in the telephones. Then during COVID, we got into an application that informs you about the situation and massification at the beaches, the quality of the water, the jellyfishes, the waves, the height, the temperature, the wind, in collaboration with the University of Malaga. We have an open data portal where we get all the data of the city, everything, cars moving, people moving, interactions, and we collect all this data to interpret all this data through artificial intelligence. We got all our museums and our tickets absolutely handled by technology, and we have a new application connected with a new, how do you say, dashboard of data of the city. But the last things we build in the city is this, for example. In all the cameras of the city, we install a layer that gets emotional tracking and recognition, of all the travelers in the city. So we match the GDPR because we don't record, it's not allowed. But as you can see there, in the light bulbs, in the streets, in the walls, we get the emotions, the happiness, the fear, the attractiveness. And we can see how the tourists are feeling in our city. And you can say, okay, that's good. But it would be great if only we can see how the Germans are. Yes, because the IP, we get it as well. So we can filter by nationality, and we can see which are the feelings of the different nationalities of the visitors. In Malaga, one startup created the first haptic sensitive jacket. It's a jacket that you can feel up to 100 feelings. Wind, water, hug, and okay, it could be from video games, but what's the vision of Malaga? We want to use it for disabled people to be able to stay in their homes and to feel Malaga from videos, from the television of the coach. We want to bring the experience for those that they want to feel the videos and the motion and the wind and the hug when you're walking in the city. In the meantime, you are watching a video of Malaga. What are we doing with Vodafone, for example, since we have the ID center in there? The first zero latency project on augmented reality in a city in the southern Europe. This is something we got from another of the companies in here. As well, from Telefónica, is the ruling company in Spain in data and telephones, which is O2 here in UK. On past tracks in the city, for example, Easter, we can see at that concrete moment, just sliding down the finger, how the Easter parade was walking through at that moment. So if you go and visit in summer your city, you can see what it was happening in the past as well, and live it in the same way with your speakers and the headphones. And the next step for us, we already jump into Web3. We created some skins, some avatars on Malaga, and we put it into the different metaverses that are already open. As for example, the Centraland, Open Space. We're working with Meta, since Meta is one of our companies in the digital pole in Malaga as well. And what we did in here is, okay, we have all these technology-based and sustainable-based technologies working for the city. We have the dashboard that controls in real time everything happening in the city, how many people from each country is in the city, where are they sleeping, what are they spending in collaboration with MasterCard and Visa. But we want to jump into new technologies. Next year, as I told you, is the 15th anniversary of Pablo Picasso's pass away, organized by Malaga, the government of Spain, and the government of France, and supported by Leica, Lonely Planet, MasterCard, Turkish Airlines, and Virtuoso. What are we going to build to help people to celebrate this, no matter where they are? Two metaverse. A metaverse of the city of Malaga, up to 16,000 people at the same time. where you can see, you don't need the glasses, you can do it with your telephone, wherever you are, but if you have the glasses, the experience is much more complete, and you can walk around the city, you can touch your fellows, you can feel them, you can interact with the people in the metaverse, so we can promote the city of Malaga no matter the potential visitor is in the world. And this has been created with the help of these 600 companies that I told you. Concretely, this is the square, the main square of the Cathedral of Malaga. This is something that was created because it's doing by stages. And this is me, the one with the hands. I was doing and we recorded. And it's absolutely amazing. What are we gonna do? Getting getaways in the metaverse. So if you get in New York and you are in the fountain and you touch the water and you find kind of getaway, which is, oh, free ticket to Picasso Museum. We interact with the people once they come to the city. They get some giveaways. And these giveaways contributes to becoming more green because we don't print papers, because we're taking care of these things. And finally, the most innovative thing, which are the only one destination in the world, we have it already, and New York already knocking our door to be the second, is the first NFT management system in the world. We have a dashboard with an embedded app to handle NFTs and to take NFTs around the city with the most sustainable blockchain in the world, which is Chia, that consumes only 0.01 energy that Bitcoin is funded by the Costa Rica government. And we can set NFTs wherever in the city to spread the floods of people. For example, 3 days ago, we have 7 cruises in the city. We took at the exit of the port, we took our colleagues of promotion, informing the people that they can hand free lunches, free entrances, free giveaways of t-shirts of Malaga Football Club in the city, telling them where are the NFTs. And people, we usually have a ratio of carrying capacity about 86% in the city center of the city. And with this initiative, we reduce it in the day of 7 cruises to 22%. So this is how technology works to make everything more sustainable. So basically, with all this mix of technologies, I would love to have another occasion to tell you more deeply how it works. We really want to get the most of top-tier tech, sustainability, tech investments, traveler engagement, no matter the decision process is in the stage, self-funding and travel expenditure. Finally, I leave you with a video of Expo 2027.
Malaga is Spain's candidate to organise the International Expo for 2027. The title of Malaga's proposal is The Urban Era Towards a Sustainable City. This topic is aligned with the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals for 2030 to make growth and development compatible with protecting the environment. Cities are facing the global challenge of working in an organised manner and cooperating at international levels to be more sustainable and habitable. The International Expo of 2027 in Malaga would allow the interchange of knowledge and solutions in order to make our cities pleasant places to live in and coexist. It would be an opportunity to share our scientific, technological and economic progress in the light of sustainability. Malaga, birthplace of Pablo Picasso, and the capital of the Costa del Sol, is one of the most important tourist destinations in the world, recently increasing its international reputation with an exceptional transformation base on innovation and culture, whilst at the same time being committed to sustainability and the Sustainable Development Goals. The Expo grounds would be positioned to the west of the city, very near Malaga's university, its tech park, the main business parks, the airport, and its trade fairs and congress centre. The Expo would be held in an area of 250,000 square metres within the commercial triangle of the city, with a total area available of 800,000 square metres, including the land to the east and west of the exposition area, equipped for logistics and dwellings, near the railway station that connects Malaga with Madrid in just 2.5 hours by means of our high-speed train. Once the Expo 2027 has finished, Malaga will take advantage of the infrastructure to continue developing the city, incorporating new commercial and residential areas, as well as buildings dedicated to education, research, and development. Malaga, A booming Mediterranean city of 580,000 inhabitants already possesses the necessary infrastructure to welcome the International Expo 2027. Namely, an international airport, rail links, an excellent range of hotels, and very good road connections. The latter is especially important as it reinforces the metropolitan character of the Expo, as it is near towns such as Alhaurín de la Torre, Cártama, and Torremolinos. The urban era towards a sustainable city would be held from the 5th of June to the 5th of September 2027. Malaga, where better?
So we invite all your countries and ministers to support our candidacy because it's the only one of the 4 competing that is tackling sustainability. It's the only one which is focused on sustainability, and it's the best way to gather in all together in these challenges of the future. Thank you very much to all of you.
My mind is full. What a whiz-bang presentation. Thank you, Jonathan. There goes Jonathan Pouzon-Gomez, Director of Tourism for Malaga, and what a fine presentation he made, together with some remarkable visuals. We're now going to chance again the era of internet connectivity. We're going to be going to Saudi Arabia, or shall we say Saudi Arabia is coming to us here at the Canary Riverside Plaza. I'm looking for some confirmation that we are online with His Royal Highness Prince Dr. Abdel Aziz bin Nasser bin Abdul Aziz Al Saud, who is chairman of the Bazira Group, and Mr. Raid Habis, founder and CEO of the Bazira Group, an RHH consultancy, and the former Director of Tourism Investment of the OIC. They are going to present tourism opportunities for investment by Bazira and RHH consultants in Saudi Arabia. Good afternoon, Mr. Habis. Welcome to the Investment Summit here in London during WTM. And I'm very happy to give the floor to you via the magic of the internet. Over to you. You're online now.
Good afternoon, sir, and good afternoon to everybody. And it's amazing, and we wish Malaga all the best for this beautiful, fantastic project for Malaga 27. Thank you, Brother Ibrahim, for hosting us today, and thank you, Your Excellencies, and special thanks also to Dr. Talib Al-Rifai. Actually, we have with us His Royal Highness Dr. Prince Abdul Aziz bin Nasser, the chairman of the Basira Group and RHH Consultancy in aviation and tourism. And we would like to give the mic to His Royal Highness. He will deliver a speech, and also Mr. Ahmed, he will be translating into English. So if you allow us, His Royal Highness will take the floor.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم، والصلاة والسلام على أشرف الأنبياء والمرسلين سيدنا محمد صلى الله عليه وسلم. أصحاب المعالي وزراء السياحة، السيدات والسادة الكرام، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. يسعدني أن أشارك في ملتقى السياحة العالمي لندن في هذا العام، وذلك لمناقشة آفاق السياحة العالمية واستثماراتها.
Would like Your Highness to translate. Mr. Ahmed, please go ahead.
It brings me, excuse me for a second. Peace, mercy, and blessings of Allah upon you. It brings me great pleasure to participate in the Global Travel Forum to discuss the prospects of global tourism and its investments.
المستقبل مشرق جدا لقطاع السياحة وخاصة في المملكة العربية السعودية.
The future of the tourism sector is looking very bright, especially in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia.
حيث أن المملكة تحت القيادة الحكيمة لمولاي خادم الحرمين الشريفين الملك سلمان بن عبد العزيز وولي عهده الأمين صاحب السمو الملكي الأمير محمد بن سلمان تشهد تطورا جديدا كل يوم وخاصة في قطاع السياحة.
Under the wise leadership of the custodian of the two holy mosques, King Salman bin Abdul Aziz, and his faithful crown prince, His Royal Highness, Prince Mohammed bin Salman, the kingdom is witnessing daily new developments, especially in the tourism sector.
الذي يخدم 28 قطاع آخر.
Which also serves 28 other sectors.
بدأنا بفتح أبوابنا للعالم قبل معظم الدول بعد جائحة كورونا في 2021 واستقبلنا 2 مليون معتمر إضافة إلى 1 مليون حاج ما جعل ذلك ممكن المنصات الإلكترونية مثل توكلنا واعتمرنا وغيره.
We started by being one of the first countries to open our doors to the world after the COVID-19 pandemic. In 2021, we had 2 million pilgrims with an additional 1 million Hajj pilgrims. This was made possible using digital platforms such as Tawakkalna and Atamarna.
حيث تخطط رؤية المملكة 2030 لجذب 30 مليون معتمر وحاج ونحو 100 مليون سائح بحلول 2030.
The kingdom's 2030 vision aims to attract around 30 million pilgrims and 100 million tourists every year by the year 2030.
المملكة تمتلك العناصر والإمكانات المؤهلة لذلك بالتعاون مع كل من وزارة السياحة والترفيه والرياضة ووزارة الحج والعمرة كذلك وزارة الاستثمار حيث أن المملكة قامت باستضافة وتنظيم كبرى المناسبات الرياضية والترفيهية والثقافية.
The kingdom has the tools and the potential to achieve this with the collaborative work and support from the ministries of tourism, sports, culture and entertainment, and Hajj and Umrah. Saudi Arabia hosted some of the world's biggest sporting and cultural events.
حيث أن لدى المملكة التنوع السياحي والتراثي والحضاري لا سيما أن المملكة تمتلك من أكبر صناديق استثمارات في العالم والذي يعمل حاليا على خط أكبر للاستثمارات العقارية والسياحية مثل نيوم مشاريع البحر الأحمر ومشروع القدية وغيرها من المشاريع الضخمة.
Because we have such a large diversity of tourism, heritage, and civilization, the PIF fund, which is one of the largest funds in the world, has invested in the largest tourism real estate investment projects in the world, such as the NEOM project, the Red Sea project, which is also estimated to be the most exotic.
كما تم افتتاح مرافق ترفيهية مثل المدن الرياضية العالمية والمتاحف ناهيك عن مدينة جيديا الترفيهية في الرياض إضافة إلى ذلك جميع دور السينما والعديد من المنصات المختلفة للموسيقى الحية والترفيه في جميع أنحاء البلاد.
Also opening entertainment facilities such as global sports cities, museums, not to mention Al-Qadiyah Entertainment City in Riyadh, and add on to that all of the cinemas and many different platforms for live music entertainment across the country.
ترميم المدن التاريخية والثقافية في المدينة المنورة العلا جدة الأحساء وهذه المدن لها تاريخ يعود إلى 4000 سنة، ولأول مرة سيتمكن العالم من الوصول إلى هذه الأماكن مع العديد من الأماكن التاريخية والتراثية.
The restoration of historical and cultural cities of Al-Madinah Al-Munawwara, Al-Ula, Jeddah, Al-Ahsa. These cities have a history going back over 4,000 years. And for the first time, the world will have access to these places, with many historical and cultural places for all.
وبذلك قامت وزارة الاستثمار بإصلاح سياساتها الاستثمارية لجذب الاستثمار الأجنبي المباشر، وجعل المملكة العربية السعودية واحدة من الدول الرائدة في مجال المنافسة الحالية في العالم للاستثمار السياحي.
Thus, the Ministry of Investment has reformed their investment policies to attract foreign direct investment and make Saudi Arabia one of the world's current competitive leaders for tourism investment.
والسماح للمستثمر الأجنبي بامتلاك 100% من مشروعه.
Allowing the foreign investor to own 100% of his own project.
ودشنت المملكة العربية السعودية شركة طيران جديدة لدعم رؤية 2030 RIA باستثمار قدره 30 مليار دولار أمريكي لدعم المبادرات السياحية التي تقوم بها الحكومة السعودية.
To support this, Saudi Arabia launched a new airline to support the 2030 vision, RIA, at an investment of over $30 billion to support the tourism initiatives made by the Saudi government.
ولهذا السبب أصبحت المملكة واحدة من أهم الوجهات الاستثمارية، وحققت مستوى عالي من التنافسية، حيث جذبت أكثر من 455 مليار دولار في نهاية عام 2019. كما سيستضيف مجلس السفر والسياحة العالمي هذا الشهر يوم 28 و 29 نوفمبر، والذي سيقام في مدينة الرياض.
This is why the kingdom has become one of the most important investment destinations and has achieved a high level of competitiveness, attracting more than $455 billion by the end of 2019, and will also be hosting the World Travel and Tourism Council this month on the 28th and 29th of November, which will be held in Riyadh.
ومع أخذ كل هذا في الاعتبار فإن المملكة العربية السعودية ستتطلب من الشركات المهنية المحلية والعالمية تحقيق هذه الأهداف التي حددها خادم الحرمين الشريفين الملك سلمان بن عبد العزيز وولي العهد الأمير محمد بن سلمان من خلال رؤية 2030. لذلك نحن مجموعة شركات بصيرة سننظم أول قمة للاستثمار السياحي يوم 4 و 5 يونيو عام 2023 بالتعاون مع المركز والوزارات المذكورة أعلاها بالتعاون مع شركة ITIC.
Taking all of this into consideration, Saudi Arabia will require local and global professional companies to realize these goals. To realize these goals set forth by the custodian of the two holy mosques, King Salman bin Abdul Aziz and the Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, through the Saudi 2030 vision. Therefore, we at Basira will organize the first tourism investment summit on the 4th and 5th of June 2023 in collaboration with ITIC and the above mentioned ministries.
فأننا نرحب بمساعدة جميع المستثمرين في هذا القطاع.
We welcome the participation of all investors in this sector.
ولا يفوتني في النهاية إلا أن أشكر معالي الدكتور طالب الرفاعي وكافة السادة المنظمين الأفاضل لاستضافتي في هذا اللقاء المبارك.
Finally, I would like to thank His Excellency Dr. Talib al-Rifai and the honorable organizers for hosting me in this blessed meeting.
And شكرا مع طيب التحيات والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Thank you and best regards to everyone.
Thank you very much.
Very privileged to hear from you and the marvelous things that are happening in Saudi Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and we thank you very sincerely for your presentation this afternoon, and Mr. Habis too for your introduction, and thank you gentlemen for being with us this afternoon. Are there any questions from the floor by any chance?
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Habis, would you like to say a few closing words?
Well, I would like to invite you all to be part of the investment summit that hopefully will organize with ITIC on the 4th and 5th of June 23. And also we look forward to see you in Riyadh on the 28, 29 during WTTC Global Conference. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We now move to our next subject, investment opportunities in Bulgaria, Tanzania, St. Lucia, and the Côte d'Ivoire. And to present, I'm very happy to introduce our colleague and former Minister of Tourism for Bulgaria, Nikolina Anglikova. And Angelina, if you'd like to come to the stage. The microphone is yours. The presentation already?
Can you upload the presentation? Yeah. Okay, great. With this. Hello, everyone. First of all, allow me to thank Dr. Taleb Rifai and the entire ITIC team for the opportunity to present to you the investment possibilities in Bulgaria. I would like, before starting, to thank His Royal Highness about his speech and presenting Saudi Arabia and Riyadh, and really the investment, the WTTC forum end of November will be another opportunity to share common initiatives in tourism and to promote this sector, which is very dear to all of us. Regarding Bulgaria, it's really a beautiful country, jewelry in the Eastern Europe, and very important gateway due to our geographical position. Bulgaria is a very ancient country with 7 civilizations that crossed our territory, and the legacy left by the Roman Byzantians, the Thracians, is remarkable. Bulgaria, maybe you're not aware of that, but it's third after Greece in Italy in terms of discovered artifacts on our land, which gives the cultural tourism a huge priority in our country and in the with the strategic location we have. I'm not going to read everything that is in the presentation just to save time. We are a member of the EU. Our economy is very resilient. We have a very strong tourism sector, and before COVID, in 2019, we reached more than 9,300,000 international arrivals. 27 million overnights were spent in 2019. Of course, COVID, the war in Ukraine, the energy crisis, they hit a lot the tourism and transport sector in general. But I do believe that the country is recovering, and I do believe in the investment potential in Bulgaria, and in particular in the tourism sector, considering the very young and highly motivated people to work in that sector. Bulgarian GDP is above the EU average, and the forecast of the GDP growth is to grow with 4 to 5% until 2025. The unemployment rate in Bulgaria before COVID was 4.2%, and it's expected to reach around 6.3% in the year of 25, which again will be below the EU average. Those are the credit ratings of the most important credit ratings agencies in the world, like by Fitch, Moody's, and Standard & Poor's, which gives a very good and stable perspective regarding the development of our country. The macroeconomic indicators that I have shared with you regarding the GDP, the unemployment rates, and also something very important, Bulgaria aims to join the Eurozone on the 1st of January 24, as since 10th of July 2020, we've joined already the ERM2, which will additionally give a very good financial and stability and perspective regarding the stability of investments and the protection of the investments, which is very important for everyone who would like to invest its money within the projects in Bulgaria. Of course, like every country in the world, and in particular in the European Union, we are suffering of a high inflation. The inflation that we currently face in the country is approximately 17%, as we expect to be to reach 12.2 and to go lower, of course, following all the measures that the European Union is taking. And we all expect, with the measures that are taken by the government and voted in Parliament, to support the private sector, including all the individuals. This will help us to go through all the challenges that we all face currently, and in particular, as I said, related to the energy crisis due to the war in Ukraine that started in February by Russia. We have very favorable tax regimes in Bulgaria, 10% flat corporate tax and 10% income tax, as well as when we talk about investments in our Investment Promotion Act, we are giving incentives to investors who are creating more than 100 jobs and investing more than 50 million in different sectors in the country. The investors that do that, they are not paying taxes for the 5 years after the investment is made, as well as the social securities to the workers. So we try to support the investors that are coming in the country also by giving one-stop shop services and to reduce the administrative burdens to each investor. You know, for everyone who spends money, time is crucial. And to sum up, Bulgaria offers stability, educated and skilled workforce, easy market access, reduced costs and risks, and of course, as I said, government incentives. Tourism, as I mentioned before, is a priority to our country, and for me, having the honor to be the first Minister of Tourism, as before 2014, tourism sector was part of the Ministry of Energy, Economy and Tourism. It was just a department. So I had the honor and the responsibility to found and set up a new ministry from scratch in 2014. And for the 6.5 years since I was a minister, we managed to increase the tourism from with 34% and the income from tourism with 31%, reaching 8 billion. Which is approximately 8 billion direct income from tourism, which is approximately 8% from the GDP, and 12% when we include the indirect income that we receive from tourism. So the potential we have in the sector is really huge. Bulgaria is a safe tourism destination, keeping all the safety and healthy measures. And we have diversity of all kinds of tourism products, not only for summer and winter tourism, but as I said, culture, spa and wellness. Bulgaria has more than 1,600 hot water natural springs on our whole territory, and only 10% of them are well developed and used. So the potential is that sector is huge, considering the new trends when we talk about eco-friendly tourism, when we are more into organizing rehabilitation procedures related to keep our health, considering what we have experienced with COVID. When we are towards the more quality of our experience as visitors, more digitalization used regarding the marketing, I think this is really good to be considered. I will go through the Bulgarian as a summer destination. We have a beautiful coastline with approximately more than 378 kilometers, 70 very good beaches, and 236 actually in total small beaches. Some of them are really virgin. They are not touched by the humans. You can really experience the nature with this and have a different, as I said, experience when we talk about summer tourism, not the mass one that usually we used to see when we talk about resorts. The top summer destinations in Bulgaria, we've been in Sunny Beach with Dr. Taleb Rifai and the ITIC team in 2018, in 2019 it was in May, and I do hope we will have the opportunity to go back there again. Next to Sunny Beach Resort is Nesebur, which is a UNESCO city. Actually, Bulgaria has 11 sites in UNESCO. As I said, our country is very rich of culture. The other summer destinations are Albania, Golden Sand, Saint Constantine, and Helena. And talking about that, I should say that there are very big Bulgarian and stable companies that are looking for partnership to invest together and to expand their portfolio in the hotels they own. For example, there is a very big company I work with as a lawyer that is owning 7 hotels. 5 of them are along the Bulgarian coast. They own also, and they have projects for another 5 hotels in Tanzania and 1 in St. Lucia, a company with more than 300 million euros as planned project and willing to expand. So whoever is interested to invest, I think it will be a very good opportunity to do that. Also talking about the upcoming winter, Bulgaria offer a variety of winter tourism in our best winter resorts. One of them, Bansko, will host again the Ski World Cup for women, which really has great conditions for that. Spa and wellness, as I mentioned, not to lose time, one of the hottest springs geyser, I should say, is just 45 kilometers away from Sofia, the capital of our country, 106 degrees in Separeva Banya, which really makes it unique and special. The other hot springs we have along the entire territory of the country, and this could be a very good combination also for summer and winter, because they are located all over the country, as at the Black Sea coast, as well as in the mountains, and with the very good cuisine we offer, it could create really a unique and different experience for the visitors, and of course will give an opportunity for the investors to invest and have a good return on their money. Those are one of the most famous resorts when we talk about spa and wellness in the country: Velingrad, Sandanski, Separeva Banya, and Hisaria. As well as we have hot water springs, as I said, in the summer resorts in Albania, Goldosa, St. Constantine, and Helena, and Pomorie. So that's it, very short and brief. I tried to be. Thank you very much for your attention. And if you have any questions, I am honored to answer. Thank you. Thank you, Paul.
Thank you, Nikki. In the interest of time, I'm advised that we will not be going into talk about Tanzania and St. Lucia. However, we are privileged to again introduce Mr. Cuthbert Nkubi to come to the stage to tell us about the opportunities in Africa and also in the Côte d'Ivoire on the west coast. Cuthbert, may I invite you to take the stage, please.
Thank you so much. In the interest of time, we are not going to dwell much on some of our member states, but I think all of us, we have alluded that for a destination to be able to attract investment, to be able to attract tourism, we are looking at stability. And we are looking at countries that are maintaining sound democracy. We are looking at maintaining as well good macroeconomic environment and also fiscal discipline. I think those are the challenges most of our member states are facing. And a well-capitalized banking system, I think our friend here from the World Bank would really allude and concur with me. Cote d'Ivoire, yes. Cote d'Ivoire is one of the jewels of this lovely continent. As I indicated from the offset that good stories, they haven't been told to the global community fully. So we are here representing member states to try to see how best should we redress those misconceptions. As I still say, as my leader has always indicated, that Africa, if well positioned, it is a powerhouse of this world. And I believe that Africa will ultimately lead in terms of investment, and Africa will lead in terms of traffic flow towards our beautiful continent. And we have said we are not going to live in isolation. We are part of the global community. And therefore, it's essential that we acknowledge the fact that we need one another. As much as the saying goes that, look, we are in a global community. So that means all of us, we belong together. You always say, life began in Africa. I've been in Ethiopia a few weeks ago, which is a land of origins. They are saying that's where we all originated. And we are here to say it is time for us to take these great opportunities, to take these steps to say, how best can we leverage and how best can we identify those hanging fruits that needs to be explored. And I just want to appreciate once again the strides by the International Tourism and Investment Conference, the strides you have made to say, how do we identify hanging fruits? Bring them to the global community. Let's see how best can we share. Let's see how best can we leverage. How best can we work together? Hence, we are emphasizing that, please, Africa is open for business. And that's why Minister from Jamaica, Mr. Bartlett, when he's going to actually attract, the Afro-Caribbean community to get together, to say, colleagues, let us go back home. And I want to invite each and every one of us here, come, let us explore these opportunities. Cote d'Ivoire is one of the jewels of our continent, and with its stable environment as well. It has so much to offer, especially in the ecotourism. We have had an opportunity where we were afforded, to handle or to take care in our custody, massive land for investment, to develop airports, to develop infrastructure development in terms of tourism, to set up especially educational tourism and medical tourism. So these are the opportunities that prevail, and we would want to invite you once again to explore those great grand opportunities. They have done quite a lot in terms of infrastructure development. Few months ago, we were in Equatorial Guinea, a jewel as well. It's like a bride who has been adored for the groom. Everything is set up in terms of infrastructure development. All what they need us to come and join hands together and see what mechanisms can we actually do to explore those opportunities that prevail. Africa is ready, and Africa is inviting each and every one of us, from Ethiopia to Madagascar. There are quite a lot of opportunities. So let us join hands, let us explore. We'll actually be sharing as African Tourism Board some of these opportunities that we need to see if we could tap in as some of the hanging fruits that will assist us in developing a sustainable tourism and also in our recovery mechanisms. Let us come to Africa. And Africa is waiting for each and every one of us to come and enjoy and explore and see how best you can fit in the puzzle of saying, let us join hands with Africa. Let's dismantle the borders that has separated us as nations, as tourism boards, and let us work together. That's the only way. Tourism is all about happiness. Tourism is all about joining hands. Tourism is all about infrastructure development, putting up mechanisms that will assist us, especially as we are looking at developing our sector in terms of conferences and also in terms of MICE and in terms of us getting things done. Africa is waiting for each one of us. Come, let us explore. We are inviting all of us as well, as we will actually be in Botswana a few weeks to come, to say, come and see for yourselves. Come and see what will be waiting for you in terms of tapping in the tourism market and its value chain. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. We really appreciate. Let's keep on moving. Tourism is all about us joining hands, and it's all about smiles, and it's all about connecting to one another. As we are going to be parting from this investment summit, one thing we need to take home is to say, take your umbrella and come home. Come to Africa. Let's enjoy, let's laugh, let's play together. Let's enjoy what God has in store for us. We thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I'm going to have you with my warm-up. Okay, thank you very much, Cuthbert. That's very inspiring. There's going to have to be a little brief break while we put microphones on the panelists for the next discussion. So, Pete, the technician, can you please bring forward 4 microphones? And I'd like to invite Mrs. Carl Ponsele, the acting CEO of the Botswana Tourism Office, to come forward. Mr. Abulfaz Gwaraz, former Minister of Culture and Tourism for Azerbaijan. Mr. Saida Sajid's country manager for UK, Ireland and Denmark for the ISC. And Mr. Ibrahim Oster, who's the Chief of Party for US Aid, developing sustainable tourism in Bosnia and Herzegovina. And when they've all got their microphones on, we have them come on stage with our friend Rajan Datta, the BBC, to act as moderator. So please come on the stage.
Thank you.
And I apologize if I've mispronounced anyone's name.
Just mine.
How would you like your name to be pronounced?
Actually, you pronounce it perfectly well. Any way you like.
So, ladies and gentlemen, Rajan will now take over as moderator for our panel discussion on achieving success in sustainable destinations and how investors are sharpening their ESGs, strategies to optimize their return on investment. And we still have a great following online, which is great. And coming on line with us is Mr. Hayter Kadri, who's the National Secretary of Investment and Attractions and Concessions and Partnerships for the Ministry of Tourism in Brazil, one of our partners today. And welcome, Mr. Kadri. Our moderator, Mr. Rajan Datta, will be introducing you as well in a moment. Rajan, all yours.
Thank you. Okay, so we are talking about. You have to be right. Unless you can use a portable mic. Yeah, one of the two. Yeah, so we're talking basically about success in sustainable destinations, but specifically about ESG. Now, environmental, social and governance investing guidelines are helping investors to better align their portfolios with sustainable tourism development and responsible investing. And then hopefully that means that they will sharpen their investment decisions to yield a better long-term financial value while respecting ethical values. I think it's important, because we're going to take a 360 view of this, because not just from the point of view of the destination, but also obviously from the point of view of the investor. I think it's important actually, before we even go any further, to explain how ESG is impacting on the tourism industry generally, because I think most people don't necessarily know that. Does anybody want to take that and explain that first of all, for the benefit of people online and here? Ben, it's up to you.
You always give me the
I always give the mic.
So I think we need to look at ESG and its impact on both sides. The investor as well as the market. Let's begin with the market. APTA in the UK conducted a study that says that travelers are willing to pay up to 20% more for sustainable experiences than others that would like take into account sustainability principles. We're seeing in general a move by the market and by travelers that are becoming more conscious socially as well as environmentally, seeking more responsible and sustainable experiences. So responsible and also includes the social aspect of matters. So now from the investor side, they also need to be cognizant of the market needs, but at the same time, we're even seeing the investors are being governed their growth and their ability to achieve their investment objectives by financial institutions. I will give you an example. Over the past 3 weeks, I've had a frenzy of signing agreements with banks. I signed agreements with about 8 banks. Involving those agreements to bring finance to the tourism sector. So this is under an umbrella called the Tourism Loan Program. So traditionally, banks have shied away from the tourism sector. They see it cyclical, seen a bit riskier than other industries. So now we convince them that you need to look at a holistic view of tourism, the entire tourism value chain. And so they came in with tourism products, or lending products that fit the tourism sector. Repayment period will be adjusted to seasonality as an example of that sort of thing. But a number of banks are saying we are governed by ESG principles and we're going to evaluate business plans, not just on the financial veracity of the business plan, but does it comply with ESG principles? Does it harm the environment? Or does it even harm cause social harm to the communities that they are in? So it's interesting to see even sources of finance are starting to even dictate how investors are developing their investments. It's not just about financial returns, it's about the entire ecosystem of investment.
Yeah. So basically everyone is playing the game now, if you like. Everyone has to play this game. It's not a game, obviously, it's very important too. But you know what I mean? It's not just a one-sided thing now. Investors themselves feel responsible for doing this, yeah? Which is, okay, good. So let's deal then with each of your particular scenarios. talk, aren't you, much more about the hotel. I know you cover several countries, but you are looking very much from the hotel sector point of view. So can you explain that?
Sure, sure. So let me just give you a bit of, sort of introduce myself so you have an idea of where I'm coming from. So for those of you who may have missed the earlier conversation, so I work for the National Finance Corporation, which is part of the World Bank and the largest development financial institution focused on private sector. So we provide financing to all sectors, and the hospitality sector is one of them. Now just building on the conversation that I heard earlier. So sustainability is one of those themes which is one that no sector can escape from. We are currently in the COP27 week. Within the ESG is environmental social governance. E, currently environmental. The most important part right now, I would say, the focus is on emissions. The hotel sector globally contributes to about 1% of the global emissions, which is similar to what the entire South African country produces. I think the green building sector is much more close to 15 to 20%. And we're reaching a point in time where governments all over the world, investors all over the world, cannot escape the fact that they have to tackle the climate challenge. Because if they don't do it, they end up with major risks, both because of the environmental side, and of course, there's, in addition to environment, the social side is very much linked to environment. So by that I mean is that environmental rights of people are very closely connected to the E side. So and they're very sort of good examples of how in extreme weather instances, you know, certain communities, certain like women, for example, are much more affected than men. Now coming to IFC, I would just say that we as a development investor, and we work a lot with the private sector, with banks and institutional investors, etc. as well. When we're looking at any particular project, we look at it from the ESG lens. So the first thing, and if any project comes to my table, we will look at the fact that, you know, does it comply with environmental, social, governance criteria for the IFC? And which essentially means is that, you know, as we start looking at the project, has a project done, has they undertaken an environmental, social impact assessment? What are the management systems? How do they plan to mitigate it? Is there community impact? So all that needs to be looked at and looked after. And then beyond that, I would say it's not a matter of risk mitigation. In fact, I think now we should be talking about opportunities. Because this particular sustainability trend or the need offers a lot of opportunities for this particular sector as well. So I'll leave it at that. I have a lot more to say, but I'll stop there.
Okay.
Thank you.
That's very useful, thank you. So which brings us to the point then to talk about, and let me get you, Hector Bitbol from Brazil. How does that then change the way that both sides of the equation work, both the investor and the destination? How is ESG changing how these deals are made?
Well, first of all, I would like to thank the ITIC organization for this incredible event, and to say that I would love to be present with all of you in the panel. Unfortunately, I'm having to be far away, but I hope I can participate adequately. So how do I see it? I really think it is actively shaping the priorities. So we are seeing from both sides the new policies and new compliance of norms, and it is really changing the landscape, both for investors and for destinations. And I think whenever the investor changes its behavior, it's kind of automatic that it will change the destination's behavior as well. So he has to comply with the criteria that are given from the investors. And we are seeing this all over the world and in different levels and different priorities, but the main point is it is changing and it is happening.
Transition, has it been would you say, for certain sectors within travel in Brazil?
Well, it really depends on the sector. We have some easier transitions than others regarding I mean, the hotel sector, for instance, it is easier because of the international, let's say, environment that they are naturally introduced. For other projects and companies in other sectors, let's say, such as tourism transportation, for instance, it is much more complicated because they are not so internationally proven, and they are not so internationally inserted. So they are having to sometimes hire consultancies and even reallocate people and hire new staff to be able to contend and to comply with all these norms.
I'll come back to you shortly. In terms of Botswana, how have you reacted to this? I mean, we've already found out in many ways what a sustainable country you are in terms of tourism. Nonetheless, has it presented any challenges for you, and if so, what are they?
I must say, in terms of the investment, as you have rightly mentioned, from the government point of view, in our concessions, first of all, there must be a management plan which guides all the development, destination management plan, and the ESG is encompassed in that. Over and above that, from the investor side, the expectation is that they are going to subject their development to the environmental impact assessment, and there is also some continuous monitoring in terms of the lease compliance. And we also have the Botswana eco-certification system under which all investment within our destinations are subjected to. And the challenges that we have experienced mostly is from the on the side of financing the operator to comply with certain aspects. Actually, you know, some believe that we are very stringent when it comes to the sustainability principles. And, you know, our areas are not really mostly developed because you will have to put in the solar farm for you to be able to generate power. You also have to make sure that there is proper waste management principles in place and all that. So this is a heavy investment when you look at it from the side of the investor. However, the returns afterwards, you know, are quite rewarding because the certificate that we end up giving you, it serves as a marketing collateral for the niche green market for the destination.
So, is the investor expected to in a sense, pay for the solar panel or whatever else that you need?
Yes, you know, when you come in, you are supposed to demonstrate the financial muscle to comply to our sustainability principles. That is basically what you are, as a checklist, you are supposed to show before we even sign a lease with yourself. Because, you know, we value our destination and how we have really fared well, you know, from way back in preserving the flora and the fauna.
It's part of your branding in a way, isn't it?
It is.
So in other words, if you're seen to not be good enough on that, even stricter than the investor, even if they've got the pressure from the banks or whatever, then you are losing your brand.
We will be losing our brand, and we are also avoiding the greenwashing aspect. We really want to make sure that we remain authentic as possible in our product offering. And those who invest in Botswana, that is why we have this low volume, high value policy, which has really generated so much, you know, for the destination.
Yeah. Okay. Well, come back. I'm going to talk to you about other aspects of this, particularly with regard to women, which you raised as well. And I think that's an important point because that is all part of ESG. Let's look at Azerbaijan because it was obviously very oil dependent for a long time. Tourism came along and it became tourism came along and it has become a big focus for that country, your country.
Yes.
How has the journey been in working with developing tourism whilst attracting investment with this new, well, relatively new requirement for ESG?
Thank you for the question. I think that today we are talking more about the common matters, not dedicated, definitely targeted country. And from this point of view, I would like to, first of all, thank for inviting me here. Secondly, I would note that within the connection with the ESG, there are two very serious documents which were accepted by the World Tourism Organization. That is the first, the Global Ethics Code of Tourism. The second one is the satellite account. Why I'm touching these matters? First of all, ethics codes was existing before the idea of ESG came to the table, and even before the time when the United Nations accepted the strategic goals for 2030. It means that tourism community was always thinking about necessity of protection of the environment, the social behavior, the exchange of cultures, and whatever. So this is very important. The second matter is the satellite account, why I'm talking about that. We are measuring the volume of the real money and turnover.
Yes.
I'm 100% agree with you that we can't evaluate the impact of tourism and ecological and social approach to tourism in general to the local society and the social identity of the people living there. This is the same coming with the evaluation of the impact of the big events coming at the different places. For example, we make some conferences, some sports events, some cultural events. What is the impact? Impact in value of money, we can easily regulate and tell that satellite account is giving us the approximate fees. But what's happening with the local people, the community we were discussing today, this matter?
Yeah.
How big is the impact for the social identity of the people that we can manage it, we can do it? How it reflects the growth of the young generation, which will be dedicated soon the activity to the tourism. And this is common for Botswana, for Azerbaijan, for everywhere, for Bosnia and Herzegovina. I mean, this is the question. And that's why I think that today the role of the government, I had quite a big experience working in like the Minister of Tourism. And by the way, I would like to thank Mr. Taleb Rifai, because wherever he was coming to Azerbaijan, he met with the leadership of the country, and his advices were immediately accepted, which helped us seriously. But today, the government, first of all, has to create the facility where the investor and the tourism industry will feel the requirements and necessity and feel the support of the government for these defined matters on the different, on the defined territory, on the defined project and whatever. If it will not be done, then they will not feel the support of the state and we will not care. And the last moment of that, again, I'm coming to the matter of social identity and impact for the people working for the companies. If they will understand that this environment is something bringing them the value of their activity, they immediately will feel it themselves and impact it. And I think that the crucial matter in this case will play the data. Data will permit us to regulate and to know that.
Well, that's in a sense, let's answer your own question. How do you quantify the long-term impact on local communities of an investment? You are able, are you saying that you're now able to do that?
We have to slowly to approach that, because not everyone is using all these researches, analysis. The investor, what we are talking about investment? Investments is only to construct the hotel or to the road or whatever, or not. Maybe the investment to the IT technologies which will provide better services for everyone. Maybe it will be to the education, the human resource investment, to the educational matter for the people who will work in there. So investment is something which must not be understood simply under the construction of the certain tourist facility. It is the environment around that and all the services which are linked to that. So I think that the technologies which we are using today, and it was impressive presentation from Spanish, and I think that if we will go this way, the data will assist us to define the values which are required by the local community and for the future tourism. This is the advice.
But we're not quite there yet, is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Right. Okay, so that's the big challenge, to do that, to measure that. Ibrahim, let's look at what you are specifically doing with BIH, Bosnia and Herzegovina, and USAID, and you are just as interested, if not more, in this, and I don't mean you're not interested in environmental, but social and governance is a very important aspect to you. Can you just explain your approach and how those two countries are actually now pushing their tourism drive?
So what's interesting about Bosnia and Herzegovina is it's one country with two syllables.
Right.
So, and it's a fascinating country because Bosnia is in the northern part, which is continental European, and the Adriatic Mediterranean is in the southern part. That's where you have wine country and so forth. Our development approach is this conservation-led, people-centric tourism development. So we begin with what are the environment and nature conservation necessities of the destination. Then from there we proceed. So what sort of development? And then when I say people-centric, we need to think that ultimately everything is done. How does the woman in the village, and her name is Saba, when we presented the first project, is a very complex 5-year plan. How everything we do, how is Saba going to benefit? How is her son going to benefit? How are her neighbors going to benefit? So, and as a matter of fact, we had a photo after seeking permission from the family, so that we can bring to life.
Personalize, visualize.
What is this all about? It's all about people. It's about people in the destination. And so it's important, therefore, I think, as we heard, I think a very visionary view, I think from other Bishan, that you're looking at many different facets. We do need to look at holistic development of the industry. So yeah, we do need to look at the environmental part, certainly. As an example, in Bosnia and Herzegovina, more than 2/3 of it is forest. So we're working with the country on the national plan to double the nature area officially classified as protected. In addition, we're also working on better visitor management plans for nature parks. And so we finished the first, the largest nature park. We call it visitor management and community engagement plan, because the community needs to benefit. So how do you bring them in, and what sort of visitor services you provide, provided by the community, that may live inside the park or in the gateways outside the park. And second, when the community benefits, they become conservatives themselves. They conserve the park as opposed to bringing poaching or otherwise. Now moving on in terms of the social aspect, you're right, we do need to think of visitor experiences that build on and at the same time preserve local culture. One is respecting the community, helping it maintain its character, but at the same time, from purely business perspective, the market is looking for authenticity. And authenticity necessitates that we preserve local traditions and local culture.
So it works, both things work in tandem, they work together.
Absolutely. And I think in the past, the industry lost track of this, and there was a great commercialization.
Yes.
And now
globalization.
Right, and now we're going back to the roots, preserving what we have. And so forth. So one of the areas that's important to bring out in the S part, the sustainability and the social aspect, is 2 prongs that we're working on, which is inclusion and we're working on gender empowerment and inclusion, fancy QR codes. It shows you a gender empowerment plan, and it shows you a disability inclusion plan. We did an assessment of the country on both sides, and we have two separate plans that are very customized, as a matter of fact, for this. So it's important that we do this. And finally, I know you want me to hand it over back to you, but I have to say that part of the planning that we're doing and many other destinations are doing is how do you work in this part? So you're not only bringing tourism to a particular area of 3 or 5 descenders. So we're using what the airline industry has, which is a hub and spokes model. How do you capitalize on the success of certain destinations, use those people that are there and send them outside to the rest of the region? And this way will extend length of stay by giving them more things to do, but at the same time you reduce pressure on a destination or a site by sending them to local communities and villages and secondary destinations. We need to liven up secondary destinations, and that comes also with itinerary design, so we can take people from one place to another. As people move, as tourists move, they leave money behind, and that's an income for communities that really wouldn't have an alternative source of income.
Yeah. So you, in terms of the organisation, you are almost on both sides. You're making sure that the host, the destination, and the people in the destination are matching the criteria that you would need to give them the money in the first place.
Well, we're working with both government as well as the local community, the NGOs, and the businesses in between, and the banks and the SMEs. We're working with everybody, and it's a complete value chain approach to tourism development. That's the only way to do it.
Right.
And thank you, by the way, for alerting me to the article earlier today. He showed me an article that says, what can Croatia, which is a very well-developed tourism destination, learn from Bosnia and Herzegovina? We were together in France 2 weeks ago at the World for Travel Conference, which really sustainability and responsibility was a big theme over there. And I think Bosnia came out strong in that area, demonstrating the correct approach for development.
Well, I mean, the one major advantage you actually have is that you haven't got mass tourism, have you?
And we do not want mass tourism. We want more people to come, but we want to spread them in the off-season. And even if they do come in the high season, we want to disperse them throughout the country. Because even in the high season, we still have great unused capacity in accommodations, because the rest of the country isn't benefited as much. So we need to take them out of the main cities.
The same problem exists in all countries, and it's very clever to divide the country for the regions, which are suitable for different kind of tourism. This part is suitable for ecotourism, the others, for example, entertainment, the other sports, hunting, ski resorts, and whatever. And if you make this division in the country, regionalize the approach within every region, then it's easier to split them, and then it is not mass tourism. This is dedicated tourism.
And you make it possible by doing themed clusters. So there's a reason why would I want to go to this area, not the other area? You're not repeating the experience.
Yeah. So you go to one area in Herzegovina because it's got a good wine route, a developing wine route.
Herzegovina's wine route, it's slow food region. So when you go in the north, it could be skiing and could be active hiking. For example, we hosted the World Rafting Championship, so there are different things you do in different regions that you need to diversify. And as you diversify, you fill the rest, all of the seasons. So.
Yeah, very good. Helter, in Brazil, which just sticking on the idea of communities, and obviously there are tremendous diversity of communities, particularly in out of the urban areas in Brazil. How easy has it been to get them on board and involved with ESG?
Well, Brazil is really a continent. Our proportions here are so ginormous that it is kind of hard to use the same pattern for all of our destinations. So we really have to work with different niches, and also really take into account the differences. We have parts of the country that are very rich and enjoy a very good, let's say, connection with the rest of the world, and we have very isolated parts. And most of our laws are federal and they work for the home country. But when it comes to best practices, we do have to acknowledge that the level of compliance of those regulations are very different, and also the kind of stimuli that we need to use in order to let's say make it better for those destinations is also very different. So we are adopting different strategies. Some are nationals, some are regionals, some are locals. Just this month, we are having a big meeting that we have organized, what we call the regionalization of tourism. So we have 200 different, let's say, managers, tourism managers in our country that are involved in this work. And right here in Brasilia, the capital, we are trying to manage this all and trying to give the right inputs for development of each of those realities, because they are very different realities. And specifically, when it comes to ESG, we know that for destinations that are more international, we have this. We have been prioritizing some aspects of it, such as the environmental aspect. And we know when it comes to for investors that are national, we know that usually they aim more for the social aspect of it, employment, and we have seen some very notable results for our country in tourism. Just to say, last month we created more than 300,000 jobs in Brazil, and 40%, 37-ish, are from tourism. So we are very important right now, and I really believe that tourism is the future for many of third world countries or countries in development.
Leading the way in ESG in many ways, yeah, it has to be a trailblazer, doesn't it? I wonder, no time is short, but I need to get to talk a bit more to you two very quickly. In terms then of what you are doing, when I mean, looking at your patch of countries, they're very much Western, aren't they? UK, Ireland, Denmark, and Malta.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So when I'm basically for IFC, our mandate is development in the emerging markets. So I'm working with companies who are in this part of the world, and investors who are in this part of the world, who are investing in the emerging markets. So the focus is very much the emerging markets. There's one sort of point that I would like to highlight, just listening to the conversations earlier. We need to look at sustainability as an opportunity. In terms of data, for example, we know green buildings, including hotels, so new builds have a return of investment, I think, within 2 years. So the incremental cost of making a hotel green is literally like 100,000 in terms of water efficiencies, energy efficiencies, efficiencies in embodied material, and the return is in 2 to 3 years. For retrofits, it's slightly longer, but still, it's within the investor's horizon. Same thing on diversity in terms of on the board and management, etc. We have done studies which show that in companies where you have women on the board, do much better on return on investment, return on assets. So keeping that in mind, that diversity brings better decision making, which ends up affecting the bottom line. And then the other bit which I was just listening earlier on is like just going forward. Is like nature-based assets. So we're looking at right now very rapid development of the carbon credit market, and where nature-based assets will be a very important source of where companies in this part of the world particularly, because there are net zero commitments across the board in the European world, where every company has to by 2030 or 2050 meet the net zero targets. And they cannot do that without carbon credits. And the majority of that will come from most likely emerging markets, nature-based assets. So anything on forestry, conservation, etc., will contribute towards that. So we need to start looking at, in a very forward-looking manner, in a very sort of looking at it as an opportunity, and how can you develop your assets, which will both yield a better return, and how can we then avail opportunities in the future. So I just want to leave it at that.
No, but so in which case you're advising boards to have, which is brilliant, have more women on the board, because that actually produces better rewards for the investor.
Yes.
That surely that is an obvious takeaway message to any, and I don't quite know why that isn't better spread within the business community.
It's quite a few studies done on it. It's just simply a matter of people now adopting it.
Right.
So.
But the fact is you gain from having women on the board. It's a no-brainer. It's a no-brainer. Anyway, just one last thing to you. Well, ultimately, what we are finding then is that ESG is not a disruptor in the negative way. It's not making tourism worse. In your view, it's actually improving both the rewards, financial and everything else from tourism, and the welfare of the host destination. Yeah?
Yes.
Tell me more. Just last words really about Botswana and why you are confident that ESG will work. Well, we know why, partly because that's your brand. But anyway.
Yes. Like my colleagues here have already said, investing in people, particularly the governance part of side of things, helps the investor to have the confidence even in destination. You cannot kill a goose which lays a golden egg. So you really have to make sure that you protect it. So it is a trade-off to say you invest on the people, you invest on the sustainability, but also you are getting the returns in the long run. So basically, that is it. And the investing in the communities, one thing that I like that was being discussed here is on the capacitating the communities beyond just them getting employment, because majority of the people in the host communities will be working in these establishments. But then what happens if somebody has spent that 20 years within the establishment? Then what really happens afterwards? And I believe the investors will be proud to know the after work life of the staff member, of their employee within a certain establishment. So it goes beyond just the operation, it's even beyond, it goes after the life of the worker themselves.
Holistic again, in every way. Well, I look forward to that world, and we were getting closer and closer. But that sounds exactly what we should be going for. And that is the whole point of ESG, I hope, at least underneath. Can I thank my panel? We are out of time. The clock went 0 about 10 minutes ago. But then it did start with just 15 minutes to go halfway through, so I was never quite sure. But Paul, I'm taking the cue to mean we are out of time, are we? I am happy to. We could open the floor to
questions. There's some questions people would like to ask on ESG. Any questions in the room?
Or even a small comment would be good, as long as it's not a speech.
Just want to say that the ESG, is kind of an acronym, but it sounds new. It is kind of new. But it isn't, because in the past it was called something else. So now we call it ESG, but it was in the past. Now you do an ESG assessment. In the past it was like ESCI. Right? It's kind of the same thing. It's just that's a bit catchy. And so these experiences are interesting. That I spoke about in Bosnia and Herzegovina. I think we're doing things right, but they're not necessarily unique, because we also brought examples, many of what we're doing from Jordan. I just want to recognize His Excellency Dr. Rafai for many things that he's done on the world stage, and that you recognize him. But he's my mentor. He's the first Minister of Tourism I worked with back in 2002 when I was still in Schwartz.
I think he's the mentor of many people.
And it's great to see that he's also the chaperone of this whole thing. So thank you for everything you have done and you continue to be doing.
His impact on the tourism development of the world is great. So we all evaluate that. And thank for him. We are all together. But by the way, I would like to note another very important thing. just briefly. When we are talking about data and its use in tourism development in general, we must be very careful. We must be very careful because sometimes the media is not media, just internet in itself is playing not positive role in general, not for peace, but sometimes false news, propaganda, whatever, a lot of false information, and it can create very big damage to the image of the destination. That's why we have to be very careful, and including the bloggers, including the people who are giving reflections about that. So this is another, direction of analysis and investigation for the development of the tourism in general. Because this world today is now if we will calculate how many trips organized by the tourism companies and how many trips organized by the people themselves by internet, we will see that the shift is going to the data. So, and to have this analysis, to have these recommendations, to have this impact to the people, where to go, how to go, where to choose the destination is very important from point of view of the careful approach to these matters. And when we invest, I'm not the investor, but I understand that if we create the stable, sustainable vision of the direction to be invested, then it's much more attracting, that more potential for the quick return of the investment.
Fantastic. Okay, I'm going to close there. Hilton Brazil, thank you so much for joining us. And where are you now? It must be like lunchtime. What time is it? Where are we now with you?
It's 2:30 o'clock, so not.
It's dark outside. It's London. It's approaching winter. We might have to go to the bar. But before we do that, we are going to have some final remarks, I think, from Paul and I think Talib too. So, panel, thank you very much indeed for joining us.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I apologize for your name. Can I have? Thank you very much. We have never met properly. I'm so sorry. But thank you. It was marvelous. So much. Sure. Well, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Rajan, and our panelists doing a splendid job, and also we were very fortunate to have an excellent connection with Brazil. In fact, I think even the connection with Saudi Arabia was very good. It's unfortunate we just had a problem with Sharm el-Sheikh, but we've been, Botswana, our main partners today, have also been brilliantly represented by Mrs. Carl Panasele and Permanent Secretary Boat Mutukaneri, and we're also deeply grateful to our sponsors, Brazil and the International Finance Corporation. I'd like to invite my colleagues to the stage now, Dr. Rifai, to join us to say a few closing words, and also my good friend and colleague Ibrahim Ayub, who's created the program today, is the founder of ITIC and chief executive of the company.
We'll be in touch.
Would you like to sit down, or are you going to stand?
Thank you so much, everybody. Thank you for lasting this late with us. I think this was an excellent opportunity to meet together. I'd like to make a little comment on each and every panel here, because this afternoon we had some good panels. First, the panel regarding the first panel was regarding the Commonwealth, regarding the Commonwealth. I think that was a good panel because it talked about so many things. I think I want to just say, those of you that did not see the Netflix series on the crown, they wouldn't have seen Queen Elizabeth, God bless her soul, when she said that in first of her speeches abroad, that there was a very important role for Commonwealth to work on that. I think the current king in the UK will follow that path. He has received the Secretary General of the Commonwealth as the first recipient to his crown. So that's a very important thing to keep. The second thing is the Oman thing. Now, the Sultan of Oman, as many of you may know, was Minister of Tourism before he became a Sultan. Was Minister of Culture, actually. Minister of Culture. Oman is known for its cultural association. Oman is a country where you find people wearing the same clothes for so many years. Officials are bound to wear the same clothes for many, many years. And it's a very important country because Oman is a country that proves to everybody that sustainability is really about the people, not about anything else. The people are most important thing to have. The Malaga part with regard to Picasso and the festival, I've lived in Spain for 12 years. And then I lived in the south. I live now in the south of Spain. I live in Jordan, actually, in Amman, Jordan, but I have a home in the south of Spain. I go to Malaga every time I visit south of Spain. And the south of Spain is part of Spain. Spain is a very important country. It's a developed country when it comes to tourism and any other branch of life. But it's important to acknowledge the fact that Malaga is very famous for its festivals, and it has an excellent mayor, Mayor de la Torres, who was here until yesterday. He had to leave. He's a very, very important man because his vision was the one that led the country through, led the city through. Botswana, gateway for Africa, is a story of resilience. Botswana is a very important country because Botswana is a country that symbolizes all what Africa is all about. And Botswana is a country that I visited a long time ago. I want to tell you a little story about Botswana. I was visiting the president of Botswana, and then I was taken after that to see a very important park there because the president was worried about the relationship of that park with the community. Remember, I told you yesterday a little bit about the relationship with the community. Now in Botswana, we have the same thing. The president was a bit worried about how the people around the camp, the reservation park that they established, were feeling about it. So I went to visit that park. It's a park that was created next to the capital, but in order to keep the animals in, they had to barbed wire it. By barbed wiring it prevented the people from going in and out. The people were feeling annoyed about this because they were used to go in and out of these places without having any problem. Now they're prevented from doing that. So I visited that camp, and I saw many hotels there. I told them the best way of doing this is what I suggested to the Minister of the Philippines, which is to encourage the people to get out of these camps and go visit the villages around it. Now, after that, I went, after 2 years, to visit the same camp in Botswana, 2 years ago after that. I was going in the car, the sun was setting on my right. On my left, I saw a group of people, a billiard table, sunk in the middle of mud, because there was nothing to hold that billiard table. Billiard table are very, very heavy. But there were 2 people from the village playing against 2 people from the tourists. And I said, so it works. It did work. It did work, actually. Because what happened is that they encouraged the people to go into the villages. And they created a very imaginative way of doing that. The carriages were run by horses, by monkeys, by donkeys, by any kind of animal that would carry this away. So it became an attraction by itself. That's a very important thing about Botswana. Now, Basira Group and His Royal Highness's speech is Saudi Arabia is an important country. It's an example of tourism that is seen as an important part of the people's life now. The Saudis are very proud of what they have done. That's an important thing because Saudi Arabia, as many of you will know, is very important in our region, in the part of that world that we all belong to. So I want to thank Basira Group and I want to thank His Royal Highness particularly for being with us. Now, the last thing is the Bulgaria, East Europe connectivity. EU, it's an EU member, it's a developed country, and it's suffering from the war in Ukraine, of course, and from many neighboring tensions. But tourism is playing an important role there. And it's important to note that in Bulgaria, it is important to understand what Ibrahim and Our Lady from the World Bank were saying today. You have to get all the functions of society into one. You can't just see people in different ways. Now, after that, we heard Mr. Cuthbert in Kobe. Mr. Cuthbert is the president of ATB, Africa Tourism Board, which I have the honor of working with them for many years now. The Africa Tourism Board is a very important organization. Now, the Africa Tourism Board have established the fact that Africa is the birthplace of mankind. It is. Those of you that did not see this should go to the BBC series. I'm saying this in front of, what's his name? Raja and Emi. They are BBC's anchormen. But the BBC made a series that proved that all mankind came out of East Africa. East Africa is a place where we all came out of. And then they went north, they went east, they went south. Of course, the world was much more connected before the climate change heat and the accession of seas into that. People were able to pass through the Suez Canal, just walking through there. And they were able to go to Australia. They were able to go up to Europe. Everybody has come out of Africa. I have come out of Africa. So I may not have the right color skin, might not have the right eye color, but I'm part African. I know that. And I think we should all feel that way towards Africa. Now, Mr. Nkobi, you are a very important man here. And he spoke about two important countries, Tanzania and Cote d'Ivoire. Cote d'Ivoire and Tanzania are countries I visited also in my work as UNWTO. Now, Rajan and Emi must have gotten into this by simply understanding what we are doing. ESG, for example. ESG is local, is environmental, social, and governance factors. That's what it is, for those of you that don't know this. I learned it very recently also. The World Bank and the hotel sector, especially in USAID, Ibrahim, you are a very important actor in USAID. I know that. Ibrahim is a countryman from my country. Ibrahim is from Jordan, but he's been in Bosnia and Herzegovina for a while now. He's an expert in this. And I think the discussion that took place in the last panel was a very important discussion because it's about the comprehensiveness of the whole investment package. And visitors' experience and local culture are very, very important. Diversity of the community. Best practices are more important. Every community is different from another. the development of countries, World Bank, and women are very, very important issues that came out to the scene. Now, what I want to say here in conclusion is that people are the people that make a difference. People are those that make a difference in any investment, because people are different from one place to another. And you go to see the people, you don't go to see mountains and rivers and hills. These are, you can see it everywhere. You can go and find the best beaches in the world anywhere you want. You can go and find the best mountains in the world, but you can't find the same people that you see in Oman, Saudi Arabia, in Bulgaria, and in Botswana. These people are different, and the people are what make the experience very special. That's what I wanted to say. Thank you very much for listening to me, and I apologize for being a bit too long. Thank you.
To ask Ibrahim Ayub to say a few remarks, as I know he has a few thank yous to say apart from anything else.
Okay, so I'm not. Good afternoon, all of you. So, first of all, I want to thank everybody for being with us today. It has been a very exciting and inspiring day of rethinking investment in tourism through sustainability and resilience. I think sustainability and resilience became two deep important words, especially after COVID. Now we had ESG and investment in it. It's very important. So I think in London we converged and brought in countries and destinations from different parts of the world. We had almost all different destinations from the 5 continents: Caribbean, Latin America, Brazil. We had Africa, Botswana, Cuthbert and QB, with all the different, represented all the African destinations. The Commonwealth, 56 nations now. We had Bulgaria, south of Europe. We had the representative of the European Parliament. Middle East, represented by Oman and Saudi Arabia, right? So I think we really brought in most of the destination today. Conversation has been very fruitful meetings. I would like to thank our main sponsor, who is Botswana, and we are going there in, I would say, in January 26th and 27th of January, where we would be going to having our Botswana Tourism Investment Summit in partnership with IFC and other stakeholders. So after that, we next year, ITIC, we are going to have going to be a busy year next year. After Botswana, we go to Jamaica to promote the Caribbean. After the Caribbean, we go to Bulgaria to promote the Southeast Europe and Central Eastern Europe. Then we go to Cape Town, where we are having a very important event in partnership with WTM for our African destination. After Africa, we will be in Middle East, in Dubai, to promote the Middle East. And we heard earlier that we got invited to promote Saudi Arabia next June. And we hope to play a very important role in setting up an important event for the Commonwealth, hopefully before end of next year. And then we will see you again in November during World Travel Market for our next global event. So it's going to be quite busy next year. So we hope to see you again. And I want to thank my fellow directors. Unfortunately, Gerald is currently at the airport and flying back to Dubai. We apologize because we've been in London today with the strike and the demonstration about for all the different reasons, but that's we have to live with it. and thank all the team, the technical team behind, right? Technical and our management team and staff of ITIC, and our staff behind the scene, all the design team, operational staff who have been working tirelessly for the past few weeks in order to make this event happen. So thank you so much, and we'll see you soon. Paul.
Thank you very much for your attendance, ladies and gentlemen, and we look forward to being with you again in the very near future. I wish you all a very safe journey home, and enjoy the rest of the week. Thank you very much.